Like I started off, family, it don't matter what your religion is, because it's not about that. We gotta come together no matter what. We gotta help each other no matter what. If we don't, then our whole civilization, all of our people of color, will be destroyed. And that will be the first time in history that it ever happened. As we're about to read in the story of Exodus, it starts talking about how the oppressor had made a plan to destroy all the men in Israel. But we already know that they got a plan out here to destroy all the men. The story in the book of Exodus is very much like the story of today's time that we're going through today. This prophet didn't say, well, you got to go get me a certain type of food. He said, I'm not eating nothing in this place because y'all are idolatry. That's what I'm talking about. I ain't eating nothing in this place because y'all are idolaters. May the Most High be praised.
Okay.
All right. Let's rock and roll, family. Let's get this ball rolling. Praise the Most High. That was a nice introductory there that y'all put together. The brother Zai put it together for the family. We appreciate it very much, very, very, very much. And there should be more to come. There should be more to come. So if anybody's interested in any type of special openings in their portion, let us know. And we'll do what we can to get you set up and proper and put in place. May the Most High be praised. All right, family, it's another Shabbat day that the Most High has blessed us with. And I am so thankful to be here to worship, to praise and honor his glorious name. It's such a blessing to be able to be in the assembly of the Most High, to worship him, to praise him, and to give him the very best that you have to give unto him. Lost but found, Shabbat Shalom, may the Most High be praised. Ima Sukari, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Aisha, Shabbat Shalom. Mr. Otter, Shabbat Shalom. Ima Aim Kater, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Laurel, Shabbat Shalom. Get it all out right now, what I can remember. Brother Asa, Shabbat Shalom. I'm getting y'all all acknowledged for right now to the best of my ability that I can. All right. So we got a wonderful class prepared for you all today. And normally the process is we pick up where we left off and we move forward. Today's lesson is going to be about, can a poor man serve the Creator? I think this is going to be a very interesting class. Can a poor man serve the Creator? Okay. There are so many different ways you can look at this. So many different ways you can try to get understanding from this. But let's just watch, let's listen as Prince explains. Rather, a poor man can or cannot serve the Creator. But in your options and your opinion and your desire at your own leisure, you can type in the room your decisions and what you think, or your opinion in what you think a poor man can or a poor woman can or cannot serve the Most High. What y'all think about the name of that title? What y'all think about that?
Interesting.
Yeah, but what's your opinion on whether it's truth or not?
Well, I guess it would determine to what degree of service a person is doing, because my understanding is that to serve the Most High is to serve his people and to do certain things on that level. So that's my understanding. Everybody has their own understanding of what service is.
Okay. All right. Is she?
I think it's a catchy title. I think the first thing that I think of is tithes. I think people may have a different understanding of what tithes is and how to tithe and things like that, and what type of sacrifice to bring and what you should and should not bring and how much and things like that. So I think it's a good topic and a good subject. But I put my comment in the room. I believe a man, a woman can be poor and serve the Creator. Just because you have money and rich does not mean that you are doing the Most High's will, or serving him to the best of your ability, serving his people the best you can just because you got money,
But let's think about it for a second. I mean, because it's not just that simple. The Most High says, if you shall serve him, then he will open the windows of heaven and shower down so many blessings upon you that you will not have room to receive them all. And we know that 99% of our forefathers was all wealthy and rich. Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, Jacob, were all rich. They all had plenty. They all had what they call rob, which is much. They all had much. So if I'm living in this life and I'm not rich and wealthy, can I truly serve the Most High? I like what Lost But Found said. Poor doesn't mean material and tangible all the time. That's that she, whoever that is sharp. Lost But Found. I don't know who you are right now. I don't, my mind won't tell me. But whoever you are, that's sharp. You're very wise.
Mm-hmm.
You know who that is, Ima?
No, but I know it's a sister, I believe, from the last time we talked.
Yeah, well, they sharp. I like the way she thinks. She
Yeah.
trying to give up my lessons, but it ain't gonna work this time. But yes. Mr. Otter, Shabbat Shalom. Welcome, Mr. Otter. Aim Katir, Shabbat Shalom. Aim Katir, Aim Katir. So let's see, family. The Most High gives the Most High gives intangible value and benefits to life that man can outgive, that man can't outgive. You're absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. But the question on the floor is, can a poor man or a poor woman serve the Most High? Let's look at it as another way. The Most High requires every year that the children of Israel who serve him bring him an offering at least once a year, a financial offering. So if you're poor and you don't have it, how can you bring the Most High that financial offering? If you're poor and you don't have the money, the wealth, or the offering, how can you bring it to him?
Well, I know in some scripture, I can't think of where, but there was a woman who didn't have what was required. And I believe the angel at the time told her to gather what she can, like oil, what she has. She had flour, oil, right? And um
We're going to read that story today.
oh, okay.
Go
So
ahead and spill the beans as you understand it to be. Go ahead. What you remember.
and so from what I recall from that story, he told her to gather that and go to her neighbors and gather what they had and make just from my understanding, I could be miss I mean, not remembering everything, but what she did, what was provided was what she gathered in the midst of what she had and what she was able to make with what she had and gathering from all those around her. That's what I recall.
So, how does that answer the question? Can a poor man or a poor woman serve the Creator? How does
So,
that answer the
so
question?
you serving, you're giving the offering that you're able to give. Like everybody, I don't think there's ever been a time where everybody gave the same offering. Like there's levels to different offerings of what each person is able to give. So, and I think that shows that particular scripture shows that this woman didn't have enough, but she was shown how to make enough or something of what she had to be able to give her offering that would be pleasing unto the Creator.
Okay. All right. May the Most High be praised. Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to speak? Tell us what's the, can a more poor man or a poor woman serve the Most High? Because when we had these feast days cost money. And if we don't have any money to do these feast days with, can we really serve the Most High? I mean, I'm just giving you things to think about.
Well, yeah, I mean, I especially like we're in captivity, so the feast days, everything that we would a lot of things that we do for the feast days here are basically imitation or uh, what do you call memorializing the feast days in the land. We're not even giving everything here. A lot of things we're doing is we're going out and buying things. A lot of what our forefathers and foremothers did was go to their field and glean and offer up what they harvested and planted all the year unto those times. And because people, I feel like in those times, more people were living off the land and had more to offer from the fruit of their hands. Um, we measure, I think now in this time, we measure wealth or giving and during the holy season what can be done completely differently. And I feel like we just measure it in a westernized standard. We measure it on how much money a person is able to donate, or if the fees are, that we make, not we, but people make their fees a certain amount of money because they're trying to recoup from whatever they spent. But I know from our understanding is when you are hosting or you are a people of nobility, then you do the things that's needed so that all those, whether they have or have not, can participate and keep the feast, um, keep all the feasts. Because from my understanding, it wasn't a monetary connotation that was put on what to do for the feast days. I think that's something that we have placed upon the feast days because we want to be able to, raise money from it. And I say we as in a collective as Israel, not we as in our community.
How your community do it?
Our community invites those to come out. We don't have a feast fee. We ask if you're able to donate, then donate. If you're not, it's fine. The feast days were a commandment from the Creator. So whether you have or have not, you still have to observe the feast. It was never, from what I understand, what I've read, there was never, oh, well, if you don't have, you can't come. It was a commandment, the Most High to do them and for generations and generations, wherever you are. So,
But let's look at this though. He does command you to come, but he tells you come not empty handed.
right. So, like, if all you can bring is a penny, a dollar, whatever you can bring is what you bring. It was not a set amount. He didn't say you have to come with 50 shekels or $50 or $300. He said come with what you can. And some people can only come with a speckle, like the sister, the woman in the story had oil and flour. And so you come with what you can. And then if you don't have anything tangible, then you give service by helping to clean up or cook food or, be on guard, whatever it is that you can give from your own soul, your own will, then that's what you give. I think we mix up the westernized concept of what um, donations is and even tithing, like all those things I feel like have become something different from what in the ancient days our forefathers and foremothers did and what the Most High was saying in that. So so yeah, that's my
Well,
explanation.
you sound like, as somebody from a noble family, you sound like y'all are very generous and very wise. I appreciate that. So, me, myself, as being a poor man, I can come in and eat. That's a wonderful thing. I can sleep. Can I sleep at your place too, being poor? Would you help to provide for me? Will you help take care of me? Would you help me get on my feet? Is that the way that you guys are established there?
Okay, and absolutely.
Hmm. So, you telling me if I came in and I got six children, that you will give me a place to live and you will provide food for me and my family until I got on my feet?
I'm telling you that the service of what the Most High has basically ordained us to do as a servant unto him is to be a service to his people. Of course, a person can't just walk up and be like, "Hey, I need this," and then we give. It has to be some understanding, some investigation of what's going on in your life. Our goal is not to turn anybody away, but we also have to be wise in our decision of how we help. So it's not like the gates are open. And in ways I could say the gates are open, but the gates are not open. Like you can't just walk in. There has to be due diligence of vetting a person, vetting a family, because everybody that call themselves Israel doesn't mean that they're righteous. Want to, open the gates to wickedness. But if somebody comes, they call and they need help, then we'll do our best. Sometimes it may not be coming into our home, but maybe we finding resources for you where you are and reaching out to other brothers and sisters with the same like minds.
Well, you sound like you got experience at this. You sound like you got experience at this. Okay. All right. May the Most High be praised. All right. So, in all essence, so your opinion, if I'm not mistaken, is that a yes, a poor man, a poor woman can serve the Creator. Is that right?
Okay.
Okay. What proof do you have of that? What proof do you have that a poor woman or a poor man can't
Well,
serve the Most High?
okay, I'll just use myself. I'm not prior to being married to you as a prince, I would say I was not, well, of course I didn't have the title I have. And I was not financially stable to do some of the things that I'm able to do now. So when it came to like holy days and things, like I myself and my family, um, especially when I was a single mother at the time, I would do what I could. I would bake food, I would cook food, dishes, or I would make sure I'm there serving. I trained my daughters, taught my daughters rather, how to do the same, to be a helping hand when we're in the presence of our people. My sons to be of the same manner, in the manner that they need help in, to lend their hand where they see fit. So in essence of, for me financially, then that's how I gave back to the creator, by helping to serve, by helping to be there for others.
So it appears that you just said before you married your husband, your present husband, Prince Israel, before you married him, you was one of those people that somebody would say, poor man or a poor woman serve the Creator, and they may be talking about you. So
Yeah.
what you did, now let me ask you, you're admitting that in that position you was in a poor state. No question. Let me finish the question. I need to pose this because this is extremely important.
Hmm.
So after you married your husband, what changed in your life? Because it appears what I'm saying, I'm getting to a point.
Hmm.
You're saying when you was poor and you didn't have a lot of money, you gave in different ways. You served the people, you cooked the food, and you would just tend to all the needs of everyone's there. You would help people physically.
Hmm.
Okay. So now that you have the title princess,
Hmm.
what do you do now when a feast day come up?
I do the same thing.
Now what you do?
I do the same thing, but
Hey,
now
that's the point I wanted to bring out. Stop. Repeat that, please.
I do the same thing.
Yes, that's the only thing I wanted to bring out. So in actuality, nothing's changed because you have a little bit, a couple of dollars.
Well,
Nothing. You no, let's be real. You're still doing the same thing you did when you was poor,
yeah,
except spending your money to go get the food.
yeah. I
You
would say I'm I would say that the things that have changed more are that I'm responsible more for the people. I have to make sure we have enough, like, and financially, because we're able to do that, then I have to go out and make sure that I purchase enough. And if I don't, I purchase more. Or I make sure everybody eats. And if we as the leadership don't eat, then we'll go without for that moment until we get more. Um,
this
so
can't be real. Israelites are not like this. You sure you Hebrew? You sure you real? You sure you alive? You flesh and blood? You must be an AI rendition of Princess Medaya. Is that really how y'all move down there where y'all at? How do
Yeah.
y'all survive when you're so busy taking care and providing for everybody else?
Because as the sister said earlier, the Most High provides for those who provide for others. He blesses the hands of those who put in the work to bless others. Um, it's a humble process. You just keep going, and the Most High will bless you. You don't look for. I don't look for the blessings of the Most High because I do what I do. I do it because, in all honesty, even before I became, or not became, but know myself as an Israelite, right? That's how I grew up. My family was based on serving the community, giving back to the people, um, being there for the people, because that's what we knew to do. That the people, if the people are fed, if the people are comfortable, if the people feel like there's somebody to listen to them and love on them, when in whatever state they are, then the people will be there to to hold you up, to hold you, to have your back. So
Okay. It's lost but found says, how this turn into an interview? Now, I wanted to hear what your opinion was on whether a poor man or poor woman can serve the Creator. So you elaborated on that, and then you went into your condition prior to, I guess, marrying your husband. Who's to say your husband ain't a poor man too? Who's to say that? We don't know that. So prior to marrying your husband, how poor people in a poor state can still serve the Creator by serving the Most High's people.
okay.
You said a whole lot of key points early in this conversation. You
Mhm.
did a whole lot of key points. You even mentioned that your community don't charge a fee; they take donations. That's the same way the Most High is.
Mhm.
Most people don't even understand that. Very rarely do the Most High put a demand on how much He wants from you.
Mhm.
Usually, He says, "Bring." And when He says bring, that means bring what you can, bring what you're able, but make sure it's clean, make sure it's something acceptable to Him. And then He says on some of the sacrifices, if you can't get this, then this will do. 2 turtle doves. If a man is poor and he can't do this, get 2 turtle doves. You don't need no money to get 2 turtle doves. That's a
Okay.
bit, because you can go out and catch them. That just requires your time and your effort. The Most High is most gracious, most deserving. He's our power, our king, and our master. But so many people don't understand that the Most High doesn't require much of you. Now, the things that I talked about today, thus far that we've expressed, we got so much more to talk about and so much deeper to go in today's lesson.
Mhm.
So if you came and you're here for the first part, don't think you got the understanding. Don't walk away because you're going to miss a whole lot. That ain't even what this is about. So we're going to tackle this. We're going to drop on this. But I just wanted to get the perception. A lot of people that are out here, nobody wants to come up, step to the plate and voice their opinion. They'll hear these lessons, but they won't come to the and voice their opinion on this matter. There's the link. If you want to come up, hit the link, come up, voice your opinion, and share what you understand about whether a poor man or a poor woman can serve the Creator. We really need to get this across to so many people. And if you've seen the video, I mean the picture that we have as the introductory picture on YouTube, it's a poor man sitting there, destitute. And the man actually had a bowl. One of them pictures, the man had a bowl in his hand, but you can't see all that because they won't let you see it. Begging. So now, let me ask this question. Should poor people beg other individuals or ask of other individuals for KSF, for money, if they are truly serving the Most High? What do we think about that? Ishi, are you present? Should poor people be in position to ask other people for money in their way of service to the Creator? What do y'all think about that?
I don't really understand the question. And I
Here we
get
go.
I
Let me,
get
let me
I
give you
get
an understanding. We're a congregation, and we don't have no KSF. Is it okay for us to put up posts asking people for donations, soliciting communities and other organizations for funds. Is that acceptable, or is that something that only poor people should do?
My first thought that is that it would be acceptable for a organization to do that and ask for donations. That would be different from requiring fees. I don't think an organization that um, serves the creator should be mandating fees. But as far as like asking for donations, I don't think that's a bad thing. We've seen in the Tanakh how people donate their things to donate certain things to build the temple, right? And they offer their service to build the temple, right? And I know there's restrictions because the Most High wanted certain groups, certain people to do certain things, right? But at the end of the day, the people came together to build the temple to and other tribes, especially the Levites, had specific orders inside the temple and things like that. But as far as I can remember, the people came together to actually build it, and or at least they donated certain things to the Levites, and the Levites did what they were supposed to do with those things to build the temple. So in today's time, I don't think. I mean, to me, that would be the same thing. Asking for donations. I think it's the people's responsibility to donate what they will, to give what they will to the temple, to upkeep the temple, right? Because the temple is where the Most High dwells for us in this land, our sanctuary. So it's a home for the Most High, but it's our spiritual home, all of us, right? So I do think and believe that it is the people's responsibility to uphold that, right? Not just one person, not just one tribe, but the people donating what they can to uphold it, right? Because if not, then it just falls into destitute, and then we're back to square one. So to answer your question, yeah, I do think that a congregation, a house, a congregation, lack of better words, is okay asking for donations. And honestly, I don't think they even should have to ask for donations. There should just be, again, people serving and giving to the congregation what they can, not a required amount, but just giving what they can to uphold it, right? Because that's where they go for their spiritual nourishment, and that matters. So
Okay.
I think that answers the question.
Zehu. That's it. All right. May the Most High be praised. So, in the process of a poor man or a poor woman serving the Creator, no one has a problem with a poor man receiving gifts from someone else in their way of serving the Creator. Basically, what I'm saying in essence is this: if you're poor, does that mean that the Most High is not with you if you have to ask people for donations in food and survival?
Yeah, that's interesting. I think that there's two ways it could be. I guess it depends on who you are, because the Most High could definitely use being poor and being destitute, being not on the street, not having no house, as a punishment, right? That could be a punishment. We see that even in today's time. We don't know why people are in the conditions they're in. Maybe some of them are being punished. We don't know, right? I mean, yeah, the Most High can use that as a punishment. So I guess it depends on who you are as a person. And I think the general, at least what I think the general consensus is that if you are poor and you're asking, there's nothing wrong with asking for help. I think the problem may come in if that person who is poor and destitute asking, the problem comes in if that person is disingenuous, right? If they're not really poor, right? Or if they're, just lying and being deceitful, or if they're a bad person, right? So I think it really does depend on who you are, and that'll show in your actions, right? Because you can be a poor, financially destitute person really asking for help, and then let's say you come under the service of a man, right? Like, as you talk about that all the time, but like, if you are in need, one of the ways you can get on your feet is by pledging yourself in service to a man, right? Or a woman, in that sense, a handmaid or whatever, and get taken care of, come up on your feet, and then after that, you're all set, right? Because that family is responsible for your financial well-being. So I think it can be tricky to really know if someone is asking for KSEF, for things to help them in in a genuine spirit, but it'll show in their actions. So that's why when my sister wife said the door is open, but it's not wide open, right? Like you can ask, but if you're genuine, you'll stick with it and you'll go with whatever program or whatever thing that that person is suggesting for you to do, or whatever service that person is suggesting for you to do to get on your feet. You will go with that because you really mean it, right? So it can be tricky, but there's ways to, you know, really see if a person is genuine or if they're just running a scam.
Okay.
So to answer your question,
Yeah,
yes,
I'm ready to go there. So what you saying?
I'm
Yes,
saying that at the end of the day, yes, a person who is poor can ask for money. Yes.
but don't the Most High say, as stated earlier,
Uh-huh.
ask of him and see, don't he bless you? You know, he will provide for you. He will give you great riches, great
Yeah.
wealth. So why would, if this person is serving the Most High in reality, why would he be poor?
Well, the Most High, like you said, the Most High said ask, right? And you can ask him, and the Most High can work through another person to bless you.
No,
So
I like the way you put that. I never thought. Yeah, I never thought about it that way. I thought I was getting slick with my questions, but that one there, you answered that one very wise. By you asking someone, the Most High may just call that person to help you.
total rabbi. But I see what you are saying. I see at the end, I see what you're saying. I see what you're trying to say. Like I do, and I do think there is some truth to that too. Like if the Most High is blessing you, at it might not be swift, but eventually you will be on your feet, right? You would, because with the Most High, service to the Most High comes discipline, right? Comes knowledge, comes steadfastness, right? At least maybe not fat, maybe not in a quick way. Of course, we all fall, but it's important that you get back up, right? Just like we talk about King Dawid all the time, right? He is steadfast, then he sinned, right? Then he repented, didn't do that sin again. Steadfast, then he fell. Get back up, don't do that sin again, right? So it's with serving the Creator comes learning how to be stable, right? Learning certain things so that you can stay a certain way. And that just comes with learning how to keep, like, for example, keeping Shabbats, that's a discipline. And then that certain discipline will transfer in over in your other parts of life, financially, spiritually, it's all connected. So I think, yeah, the Most High is with you, and he will bless you, and it may not be swift like you want it, but you will get up on your feet financially, I think.
I think you need to speak more often. Because
Well, our son be screaming half sometimes, so but yes.
you have a lot of wisdom that you are holding back from sharing with the people. Just through the examples that you gave today, it speaks of your wisdom, and that's good. That's good. I have never known, well, I've heard of some, but I've heard a lot of stories of men who were wealthy and lost it all, lost every dime they had, but they raised themselves back up again and became wealthy again. So just because a man in poor state, you know, when you find a man in his poor state, the thing that will get him where he needs to be is what you just got finished talking about, his habits, how he do what he do, the consistency, the diligence, the determination. These are the things that will make a poor man wealthy. So there are men that have been men and there will be men who at one point in their lives were super wealthy and they served the Creator. And the Most High took all their wealth. Sometimes it's just a test to see rather you love him or you love the money or the things that he can do for you, or really rather you love him. But the point is that a lot of these people have lost their wealth, and because they were disciplined in their behavior, consistent with their actions, determined to achieve, they got back to where they were or greater. Now, if you had to caught them when they were at their worst, and yet they were serving the Most High, but you caught them at their worst, one of the questions I would be like asking is, man, if you really serving the Creator, why are you so poor? Not even knowing the person's history, not even knowing the person's future. So don't always look at people, in my opinion, don't always look at people that's scuffling and that's suffering, that's down, as poor. Because the absence of money don't mean you're poor. Those things that you just finished talking about and with lost but found put in that room, those are the things that determine poorness. There's a lot of people that's poor in spirit but rich in wealth. Poor in generosity, worship of the Most High, but rich in wealth. Some people inherit it, some people fall in their lap, some people hit the lottery, but almost nobody grows to a wealthy state unless they have those principles that you just mentioned: consistency, determination, diligence, listen well. Poor people, just because they don't have money, don't have wealth, poor people does not mean bad people. It doesn't equate to bad people. But people treat you differently when they know you're poor. You follow what I'm saying? When people think you got something, they look at you in a different way. But when they think you poor, when it's in their mind that you're poor, this man can't possibly be serving the Creator. But when they think you got some wealth, oh, that man got to be serving the Most High. And that's not the way it goes. There's a lot of wicked people. Majority of the wicked people who are wealthy, the majority of them do not serve the Almighty. There's very few people that really serve the Most High that has wealth. We're talking about real wealth. Very few people. But you would never know, because this whole thing is all mixed up in the middle. You don't know who is righteous before the King. You don't know. So don't assume you know based on your own beliefs. Because I've seen people as well who did not have $600 million sitting in the bank account, but didn't have a need or want for anything. Because the moment that they desired to have something or needed something in their lives, the Most High seems to have found a way to give them everything that they needed. See, because I've seen that also. It's amazing. So can a poor man or a woman serve the Almighty? Can he? Can she? What do y'all think? Yes or no? I'll tell you one thing. Through today's reading, you're going to get a powerful understanding of whether it's yes or no. And I'm sure it's going to shake and shape the direction of your thoughts. Because that's how we do. So let's get back to the opening portion of our class. What do you like to thank the Most High for? Ima, did you say you wanted to be first? Ima, thank you, Ima.
Shabbat shalom, Nikalam. Shabbat shalom. All praises, all honor, all glory unto our Creator. Giving thanks for Him and to Him for allowing me to be here another Shabbat day, to praise His name, to call on His name, and to just smell the air, see the sky, and just, feel the breeze of the wind as it goes by. So I'm just thankful for Him allowing me to be once again on His set apart day. Giving thanks to the Creator for my horim, my parents, for the legacy that they have left here on earth, on a record, to be carried on through their lineage, through those who they touched throughout this earth, in the 60 and 70 some years that they were here on this earth. I give thanks for the sacrifices they made. As a child, I didn't understand it, but as an adult, I appreciate it. And so I am grateful for them because everything that they were has allowed my siblings and I to be who we are, plus some more. So um, I'm humbled and honored to be of their of their lineage, of their DNA, and to carry it on to teach my children and hopefully their children, and continuing on. Giving thanks and praise for to the Most High for my Ish, for his guidance, his support, um, his understanding, his patience, his actions of love. Giving praises to the Most High for that. Someone asked me yesterday, like, with all the work you do, who do you have that's that's in your corner, 100% that you know? And I said, my Ish, he's my supporter. And I believe that wholeheartedly. And I know I have sisters and my sister wife and my children, but it's a different walk in life when your husband can support who you are wholeheartedly and not try to dim your light or change you into something that you're not. So I give thanks for that. I give thanks to the Most High for my children that came through my womb and those who did not. I give thanks for the presence of their life in my life and showing me how precious life can be and how precious of a gift that the Most High has given to us, mothers, those who can bear and those who can't, but to be able to see a child grow from the womb into different stages of their life is a blessing. And so I'm grateful for that. I am grateful to the Most High just for peace for this land that he has blessed us with. I'm thankful that he has given us the fortitude to be here, to live, and to do his work. This week, my Ish asked me not to go near a certain area, and I did, and I thought I was being very careful, but I still caught like the hose in the lawnmower, right? I was cutting grass, and but I was able to go get the lift and put the lawnmower up high enough for me to untangle the water hose and get the lawnmower back on its feet and cutting more grass. So I'm thankful that the Most High has given me the ingenuity to do the things that I'm supposed to do, I need to do to continue his work. I'm thankful for a blessed week of school. We had our second week of school, and I'm grateful for the educators, the administrators, the Talmudim that we have present in our school. I'm grateful for all the work that everybody is putting in. So thus far, it has been a great 2 weeks, and I'm excited every day that I start school to see the smiles and to hear the stories of excitement and sharing that the children like to do on a consistent basis. Okay, consistently, like they like to share. And one that touched my heart this week was one of our third graders. He wrote a song about the Most High. And every chance he got, every class he was in, he was like, "Can I share my song?" And he sang it with his heart, and he sounded so cute. And the song is so beautiful and strong. And so I'm thankful that the Most High is putting that in his children, in the children to want to represent him and sing for him and share their singing for him. So I'm grateful for that. It's a lot to be grateful for and thankful for in a week. Because 7 days, sometimes it's quick, sometimes it's long. But I'm thankful each day that the Most High blesses us with. And I'm, asking that the Most High be with my daughters and I as we travel today to another Shabbat service and also to witness the union of a beautiful couple that's uniting as one today. So, or not today, but tonight. Giving thanks to the Most High for that blessing, and yeah, all praises unto Him. Selah.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Yes, that's Sister Yasmin. She's getting married to a brother from what's the light? The light. I can't remember the name of the congregation. Do you remember the name of that congregation, Ima? The light.
Low.
Yeah, I can't remember the name, but I remember the spiritual leader, Brother Sumak. That's my brother, Brother Sumak. He'll be marrying Sister Yasmin and the brother. I can't remember the young brother's name either.
Shy.
No,
Shy. His name is Shy Shamar. His name is
Shamar. That's the name I know. Shamar. Okay, Shai Shamar. May the Most High be with them and give them plenty of blessings and great success in their coming together as they worship and serve Him under the banner of righteousness and truth. The Most High is cool. And I'm going to tell you, Brother Shamar, you got a beautiful lady in your hands. Please take great care of her, which I really don't even have to question you coming underneath for Brother Shamar. I'm sure you're going to do what you're supposed to do, and I'm sure he's going to make sure you do what you're supposed to do. So I ain't got too much to say about that. But may the Most High be with the two of them, bless them, strengthen them, and allow them to represent Him to the highest level of achievement. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Toda Rabbah. All right, family. Who else would like to thank the Most High for anything special today? Ishi, did you say you was ready?
Shalom, Mishpacha. I am grateful that the Most High kept me and my family through another week, getting to the Shabbat, getting through my first few days of work. It definitely is heavy waking up at 5 and teaching. But I'm grateful the Most High kept me so that I may be a financial help to our family. I'm grateful to Most High just for life and health. Our BK has shown signs of a ruddy nose as the seasons change. That's to be expected to a certain extent, but the Most High has also blessed my husband, myself, my sister wife with the knowledge of herbs and things we can give him. So I have no doubt that the Creator will wipe that. And even if He doesn't, I know that the Most High is keeping us, and I trust that He is. I thank Him every day just for life and the ability to breathe and the ability to make things right, to repent, to make better choices, and to observe His holy days, His Shabbat day, Yom Teruah that's coming up, and all the holy days that's coming up. So that is my thankfulness. Toda Rabbah Most High, just for the small things, the big things throughout the day. May He be praised forever and ever. Shalom.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah, Toda Rabbah. And Lost But Found says, grateful for family and answering prayers. May the Most High be praised. Ima Shukari, Shabbat Shalom. Ima Shukari, Shabbat Shalom. Is there anyone else who would like to thank the Most High for anything special? Just want to make sure I didn't forget anything. Brother Bicycle X says, Shalom, family. Would anyone else like to thank the Most High for anything special? Sister Aisha, did you thank the Most High yet? Did I miss you? Okay. All right. No one else wants to thank the Most High? All right. Toda Yah for being faithful despite our shortcomings and giving us more than what we need. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Because that's how the Most High is. He's most generous. There's no one more generous than the Creator. No one more merciful than the Most High. None. Is there anyone else who would like to thank the Most High for anything special? Listen, family, we're going to move on because y'all, you know, if you're not setting it in a room already, you've heard it 15 times. If you're not typing or grabbing the mic so you can speak, then that means you ain't trying to do it. And that means that I'm being redundant and trying to force you to do something that I don't want to do. I don't want to make anybody do what they don't want to do. All right, Sister Aisha. She says, I'm thankful for my brother-in-law who helped me care for my teenage sons. May the Most High be praised. That's a beautiful thing. Beautiful thing. Imal Sukari says, grateful to make the Shabbat. Oh, wow. Wonderful. May the Most High be praised. All right. Ain Kater say, I was grateful for another day of life. And like Princess Medaya, I thank the Most High for all the elements that promote life. May the Most High be praised. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. This is that time, family, where you give unto the family what you are most thankful for to the Creator. Now, while y'all typing, because I know a lot of y'all still typing, and I know a lot of y'all don't want nobody to know y'all here, so y'all don't type, but that's cool too. You can stay in the background if you choose to. But I wanted to say this little piece right here. This is really disturbing to me, and I'm trying to figure how I want to say it. I think I got the way. There's a lot of people that sit in the background. Now, I'm not talking about nobody's particular, but if it fit, you wear it. If you're one of those people, there's a lot of people that sit in the background just to say, see, I told you, to try to find weepholes and loopholes to try to tear down anything that we may be doing. There's a lot of people like that. And you're going to find that through your life, there's a lot of people who are just like that. People will listen to you for months and months and months in the background, though, months and months at a time, just so that one day they can say, see, I told you this dude, this congregation, these people, just to try to tear you down, or try to hurt you or harm you or disrespect you in some type of way. But that ain't going to stop us from doing what we do because you say bad things about us. The Most High has ordained me to do a particular job in this earth. And I'm not going to cease until the Creator pulls me back from doing that job, until he's ready for me to cease. So all of you in the background, getting together, let's get up against him, let's tear it down, let's stop it. Give it your best shot, because I serve the Creator. And most things that people say about me, I don't pay no attention to. I just keep it moving. And as long as the Father's pleased with me, then I'm pleased with myself. When the Father's no longer pleased with me, he'll let me know. And then I know it's things that I need to change and better and do differently. I'm one of those individuals that believe that if the Most High is with you, who could be against you? None. And I'm not worried about anybody, what they have to say about what we're doing. Are you helping us to do what we're doing? Are you a part of this movement in what it is that we're doing? I had one young lady stood over to me. She moved down here on the land with us a little while ago, and she says to me, oh, man, I'm so glad to be able. I'm trying to remember exactly how she said it. She said something like, I can't wait to see what this becomes, because she sees the potential. She sees what we're doing. Now, we've done a whole lot down there already, but she sees, she hears, and she knows in her soul what's about to take place in our community in Sparta, Georgia. She knows. Most people don't want to come around in the beginning of a situation. They want to wait till you got the hospitals. They want to wait till you got the schools. They want to wait till you got the supermarkets. They want to wait till all the payments are already paved. They want to wait till all the houses are already there. Most people don't want to come in the beginning of a matter. And most people don't want to contribute their finances in the beginning of a matter. So I have great respect to those who come in the beginning of a situation and say, where can I fit in? How can I help? How can I be down? We have some of y'all on this page that donate money every month. It doesn't have to be much, but you do. You donate every month. And if it was okay with you, I would shout your names out, but I don't want to be disrespectful because it might not be okay with you. So therefore I keep my mouth shut to myself. But we do have people here that's in the background, don't even type, don't even say anything, but yet they're here and they donate every, matter of fact, sometimes 2 or 3 times a month. They donate, they give what they can. And we greatly appreciate it, greatly, because these things are greatly needed. It's a lot of work to do what it is that we do. And it's a lot of money that's spent just to make sure that we are doing what we're doing. Let me give you a small example of what I mean. We have a school, Beulah Land at Temple. I mean, that's the name of the community right here, Beulah Land at Temple Kepharine. But we have a school called Goshen Hebrew Academy at Temple Kepharine. Everything is at Temple Kepharine because Temple Kepharine has done it. He's responsible for these things. So therefore, we put everything under the umbrella of Temple Kepharine. So Goshen Hebrew Academy at Temple Kepharine is a school that we have. And in order for us to meet the complete standards of society, we have to get a certain type of recognition from the government or from this little organization that will help catapult us into the next direction. So we have to have a building to do that. And right now we're mostly, I would say almost 100% remote, almost 100% remote online, where you can be in any state, anywhere in the world, and you can attend our school. So we have to get a building to get that last little piece in place. The last little piece that we need a building for. So we investigated and we looked up and we went to find this building. So we found a building, very good price. And these are all modular buildings where they pick them up, move them, drop them down, set them up. So we found a building. It's 3 buildings all connected to one to make one great big building. 36 by 60, I believe it is, 36 feet by 60 feet long. And then they set it up with the steps, the handicap ramp, and other steps to get to the back doors on all entrances, fire alarm system, everything brand new. Well, that building, just to give you an idea of the type of money that needs to be spent to get this thing going, is $255,000. $255,000. Let that sit in your mind for a minute. This is how involved and how engaged we are. These are where your donations go. Your help and your support goes to places like this so that we can supply the needs of people, the children of Israel, our people. This is what we do. And nothing about what we do is a secret. We don't have to keep anything a secret. We let you know what's happening, what's going on. Now, we haven't purchased the buildings yet. We are still desiring to acquire the buildings. But all them donations that y'all give, that's where that money goes. You know, everything that, however you guys participate and help out, whatever you do is for the community. It's not for Prince. It's not for Princess. It's not for Sister Autumn. It's not for any of those things. It's for you, for your people, for your children, for the Yellow Dean. And that's what you have to understand. So if you all decided within yourselves to help and to participate to do these things, whatever it is that you're able to do goes and it accumulates and it's a helpful thing, but it's also a way for you to receive blessings from the Creator because you're doing for the Most Highest people. It's always ways to look at these things. So I guess I might as well speak because I got the floor right now. Some of the things that I'm thankful for because I got the floor. So what I like to be thankful for, and then I'm going to go back to the comments on the sidebar because I see y'all getting it in. Pretty interesting conversations going on there. I'm thankful for people that the Most High bring in your way, in our direction, to help us, to assist us in what it is, a vision that the Most High gave me many years ago. I mean, 2006 maybe, almost 20 years ago. But he's brought it into fruition today and is steadily growing and steadily moving. And that was to have a community, to have land, to have a community, to have a school, to have hospitals, medical centers, supermarkets, to build a real self-sufficient community. And we have the land, we got the community, we got the school. And we're building a medical center, but that hasn't happened yet. But all these things are just things that we're doing here on Beulah Land at Temple Kepharine, where your financial contributions go to help us to be successful at these things. So long time ago, the Creator gave me these visions. And I began to live out the enactment of bringing these things and manifesting them in my life. And we're at the place where we are now. So I thank the Most High for the keynote people that He brings into my life and the life of my family to help us to achieve the things that we've been able to achieve to this point thus far. And one of them, I'm only going to speak first name so I don't get nobody blown up. Just a few people, not many, but just a few. One of the people that I would like to mention first is Sister Zakaria, who has been a great, tremendous help to get us through that struggle, to get us over that burden, to get us where we are now, and we're grateful for that. Another sister, Sister Katora. Sister Katora, man, she come from nowhere. I don't even know where she came from. She just popped up on the scene and just started going backwards to make things happen. You ever seen a person jog down the street fast, backwards, and get the job done, and then run back up the street forward, and then run back the street back? That's Sister Katora. That's what she's done. She's been doing those types of things. And Sister Zakaria been sacrificing in and out of her day, in and out of her life, trying to make means meet, trying to do things, but yet still showing up every day for the school. And we're grateful for all this participation and help. Recently, I met a young brother. His name is Zahn. He's been the videographer. Have any of you, when you first came in today, when you logged in, you seen that video that played for like 1 minute and 6 seconds? The brother put that together for us in our community. And he's willing to do more. He's willing to participate and do commercials and other things for the school and for the community to help us to get where we need to be, where the Most High is moving us to where we need to be. And I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful for all the help. These are things that Prince couldn't do himself. And there's another brother that I want to talk about who thus far has been just pretty much helping financially and spiritually by giving advice to the community in different directions we can go. And that is my wife's brother, Shaka. Shaka might not know how important he might not know how important he's been to the community, but very instrumental in helping us to develop where we are. And he don't even think that he does anything, but he does. Financially, he helped in certain times, certain areas. Mentally, he helped in certain times, in certain areas, just by conversation and directing, making ties with people that he know and other things that he do. It's amazing how the Most High brings people into your life to cause certain people to fill certain voids that you have in your life. Therefore, can a poor man serve the Creator? Absolutely. But I don't want to give it to you that way. I got to give it to you in the whole lesson form so you fully understand what it is that Prince is talking about. I am grateful for those people and many more people that the Most High has brought into our lives. But I'm grateful primarily for those people right there who has helped us to do what it is that we do, that we bring to you every Shabbat, that we feed to the children every day of the week. And if there's anyone here who wish to have their children enrolled in the school, we got a whole website you can go to. Today is a Shabbat, so I can't do any business right now. But, we got a whole page for you to go to if you want to go to that page and see what the Most High does to help you so that you can go into another direction, all right, to get your children enrolled and signed up. All right. But, I just want to touch on, just those few things and those few people that the Most High has brought into this vision that he gave me so many years ago. And I'm grateful. And I couldn't say enough about Maisha. Princess Medaya, my hat is completely, matter of fact, I take my hat off and bald my head and give you my hair too for all the work that you have done behind and in front of the scenes to help in this whole process. I couldn't say enough. I couldn't. So I'll be a long time telling y'all all the things that she has done, what she's doing, and how. Well, you've seen a little portion of her mind for those of you who were here earlier when she was speaking. You've seen a little portion of her mind as to where she is. So, it's not much that I need to say about her. May the Most High be praised. And may the Most High continue to give her blessings upon blessings in enrichment and in wealth, in spirituality, in discipline, and in truth toward his great will. May the Most High be praised. So we're going to move on. And anybody else who want to thank the Most High, please feel free to post it in the room, and we'll thank the Most High. Sister Laurel, she says, I am thankful to be in the land of the living. All praise to the Most High for all he's done. Hallelujah. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. But that's when the support of the people. Okay, that's something I missed to miss, but thank you. May the Most High be praised. And Sister Aisha, Lost but Found, says, I'm praying for your joy to be made full in your situation. Look up, sis. This valley has to happen for your journey to keep you humble and blessed. And Sister Aisha says, thank you. And she's absolutely right. Brother Asa says, Shalom, righteous ones. And we greet Brother Asa and say, Shabbat Shalom, Brother Asa. Maisha says, Aisha, Sister Aisha, may your heart and mind be lifted this Shabbat day. May the Most High be praised. Brothers and sisters, all right. Can you post a donation link for small donations? Ima, you can post that, but listen, if you do the donations, please don't donate anything until after Shabbat. Please do not donate during Shabbat. And we'll make sure you get the, okay, there's the donation link right there. So you can freeze your screen, snapshot it, take a picture of it. And after Shabbat, then you can donate to the donation links. And there are multiple ways for anyone to donate that chooses to donate. All right. May the Most High be praised. All right. Sister Aisha, may the Creator bring peace unto you and lift you up. May the Most High be praised. She says, Todah, princess. All right. Lost but found, Todah Yah, for bringing all the pieces of the puzzle together. We are all here to make this vision come to pass. May the Most High be praised. GHA all the way. All right. Sound good. Proverbs 3:31. May the Most High be praised. Absolutely, family. That's the purpose. This is what we do. This is what we got to do. This is what we have been called to do. And many of us been called to do it and don't even realize we've been called to do it. May the Most High be praised. All right, family, is there anyone else who want to thank the Most High? We're going to move on now from that. If you want to thank the Most High and we missed you, you could just post it in the room. So this is what we're going to do now. Now is the time for the commandments. Does anyone have a commandment that they would like to post before the Most High, before the family? So what you do is you post your commandment, and then you give the breakdown of your commandment and what it means to you, what you understand that commandment to be saying. And we don't have to agree with what you say, but, we'll talk about it a little bit. May the Most High be praised. So does anyone have a commandment ready? Iman, did you say you got your commandment ready? Ishi, do you have your commandment ready? Nobody got their commandments ready.
My apologies. I'm getting it. 1 second.
Nobody has their commandment. We do this every Shabbat. Just every Shabbat. Not even every other Shabbat, but every Shabbat. 90% of the 99% of the time, we right here with the same thing, same principle. What we doing, family? What's your commandment? Anybody want to post a commandment in the room? Anybody just want to come out and say a commandment? All right, I'll say one. Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt keep the Shabbat sacred. Thou should not use the Most High's name in vain. And thou should not make any images, any graven images. So there you go. I got it. I said most of the 10 commandments. So now you can't say any of the 10 commandments. How do you say that in Hebrew? Anybody know how to say the 10 commandments in Hebrew? Has anybody learned that yet? Has anybody learned how to say the 10 commandments in Hebrew? All right, lost but not found. Anybody know how to say the 10 commandments in Hebrew? Anybody in the audience know how to say the 10 commandments Be'ivrit? Deuteronomy 16 and 19. All right, and you got to also put your understanding of it on the page too. Once I read it, then I will be able to go to your understanding. Mr. Otter, you know how to say the commandments in Hebrew? All right. Would you like to come on and say the commandments in Hebrew for the family, Mr. Otter?
Do you want me to read this commandment?
I got it. Oh, hold on. Let me go through this one first, and then I'll come back to you. Mr. Otter, would you like to come on and do the commandments in Hebrew for the family? If Mr. Otter doesn't do it, I'll do it. You always putting me on the spot. I'm supposed to. I'm your brother's helper. All right. While Mr. Otter's coming onto the screen, I would like to do the commandment that Lost But Found put up, Deuteronomy 16 and 19. And this is the commandment. Thou shalt not wrest judgment. Thou shalt not respect persons, neither take a gift. For a gift does blind the eyes of the wise and pervert the words of the righteous. May the Most High be praised. He says, I'm in service, Prince. Step in the hallway, bro. Everybody don't want to hear my voice all the time. That's why I allow other people to speak. Step in the hallway. Step to the side. They just want to hear the commandments. I want to hear the commandments. All right? And the translation, or not even translation, but the explanation of what that means, Lost But Found says, do not distort righteous ruling. Do not show partiality, nor take a bribe, for a bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and twists the words of the righteous. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right, Isha, you ready?
Cain.
Go ahead, you got it.
Hello?
You got it. Take the floor. You got it.
Oh, okay.
Why is your thing showing that it's on mute, but I can hear you?
You have Princess Medaya's picture up.
Oh.
Yes. Yes. It was my sister wife. Okay. My commandment is from Devarim, Deuteronomy, chapter 24, verse 5. And I thought of this because our good sister Yasmin is getting married tomorrow. Tonight, excuse me. When a man hath taken a new wife, he shall not go out to war, neither shall he be charged with any business, but he shall be free at home 1 year, and shall cheer up his wife which he hath taken. So immediately you would think that, oh, he's not supposed to work. I don't believe that that's what that's saying. I think the bigger picture is the scripture, the Most High saying that a man, when he takes a new wife, is supposed to not be far from home and charged with going out to war, because we all know that when you go to war, there's a possibility that you'll die, right? So the Most High wants that husband who's taken a new wife to be at home as much as possible in the way where he's not gone for months at a time, right? So it doesn't mean that he doesn't work or he doesn't provide for his family. Of course not. I don't think that's what that's saying. I think that the Most High is strictly saying, this man should not go out to war and should not be charged with any business. Now, I think the business part might be confusing because it's like business might mean work, right? But sometimes businesses, just think about in today's time, sometimes when you have business meetings, you may have to travel for business meetings, right? You may have to meet up and do certain things in different states, right? So I think the overall message of this is that that new husband should not be charged with any business as far as leaving the his home, his residence for months at a time. He should be around his house. He should be around his house, not necessarily in his wife's, in the house 24/7. We know that he has to work and provide, but the idea is that he is near his wife. He is near his new wife, specifically the new one, so that way they could bond together and, be husband and wife for at least 1 year. So that way she has kids. Maybe they're just building their marriage, right? The Most High wants that time for that marriage to solidify between the two parties, which I think is an awesome thing and a very merciful thing, given the fact that so many a lot of wars could happen and anything could happen. But I think that is a very, very loving and merciful commandment that the Most High has given us. I mean, all his commandments are merciful, but this one, I think he keeps the woman in mind when he speaks to this, because he wants the new wife that's coming to the new family. She maybe she moved away from her family moved away far, so she's supposed to be comfortable, and the Most High wants them to build that bond together. So I'm grateful the Most High put that in there, for the benefit of the marriage. I think that's a beautiful thing. So that is my commandment.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. May the Most High be praised. Good.
And I also think that pertains to multiple wives as well, because he doesn't say.
What you mean by pertain to multiple wives? What do you mean?
For example, a man has one wife. Okay, he stays home. He doesn't go to war. He doesn't go far off for a year. I think every time he gets a new wife, because it says a new wife, it doesn't say, only when he gets the first wife. It says new wife. So if you're a man that has a first wife, then you get a second, then you get a third, then you get a fourth even. This law, I believe, pertains to that subject, because if it doesn't, that means that let's say that third wife, if that man goes out to war and just marries that third wife, he would be in violation, because she is at the end of the day a new wife, and she needs the same year of building connection with her new husband as the first wife did. So this pertains to each new wife that man brings into the household, which should not be taken lightly, right? You shouldn't just be getting wives just because you can get wives, So I believe this pertains to multiple wives as well. So,
all right. May the Most High be praised. Are there any questions about that, family? All right. There you go. May the Most High be praised. All right. I think this is the next one. Mr. Otter, what we doing, Mr. Otter? You haven't shown up yet, Mr. Otter. What we doing? Just let me know what we doing. Lost but not found. Do not distort right rulings. Do not show partiality, nor take a bribe, for a bribe blinds the eyes of the wise. I think I just read that. This is second portion. Meaning, don't be fake nor partial to doing good. It leads to spiritual and mental blindness and relationship issues. May the Most High be praised. All right. Sister Laurel, here, this is what her commandment. My commandment is Deuteronomy 26:9. And the explanation. Deuteronomy 26:9 says, and he have brought us unto this place, and has given us this land, even a land that floweth with milk and honey. Explanation is, beautiful land at Temple Kipharim is flowing with milk and honey. All praises to the Most High. That's what I'm talking about. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. There you go. He has brought us to this land that's flowing with milk and honey. May the Most High be praised. All right. All right, Mr. Otter. I don't know, Mr. Otter. You taking a long time. Wa'ira be Elohim et kol hadibarim ha'elele more. Anoki Eloheka Hosetika Miretz Mitzrayim Beit Abadim Lo lihiye leka Elohim akarim al panai. Lo ta'ase leka pisel temuna asher bashimain. Mima'al ba'aretz mitakat la'aretz. Let me see. I gotta remember what I said. How to go? What was it? Lo ta'ase wekoil asher ba'metika we abdika we ametika biometika uvretika we gamlika asher bishareaka. Sheshet yamin ta'avod we asita kol melaka. Ata ubenka abika imetika ungamlika. Something like that. 6 days a week thou should work. Thy mother, thy wife, thy husband, that shall not work. And then he goes on and gives the rest of it. And it's been so long, I guess I forgot the rest. But it's been a long time. So let me see. The rest of it. After the Most High says, thou shalt not work, thou, thy husband, thy slave, thy servant, thy wife, doesn't say thy wife. Kabe et abika, we et imika, lima'an yareakun yareaka, aid ha'adoma, asher lareaka, al ha'adoma, asher notain lak, lo turd sak, lo tiknaf, lo ta'ane bereka ad shakir, lo takmod bet reaka, lo takmod eshet reaka, we abdo, we amato, we shomaro, we komaro, we kol asher la reaka. May the Most High be praised. And that's the 10 Commandments, Be'ivrit, in Hebrew. And you know, when I speak it with that little Hebrew, ancient Hebrew touch to it. So some of you might be saying, that ain't what I know. You might be saying the words differently, but in ancient Hebrew, the bet, a lot of people in modern Hebrew pronounce the bet as a vet, the vowel. I don't do that. I keep it the ancient way. It's a bet. All right? So that's it. Now you have it. The 10 Commandments in ancient Hebrew. Let's see if we can read the 10 Commandments in English. Anybody want to read it in English? Anybody want to take the time to read the 10 Commandments in English for the family? You know, Hebrew is our language, and we should know Hebrew because we promote the fact that we are Hebrew Israelites. Well, how can you be Japanese and you don't speak Japanese? How can you be Chinese and you don't speak Chinese language? That's not cool. You're Korean, but you can't speak the language of your ancestors. That's not right. We should learn the language of our forefathers. We should. Even if it's just one word a day, if it's 2 words a day, or if it's 10 words a day, we should all learn the language of our ancestors. If you need somewhere to go to learn the Hebrew language, hit us up, post it in the room, and I'll send your brother's information that you can call the brother, and he'll teach you how to read and write and speak the Hebrew language. And that's Nasik Shema. He'll help everyone to learn, you know. He does what he can to help promote the Hebrew language because he understands how important it is that we have that to exchange within the midst of ourselves. You know, that we are able to read these scriptures and go back to the language to decipher exactly what it's saying. Most people don't know the Hebrew. You know, therefore, we tie a lot of partners with the Creator and say that He is the Creator and that the Creator is this and the Creator is that. And none of those things have anything to do with the Most High. So let's just go. All right. May the Most High be praised. Sister Sukari, Ima Sukari says, Deuteronomy 29. Oh, I'm sorry. Before we do that, I have the commandments up. Did anybody want to read the commandments, the 10 commandments? Exodus chapter 20? No? All right. Prince going to read it. And then I'll go to Ima Sukari's commandment for the day. So these are the 10 commandments, and you should read these diligently. You should learn them. You should teach them to your children. These are the things that every Israelite should know. And you'll find that in the book of Exodus, chapter 20, verse 1. Wa'yidaber Elohim, oh yeah, I'm supposed to read it in English. And the Most High spake unto all these words, saying, I am Yohe Yo Elohim, which have brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other power before me. Thou shalt not. Now that's one of the commandments that a lot of us have a hard time getting over. Thou shalt have no other power before me. There shall be none that we put before the Most High or next to the Most High in rank and authority in saying that he is divine or supreme. And many of us do that. That's where we make our mistake. You could say, claim you're Hebrew all day and all night, but if you got somebody that you comparing to the Most High, saying he is the Most High, then we got issues. Not me and you, but you and the Creator. You got issues. Thou shalt have no other power before me. These are the words of the Most High. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven images or any likeness of anything that is in the heavens above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters underneath of the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, thy Elohim, am a jealous Elohim, visiting the iniquities of the fathers upon the children, unto the third and fourth generations of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Most High thy Elohim in vain. For Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Remember the Shabbat day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. This is another hindrance for a lot of the children of Israel. Remembering the Shabbat day to keep it holy. It says, 6 days shall thou labor and do all thy work. So at Friday night, when the sun go down, until Saturday night at sunset, you shouldn't be working. You shouldn't be attending any funerals. You shouldn't be attending any weddings. You shouldn't be doing anything that we commonly like to do during that time. Baby showers, any of those things. None of those things should be happening. During those hours, you should be honoring the Most High, or just chilling, resting, or you should be doing both. You don't have to honor him all day, the whole 24 hours, but the majority of that time you should be giving glory to the King, thanking him, praying to him, reading, researching. But in the Creator's commandments, it said that thou shalt have a Mikra Kodesh. And a Mikra Kodesh is a holy reading, a sacred reading. The people are supposed to come together on the Shabbat day and have a Mikra Kodesh, a sacred reading. Okay, where we at? 6 days shall thou labor and do all thy work, but the 7th day is the Shabbat of the Most High, your Elohim. In it thou shalt do no manner of work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor a stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Most High made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that is in them, and he rested on the 7th day. Wherefore the Most High blessed the Shabbat day and hallowed it. Honor thy father and thy mother, Kabod et Abika, we et Imika, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Most High thy Elohim giveth thee. Thou shalt not murder. Some book says thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not kill is a bad translation. Sometimes you have to kill to eat. But it should be thou shalt not murder, lo terzak, to murder. Okay? Thou shalt not murder. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. And that be the precision and accuracy of the 10 Commandments. All right. May the Most High be praised. All right. Now, the next commandment. Imat Sukari. She says Deuteronomy 29 and 29. 29 and 29, right? Yeah, Deuteronomy 29 and 29. And this is what Deuteronomy 29 and 29 reads. The secret things belongs unto the Most High, our Elohim. But those things which are revealed belong unto us and to our children forever, that we may do all the works of this law. And she writes, the secret things belongs unto the Most High, our Elohim, unto Yohe, our Most High. But those things which are revealed belongs unto us and to our children forever, that we may do all the words of this law. Okay, Ima Sukari. Now, here's her explanation. This keeps us under the ways of the Most High on all we must know to keep. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Toda Rabbah. Any questions or comments, family? Are there any questions or comments? All right. No more questions? Any more commandments? Do we have any more commandments, or did I miss any commandments? Please, if you posted a commandment and I missed it, please repost it so I can cover your commandment, please. I wouldn't want anyone to feel like I'm being ignoring them or anything, or bypassing them. I wouldn't want that to happen. So if there's any commandments, I remember I used to go to this person's room, this group's room, and I used to post in their room, and they would post everybody's stuff on the screen, but they wouldn't post mine. So I stopped going to their room. But I remember that feeling, how it felt, how it made me feel when I would post things on the screen, but they wouldn't share any of my thoughts, any of my ideals, or any of the things that I was participating in. And I didn't like the way that felt. So I wouldn't want anyone else to feel what I was feeling at that time. So therefore, if you put up a commandment, or if you wish to say your commandment, and I did not give you the opportunity, please let me know, and I'll do my best to give you the opportunity. All right? Aim Katir? Aim Katir says Deuteronomy 19:17. And Deuteronomy 19:17 reads this: cursed shall be thy basket and thy store. And her explanation is, this verse indicates me that withholding counsel when you know that your brother is going the wrong way is a form of hate. Deuteronomy 19:17. Am I in the wrong place? I'm in the wrong place. How you let me do that, Aim? Deuteronomy 19:17. Okay. 19:17. Am I right? 19:17. Then both the men between whom the controversy is shall stand before the Most High, before the priests and the judges, which shall be in those days. This verse indicates to me that withholding counsel when you know that your brother is going the wrong way is a form of hate. Okay. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. I see that. Toda Rabbah. The simple fact that they should standing, when there's a controversy between the two, they have to go stand before the priests and the judges who shall be in those days. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right. So we're going to move on now, because nobody else is standing up. Nobody else has a commandment. Nobody else is saying anything else other than what we're doing. All right. So we're going to move on. Let me just set up my page so I can present to you what the Most High has for us to present today. All right. We're ready to begin. We're going to begin our readings on 1 Kings chapter 14, verse 29. 1 Kings chapter 14, verse 29. Any questions or comments, family? What you doing, Ema? I thought you was leaving, Ema. You're not leaving? Iman, you're not leaving? I can't hear you. Okay, I can't hear you. Okay, let me go on. All right. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be with y'all as y'all travel to the other community and to the wedding today. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right, family, here we go. Now, the rest of the acts of Rehoboam. Now, you all remember who Rehoboam was, correct? Oh, Aim, you said something else? Yeah, but even what you said was, your explanation was even in alignment with Deuteronomy 19. Your explanation was even in alignment with Deuteronomy 19. So let me go see what Leviticus 19 has to say. Leviticus 19. What was that, Aim? Leviticus 19 and 17? Was it 19 and 17? Yes. Okay, Leviticus 19 and 17 says, thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. Thou shalt in any way rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer sin upon him. Is that what you wanted to say, Aim? My verse was Leviticus 19 and 19. That's cool. All right, so in her understanding of Leviticus 19, it says, this verse indicate me to withholding counsel when you should know what your brother is going the wrong way is form of hate. Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. All right. We're in a car headed to Unity Shabbat. The wedding is tonight. May the Creator be with our travels. Shabbat Shalom Mishpachah. May the Most High be with you. Imasukari says same travels. All right. We about to get started. Now, you all remember who Rehoboam was? Rehoboam was the king of Israel, of Judah, the combined nation. He was King Solomon's son who took over after the death of King Solomon. When King Solomon died, Rehoboam, his son, took over. And the people came to him and the people said, Rehoboam, how are you going to rule over us? And Rehoboam, he went and got the report from the elders as to how to best rule over them. And then he went to his young friends that was around his age, and he got their report. The elders told him to listen to the people and do the things that's needed to help the people. Be merciful to them, in so many words. The young buck said, increase your wrath upon them. You know, strengthen your hand against them. If your father hit them with a scorpion, you hit them harder, or however it went. So basically, the young men told him to be overbearing on the people. So upon delivering that message to the people decided, we don't want to be a part of Judah anymore. So the people gathered their people together, and they went to the northern kingdom. And there was a man already in alignment who they was going to make king over them. His name was Jeroboam. Jeroboam became their king. And Jeroboam began to rule the people, set up altars, and just do all types of evil and wickedness. He established false priests to be kings in the place at that time. He set up a false kingdom of wickedness, a kingdom for the children of Israel to fall astray from the Creator, because he didn't want the people going back to Judah or Jerusalem to worship the Most High, because he feared that if the people went to Jerusalem to worship the Most High, that he would lose the people. Well, one thing I want to say to leadership is that the people don't belong to you. The people belong to the Most High. Now, I'm all about loyalty and integrity and honoring. I am. But if a person chooses to leave your congregation and go be with someone else, then so be it. You let them go. If they don't want to be with you, they don't have to be with you. And you shouldn't speak ill about anybody who decides to walk away. But Jeroboam didn't want that to happen because Jeroboam was afraid that if the people went, their hearts would be turned back to Rehoboam, who was King Solomon's son, and that the people would leave him. He would have no power and authority over the people. So therefore, he would have given that up. So what he did was he started creating places of worship against the Most High's will in the northern kingdom, in a place that had nothing to do with what the Most High sanctioned or put his name in. He took golden statues, images, calves, and he set one up on each side of the land, the tribe of Dan and their territory, and I forget the other one. But 2 parts of the land, he sets it up. And he began to call the people to worship at these places at the appointed times when the Most High told us to go to Jerusalem to worship him. And he created a feast in the 8th month, some kind of dedication in the 8th month that he created. You know, he had to get creative. Well, if you look around, a lot of people have imitated Jeroboam's words and his actions, his ways. We do a lot of things today that the Most High didn't command us to do, and the things that we do has nothing to do with glorifying the Creator. But we don't do it in a way of trying to, for the most part, we don't do it in a way of trying to cause people to turn away from what the commandments of the Most High were. Usually, a lot of people understand that in order to get people, you have to do something to attract people. So they'll create events, feasts, celebrations, all types of things just to get the people together so that people will participate in what it is that they're doing. I would say in today's time, because we're so lost, that will be a good thing. Because we need to get reunited with our people throughout the earth. We need to reunite with our people. And we need to learn that, and it is that this is a mistake of our people, but we need to learn that religion has nothing to do with who we are as a people. My religious thoughts, my religious ideals, and how I see the Most High, and whether I believe in Yahushua or not, whether I worship Moses or not, none of those things have anything to do with our nationality and who we are as a people. Because when the hell breaks loose in this earth, they're not going to go after your religion. They're going to go after the color of your skin. And they're going to start knocking you off, poisoning your food, and killing you. They're not going to so much worry about, well, he calls himself an Israelite. He calls himself a Christian. So we're going to get them first. They're going to get you first if you're Israelite, because they got us on that list. But when they come, and they really coming, they're not worried about religion, what religion you are, or what ideology you hold to, or what belief, spiritual principles you practice. They're not going to care about that, because you are in the hood with other people who don't worship the Most High as you do. So therefore, when they attack that community, they're going to attack you too, no matter what color you are. They know where primarily Black people are residing. So they send poisonous foods to your neighborhood, poisonous foods to your community, poisonous water in the stores, all these things you buy in the stores. And the other ones come through the faucet in your house. These are ways of poisoning you slowly to kill you. But a lot of us don't know. When I go shopping, I go in the European neighborhood. I go way up there in their neighborhood and buy stuff and bring it down to my house, hoping to prevent from being poisoned with the wrath and the poison that they're putting in our food supply. When I go shopping, I go way out to the rich white people and buy my food where they go shop at. And usually you get better deals and better bargains up there. But down here in the hood, the food is tainted. And there's been a research done on this a long time ago in New York, where in the Black neighborhoods, people was popping up with diabetes and cancers and other illnesses. And they found that it was in the water that they were selling in the stores and in the food that they were selling in the stores in the local supermarkets. So therefore, I try to avoid that at all costs. But it's always best to grow your own food. It's always best to have your own well. It's always best to have your own supply of everything. May the Most High be praised. But what Jeroboam did was he set all that up so that the people wouldn't go and turn back to Judah. That's what he did. Well, eventually Rehoboam and Jeroboam had a war, and that war went on for a long time. And Rehoboam is going to be the first one. King Solomon's son is going to be the first one to pass away in all of this stuff. And then Jeroboam is going to reign, and then Jeroboam's son is going to reign after him. But I need to point this point out, because this point I made once before, and I need to make it clear so that everyone here understands, because I want you to be the best Israelite, best knowledgeable person that you could possibly be. In the northern kingdom, where we're dealing with Jeroboam, the 10 tribes in the northern kingdom, it was very rare that the king handed down his throne to his son. Now, you will see that in a few instances, but in majority of the instances, it's a no. When the king hand down the throne to his son, it usually only lasts that one generation and for a short period of time that his son gets to rule, and that his son is knocked off, usually by a general or somebody in his army, usually not by an outside invader, but by somebody of his own people. It almost touches on the lesson that I talked about today, how people are in the audience, in the background, just looking and lurking to bring up something so they can try to destroy what it is that we have. Same thing has happened in the nation of Israel. It's been going on for a long time. It didn't just start. And it's probably going to keep going on because we're still sick up here in our minds, although we call ourselves restored and rehold and refreshed and holy. And we're not. We're the opposite of those things. We're in the process, but we're the opposite. But we're working on restoring ourselves. We're working on becoming a holy people and a holy nation before the Most High. When I greet people that I have respect for, I call them brother. I call them sister. That's what I do, because I know that by planting those words into their subconsciousness, they will begin to elaborate or open the door for that brother and sisterhood principle to take place in their lives. And then with that, we're stronger. You know, a lot of people just pass the word and say, hey, shalom, shalom, akoti. Sisters might mean it, but brothers, a lot of males, when they say ak, even when a sister call a brother ak, she don't mean to give the brother the proper respect like he should. Most of them don't. To give a brother his proper respect, you know, you have to speak in a language that you understand. And most of us don't understand what that means to say sister and brother. We think it's a colloquial term like a friend or a companion or somebody you know, but it goes a whole lot deeper. It means that I'm willing to help you when you can't help yourself. It means that I'm willing to go the extra mile and deny myself something to make sure that you got what you need. That's what it means. And that's the ideal that we have to have when we call each other brother and ak. So anyway, back to the paragraph. Most of them did not get to hand it down to their descendants right away. A lot of them was destroyed. A lot of their brothers, their descendants who took over the throne after them, got to reign for a short period of time, but they was overthrown by somebody usually in their army, one of their military generals or somewhere in that nature, would end up going against them and destroying them and taking and usurping the throne for themselves. We're going to read a lot about that today, how these things happen in the nation of Israel. But you have to be wise today. You have to cause people to prove themselves today. So let's read on. Now the rest of the acts of Rehoboam, King Solomon's son, and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? And there was war between Rehoboam and Jeroboam continually. Rehoboam is Judah. 2 tribes in Judah. Now, Rehoboam, the tribe of Judah, was one tribe, and one tribe that went with the tribe of Judah was Levi. So Judah and Levi was the multitude of the tribes. There was a lot of other stragglers of other tribes refusing to leave Judah. They stayed with Judah, and by right they did so. So there are a lot of other tribes still there, but the principal, meaning the majority of the tribe, they left, the 10 tribes. Now, when the Most High says to Jeroboam that he was going to give King Solomon's son, he's going to split the tribes from King Solomon, and he says that he's going to give King Solomon's son one tribe, and the other 10 he will give to him. Now, there are 12 tribes of the tribes of Israel. 10 of those tribes separated and went to the northern kingdom under King Jeroboam. 2 of those tribes remained in Judah with a whole bunch of stragglers. The 2 tribes was Judah and Levi. So when the Most High told King Jeroboam that he was going to give Solomon one tribe, he gave Solomon Levi. Judah was already Solomon's tribe. So he didn't need to give him Judah because Judah was already his tribe. So he gave him one tribe. That one tribe that he gave him was the tribe of Levi, Moses' ancestors or descendants. He kept them 2 together. All right. So when you read it and you say, well, he gave him 2 tribes. What 2 tribes did he give him? And it's only 12 tribes. He gave him Levi. So with Levi and Judah, that meant 2 tribes. And then 10 of those tribes went to the northern kingdom. And Rehoboam slept with his fathers and was buried with his fathers in the city of David. His mother's name was Naamah, the Ammonite. So let's get to this part. Rehoboam's mother name was Naamah, and she was an Ammonite. The Ammonite worshiped deities that was not the Most High. King Shlomo in his not his last days, but in his older age. In his last days, he returned back to the Most High. But in his older age, when he became old, he started allowing his women to influence him in his practices. And from the evidence, we're going to see that King Shlomo started to allow a lot of idolatry to take place in the Holy Land. He built certain edifices, great statues and buildings for the gods of his wives, of his Nashim. He began to build altars and places of worship so that they could worship their deities. His son, Rehoboam, saw this and he witnessed this, that these are the things that his father was doing. And he imitated the ways of his father. He was an Ammonite by blood through his mother, and they worshiped Amun and other deities that they worshiped. And Shlomo allowed it to take place. So all through the streets of Jerusalem, they had all these high places and statues and images for these deities. And they forgot about the Most High. Most of them forgot about the Most High. You know, that's very similar to how we live today. If you add up the sum total of the Hebrew conscious Israelites who are worshiping the Most High and the Most High alone, you will see that we are a vast minority when it comes to colored people or people of color in the United States. First, Israel itself is of a vast minority. Just anyone who calls themselves by the name of Yisrael in this United States of America is a small population in comparison to the majority of Israel. Now, within that population, you have to get to those who only worship the Most High and the Most High alone. For that's what the Most High have said must be done by his children. And we're going to read some of that today. Well, those who worship the Most High alone is even a smaller minority. So they're a minority of the true children of Israel who worship the Creator at all. Many have the knowledge, but only very few actually serve the Creator. And I'm not one to argue with anyone. It's whatever you believe, you believe. I embrace you, you my brother, you my sister. None of that matters to me, because I understand when they start killing us, they're going to go by what you look like versus what you believe. So none of that matters to me. When we building for our people, and that's how we move. So she was an Ammonite. Her son, Rehoboam, was more skilled in the Ammonite ways of worshiping idols and images. And he allowed, after his father died, he allowed the same practices to go on. And as we read through history, we'll read where Rehoboam was wicked in the sight of the Most High because he allowed all this idolatry to take place in such a holy place. All right, let's read on. 1 Kings chapter 15, verse 1. Now in the 8th year of King Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, Abijam began to reign over Judah. Now Abijam was Rehoboam's son. Abijam was Jeroboam's son. And I'm not so sure that they know who his mother was. Abijam began to reign over Judah. He reigned for 3 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Maacah, the daughter of Abishalom. And he walked in all the sins that his father did before him. So his son, who ruled after him, was still doing wickedness just like his father was doing. They had all these idols and statues and images set up to worship these deities, and they wasn't the Most High. And the majority of the people fell for it. Let's go back to the Christian days. Now, I know you can relate to this right now that I'm telling you. I know you can relate to it because I see you shaking your head. I understand, Prince. Prince understands what you're saying. But let's see how this relates to today's time. In today's time, Christianity was that religion that they brought into our circumference and caused us to worship that took us off track from the Most High. Christianity was that religion that Rehoboam, not actually, but that type of religion that Rehoboam and his son Abijah brought into the worship of the people that King Solomon, his grandfather, allowed to come in. It was a form of Christianity in so many ways because it's idolatry. And they had a virgin birth. A lot of them had a virgin birth. A lot of them had born on the 25th of December. A lot of those religions equal just like what Christianity is today. So now they bring Christianity to our people today. And then we are no longer Israelites by mind. We're Christians by doctrine and thought and principles. Then one day, the Most High has mercy on us, and he restores to us the knowledge that we are Hebrew Israelites. He restores that to us. Now, when he restores that knowledge back onto us, we decide, hey, I'm no longer a Christian. I'm leaving the church. For a lot of us now. So we leave the church. But Christianity has been embedded in so deep inside of us that we leave the church, but we don't leave the deity behind. And what a lot of our people have done by way of that is we changed the name of the deity. We changed the complexion of the deity. We claim that this deity is other than what he is. And I say deity because if you look it up, you look up Jesus and look it up in any dictionary, encyclopedia, a lot of them would have him as somebody that was worshiped and reverenced by the people, as God, as the creator, as a God. So Prince is not adding to this, but it's time that we really do the research to find out. Spiritually, you have to allow your mind to accept the fact that just like Rehoboam and his son Abijah and their father Shlomo introduced or reintroduced idolatry into the minds of the people, our forefathers did that to us. And a lot of us haven't been able to shake it. Just like Yisrael back in the ancient days, because of what Rehoboam allowed to take place, and his son, they haven't been able to shake it either. Now, the wonderful thing is that Shlomo in his last days had came back into his right knowledge and tried to correct a lot of the wrong that he did, but he wasn't successful. He began to write books like Ecclesiasticus, telling us about all the sinful things that he did and how he returned back to the Most High to worship and to serve him. But he received that blessing, but he didn't have the opportunity to get it out of embedding it into the minds of the people. So therefore, we walk around with Christianity deep into our minds today, that even when we come into the house of the Most High in righteousness and truth with the right mind, knowing that we are his children and we are the people of the book, we still want to hold on to the Christian doctrine. And we refuse to let it go. And we refuse to let anybody tell us that we're wrong. I had one brother the other day that told me the Moshiach is the creator. And that's why Jesus is the Moshiach, because Jesus is the creator. And I mean, I had a brother tell me this. He used a different name when he referred to Jesus, but it's the same principle because he brought it out of the New Testament. But that's fine. This is what he believes. This is what he accepts. I have no issue with him if that's what he accepts, that's what he believes. But he feels like anybody who claims to be the Moshiach or a Moshiach is committing blasphemy, because the Most High is the Moshiach. That doesn't make sense, because the Moshiach says, the Creator says that the Moshiach would be born out of the house of David, out of the seed of David, the branch of Jesse, that the Moshiach will be a man. That's what the Creator says, that not him himself would be the Moshiach, and not that him himself could be a man. Nowhere did the Most High say any of those things, but the brother is firm in his belief that that's the way that it is, that the Creator is the Moshiach and that Jesus is the Creator. Therefore, Jesus is the Moshiach. And how do you argue with a person like that? You don't. You allow people to stay where they are. And if they ask you a question, you try to help them. If they don't ask you, don't force your opinion upon them, because they're going to die in their sins. And there's nothing you can do about it. Nothing. You can be as kind and generous as you want and try to accommodate people in their beliefs and their thoughts. You can do all that if you choose to, but you will not change the way they think, because people do not change the way another man thinks. That man himself has to change the way he thinks. And the only way that I know that that man can change the way that he thinks is by allowing the Most High to work through him and in him. You can't bring a premeditated thought to the fight and think that you're going to get a good result, because that ain't the way it goes. All you're going to confirm is what you already believe. And you're going to find ways to substantiate your own opinion in that fight. You got to let all that go and deal with the facts and deal what's written, deal with the proof and the evidence. And you can't use distorted information. And if you bring witnesses, you got to bring witnesses where you can hear the matter in its conclusion. That's how it's got to be done. You can't bring distorted information that you can't hear. It's just not the way that it works. May the Most High be praised. It says that, and he walked in all the sins of his father, all that his father did before him. His heart was not wholly true to the Most High, his Elohim. There's a lot of us who walk the earth today. Our hearts are not really our minds. Your heart means your mind. Are not truly wholeheartedly with the Most High. What do I mean? Some of y'all at work right now on a Shabbat day. You know what? I'm at work, but I'm listening to the class, Prince. Okay, I applaud you. You're doing what you got to do. I guess you're doing what you got to do at this particular time. But if your heart was wholly with the Most High, and the Most High says you're not supposed to work on a Shabbat day, you wouldn't be working on the Most High's holy day. You wouldn't be. You would take that loss or that short pay cut. You would do whatever you have to do to honor this day as the Most High says for it to be honored. That's how we got to move, family. That's just what we have to do. So wholeheartedly having your heart with the Most High means that when your pleasures kick in, your pleasures, you know what your pleasures, those things that you like to do, when your pleasures kick in and they go against the Most High's law, you cease from your pleasures. Like when your brother, one of your friends get married and their wedding is on the Shabbat day, and you make excuses and say, all right, well, I'm going to the wedding. Even though it's on the Shabbat, I ain't doing no work. I'm going to just sit in the background. You're in violation. Your heart is not wholeheartedly with the Most High. Somebody has a funeral on the Shabbat day, and you say, oh, you know what? My brothers did it. My teacher did it. And all the people before me did it. So I'm going to do it. your heart is not fully for the Most High. Your heart is not fully there. Because if your heart is fully there for the Most High, you would not violate his Shabbat day, especially for your own pleasures. Now, if you did it by accident, that's one thing. But you would not willingly violate the Shabbat day of the Most High. My wife says, can y'all go out, like, share, and subscribe? We looked over there. We got like 6 or 7 likes. And I don't know if we got any shares. But family, the only way we're going to be able to be successful at what it is that we do is if we have the participation from the people. So if you could take a moment out of the lesson, just to like, share, and subscribe this lesson, it will be greatly appreciated. That gets up the algorithm and also allows other people to hear the messages other than just you and people you didn't even know that you could reach. Just like, share, and subscribe, family. May it be the Most High's will. So here we go. A lot of us walk around today with our minds or our hearts not fully embracing the principles and the truth of the Most High. And that's why a lot of our women are half dressed and got on fringes and call themselves Israelites. Their cleavage, their breastises, the bottom of their breasts is hanging out. They got these little short skirts with their booty cheeks hanging out, and their garments got fringes on the side of it. Believe me, I've seen it. I'm speaking facts. I seen one sister that I know personally one day, her heart was half turned toward the Most High. And what she did was she wore a see-through shirt with no bra, where her nipples exposed, her titties exposed. You could see right through it like a fishnet shirt and a pair of white shorts. And she walked the streets with her fringes on the side of her garment. She thought nothing wrong with that. She felt as if that was okay and acceptable and appropriate. Now, that type of mindset is a sick mindset. It's an unrighteous mindset, and it's one that needs careful consideration and craftiness to bring it back to the direction of the Creator. But even in that, the woman herself has to decide that I really want to serve the Creator. A lot of us, we take advantage and we're part-time with the Most High on the Shabbat day. We go on cruises, we go on trips and vacations, and that might be for a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And because that Saturday, Shabbat, comes in the middle of that cruise or right the first day of, we will make an excuse to go out and do whatever our pleasures tell us to do. Instead of separating from those people on the Shabbat day, we will go and be amongst them and enjoy the Shabbat day and say, I just ain't going to spend no money. We skip service. We don't go to service at all. We make up excuses for when our pleasures have reason to take control of us. One of my advices would be, in every situation, almost every situation, never allow your pleasures to rule you. Usually your pleasures are coming from a deep hidden place of I want to say, like, egotism, self-grandorance, self-acknowledgement. It's usually, not all the time, usually your pleasures come from a place like that. And usually when that type of spirit kicks in, whatever it is that you're involved in is something unrighteous. So if you allow your pleasures to take you over on the Shabbat day, where you now put the Most High behind your back and you turn toward your pleasures, knowing that you shouldn't be doing so, then you are one of those individuals that will be called half-heartedly serving the Most High. You don't give the Most High the best of you. Right? So we're in 1 Kings chapter 15, verse 4. Nevertheless, for David's sake, the Most High has given him a lamp in Jerusalem to sit upon his son after him and establish Jerusalem, because David did what was right in the eyes of the Most High. And David did not turn aside from anything that he commanded him all the days of his life. Now, what I like about this one is going to be more accurate about what David did do when he turned aside from the Most High. He didn't turn away all the days of his life, except in the matter of Uriah the Hittite. What did he do in the matter of Uriah the Hittite? What he did in the matter of Uriah the Hittite was he committed adultery. He committed adultery. And in committing, I mean, it wasn't no question whether he did adultery or not. He completely did adultery, and he completely committed murder to cover up the adultery. Dawid did that, and he was guilty. And when Dawid was accused of these things, Dawid humbled himself on the floor, prayed and fasted for the Most High to have mercy over the life of his child and for his own sin. He asked the Most High. But one thing I'll tell you is this: Dawid, you will never read of Dawid repeating any sin again that he was guilty of. Dawid committed adultery and committed murder. He apologized and he turned from his evil ways. And that's how each and every one of us should be when we acknowledge that, Prince, you're right. This is a sin. I can't do this. I'm going to turn from my wicked ways. And if you turn from your wicked ways and never do that sin again, the Most High will have mercy upon you. But if you hear what Prince is saying, that these things are wickedness and you shouldn't do these things, and you continue on these things knowing that these things are wickedness, don't be surprised if the Most High knocks you upside your head another time just to get your attention, and another time just to get your attention, because he is most merciful. And then another time, get your attention. When you're sitting back and you're wondering why your life is going the way it's going. How come it seems like I can never just get ahead? How come it seems like I'm always out here in this rat race, struggling and grinding and suffering? Why is it like this for me? When you ask yourself that question and you see that you feel so depressed in your spirit and nothing is working out for you in your favor, a lot of times it's because, and I'm not saying all the time, I'm saying a lot of times it's because when the Most High spoke to you, you ignored him. When the Most High tried to get your attention, you turned away. The Most High is getting your attention today, family. The Most High is reaching out to you today, trying to get your attention. Will you hear the words of his messenger? Will you take heed to the words of his servant? Will you acknowledge that? And will you begin to change your behavior in the ways how you view the Almighty and what's required of you by the Almighty? Because that's what these classes are supposed to bring unto you: enrichment in your essence, in your soul, to help you to turn in the direction of the Most High like you had not done before you set in on this class. Now there was war between Rehoboam, King Solomon's son, and Jeroboam, king of the northern kingdom of Israel, all the days of his life. The rest of the acts of Abiam and all he did, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Yehudah? And there was, now, we got the books of Chronicles next. We can read the books of Chronicles and it'll tell us. And there was war between Abiam and Jeroboam. Now, I don't know if you noticed this, but Jeroboam was at war with King Shlomo. And then Jeroboam was at war with Shlomo's son, Rehoboam. And now Jeroboam is at war with Abijah, who is Rehoboam's son, and he's also King Shlomo's grandson. 3 generations of warfare. Jeroboam, the same man, has lived and ruled that long to be in warfare with 3 different men of King Solomon's lineage. Solomon first, then Solomon's son, then Solomon's grandson. He lived that long to be at odds with each one of them. But Abijah is going to rule. Is it Abijah or his father? I think it might be his son. I think it might be his son who's going to rule for 21 years, but he ruled for a long time. But we'll see. Okay? What am I bringing this point out for? Yes, he lived a long time. Now, this man was known to be wicked before the Creator, but the Creator extended his days so that he lived for quite a while. But yet he was wicked before the Most High. He was one of the most wicked kings that Israel ever had. But the Most High appeared to be blessing him. But in reality, the Most High was cursing him. His curse, or his major curse, came at the end of his life. So why am I saying this? I'm saying this because a lot of times the Most High will bring curses in your life, but he won't give you that ultimate curse until your death, or it's time for you to leave this place, or your children. He'll curse their children for your sake because they are living in your ways. This man died, and the Most High destroyed him in a terrible way. Jeroboam. But the Most High allowed his life to live for many years as king over Israel. But I'm sure that during his lifetime, a lot of things that did not have to happen took place in his life to let him know that he was at odds with the Most High. Like when the Most High sent that prophet to him to talk to him, and his hand got stuck out like this, and the prophet had to heal him. Right after the prophet healed him, he turned right back to his idolatrous ways, as so many of us do. We'll hear these lessons from Prince. We'll learn these great lessons, and then after Shabbat is over, we right back into the world, and the lessons that Prince taught doesn't matter anymore in our lives. And that's not the way it's supposed to be. And Abiyam slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the city of David. And Asa, that's the one, Asa, his son, reigned in his place. Asa is a very prominent Israelite name. We know a lot of Hebrew Israelites that have adopted that name of Asa. May the greatness of the King Asa remain in them. The integrity that King Asa had go before them, because he's a good one. Jeroboam lasted a long time, but that's probably part of the prophecy. May the Most High be praised. Absolutely. Let's read a little bit about Asa. Jeroboam had been king for 20 years before Asa stepped in the scene. Now watch this, because there's a little bit of discrepancy. In my opinion, both Asa and Abiyam was ruling co-regent at the same time. In my opinion, they were both ruling at the same time. So let's read. 1 Kings chapter 15 and 9. That means a father and son were king. Abiyam and Asa was his son. They were both ruling the throne, giving orders and dictating at the same time before Asa became fully king and his father passed away, as it should be. In the 20th year of Jeroboam, king of Israel, Asa began to reign over Judah. So Jeroboam is ruling in the northern kingdom. Asa is ruling in the southern kingdom over the tribes of Judah and Levi and all the stragglers. And a whole lot of Benjamin was there too. And he reigned 41 years. Now, Asa, if I'm not mistaken, by him reigning 41 years, he was the longest reigning king in Judah ever. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that he was the longest reigning king. Shlomo, I think, was 40 years. King David was like 38 years because he ruled the Judah, but not Israel. And then he finally combined them both together and he ruled 40-something years. But you know what? Asa is just ruling the tribe of Judah and Levi and the stragglers that's with them for 41 years, which is a good thing. All right. And I believe he's the longest reigning king over Judah. I believe he is. His mother's name was Maacah, the daughter of Abisham. And this is where I think they have the correction. I believe his mother is named Maacah, the daughter of Abisham. And watch this. And Asa did what was right in the eyes of the Most High, as David, his father, had done. Now, because Asa came on the scene now and began to be king, He went back and tore down all the images, all the idols, all the statues that his father and his father's father and his father's father have set. 3 generations. He went in his mind for 3 generations and destroyed all those idols that his father and his grandfather, his great-grandfather had set up. How much different is it for you, family? Because you got to go into your mind and you got to understand and take knowledge that Christianity was given to you by your father, who got it from his father, who got it from his father, all the way back to slavery. Asa demonstrated himself to be a strong young man, to be able to completely eradicate idolatry out of his life by first eradicating it out of his mindset. And a lot of us today, we hold on to the Christian doctrine because we have not eradicated Christianity out of our mindset. We believe that this power that we are supposed to serve came in the form of a man and died on the cross and was forgiving us of our sins and raised on the 3rd day. That's what many of us believe because that's what we've been taught. That's what your fathers taught you. That's what your father's fathers taught you. That's what your father's fathers' fathers taught you all the way back to the time of slavery. And you today, who have, a lot of us, who have come into the knowledge of the Most High, we really have a hard time letting that go. We figure if we change the name or change the color, we're talking about something other than what we're talking about, and it's not true. You're still practicing idolatry. You just wrapped it up and closed it up in a different form. Look at them running. They're running out the room. Keep running. If you don't want to hear the truth, then you're in the wrong place, because all Prince is going to teach you is the truth, whether you accept it or not. It's my job to relay that to you. Asa was strong, and Asa was able to overcome what his forefathers did to him. He was able to overcome it, and he pushed the false doctrines out of the way, and he restored and returned the people back to the Most High to the best of his ability. There was some things that he allowed to remain, probably because he didn't have time to get to it. But the majority of the idolatrous practices that was taking place in Jerusalem, he removed it from the midst of the people. And that's why it says that he did what was great in the eyes of the Most High, like his forefathers. Right, absolutely. The more idolatry, the more we end up turning away from the Most High. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. This is what it says. One of the first things that he did was he put away the male cult prostitutes out of the land and removed all the idols that his father had made. He removed the idols that his father made, and he removed all the male cult prostitutes from the time of King Shlomo. Homosexuals, male homosexuals was running rampant around in our land, and he removed them all away. He said, if you're here, you're getting killed. You're going to die. Your heads will be cut off. You'll be laying in the streets. That's what he said. He put them all out. He set up righteous order in Yerushalayim. Righteousness that hadn't been done in a long time. Do you know how difficult it was for him to go against what he has been taught in his mind for so long? Nobody could make him do that. He had to be willing to do it of his own. He had to do the research, the studying, the praying, the fasting, the meditating. He had to do it of his own to build up his strength to be able to do such a powerful thing. Because it's not that simple. One thing you will almost never be able to do is change the way a man thinks. So therefore, I don't try. All I do is teach. If the Most High places the proper spirit on that individual to hear the message that I'm delivering, then the Most High has changed them and not me. All glory goes to the Creator of all creation. The power of Abraham, Yitzchak, with Israel. All glory goes back to him and no other. Don't get that mistaken. It says he also removed Makkah, his mother, from being queen mother because she has made an abominable image for Asherah. Now, Asherah is a false deity. I mean, it's a deity. And it's a deity that we talked about years ago, about a year ago. We did a whole lesson on Asherah. If you go and you search through the lessons, you'll see where Asherah was a deity that the people worshiped. And they usually worshiped her with trees. And they usually would take those trees and put them around the temple as if the creator had a wife. That's what's taught in a lot of mysticism and mythology, that Asherah was a wife of the creator. That's what they teach you. Most High ain't got no wife. He don't need a wife. For what purpose would she serve for him? He's the greater, the knower, the doer of all things, and none can compare it to him. But Asherah was one of those deities. Now, his mother, Maacah, worshiped Asherah because his father would allow it to take place. So, men, you got to understand the responsibilities that you have in these households. Men, you can't just allow your woman to worship anything and everything that she chooses to and remain your wife in your house. It can't be. So you got to get yourself right first, and then you can get your household right. So while you're in the process of bettering yourself, you should be in the process of bettering your family, especially your Nashim. And a lot of females don't know what they're doing. They think that they're serving the creator, but what they hold on to, a lot of the females, is, how can I say, idolatrous practices. What do you mean, Prince? A lot of people hold on to idolatrous practices, not understanding what they're doing. So therefore they're practicing idolatry, but it's a subvert type of idolatry that they don't know. Like, for example, a lot of women want to burn sage in their house. Burn sage all over the place and shake it around, and because it's something that they learned that can bring a pleasant spirit into your home. But that's an ancient practice. And that ancient practice stems from ideology of witchcraft. And what it does is it says that it defeats evil, wicked spirits. That's what they teach. That's what the people who worship the adversarial energy forces in practicing witchcraft, that's what they teach. You put sage in your house to ward off evil spirits. And a lot of Hebrew Israelite sisters who are knowledgeable in this way will do exactly that and say, well, I like the way it smells, which you may like the way it smells, but you're practicing a practice of an ancient cult religion that has nothing to do with the Almighty. So you have to be careful in the practices that you have, and brothers, the practices that you allow in your household. A lot of women want to have what they call a fall celebration and bring trees and plants. What I tell you about Asherah, she was worshipped through the ways of trees and plants. They want to bring trees and plants in the inside of the house and says, oh, this is nothing to do with Halloween. This has nothing to do with Halloween. This is just celebrating the fall of the year, the season that we're in. And they don't understand that ancient witches, they used to practice that particular practice during that time of the year. I believe it's called Saturnalia, I believe it is. During that time of the year, they would practice those things, bring in plants and bushes and trees, little stuff from outside, fallen leaves to the ground, bring them in the house. And that's a form of worshiping the dead. And so many of us don't know that. That's why it's done around the same time as Halloween. And most of you know that Halloween is a straight worship of the dead, ancestral spirit worship, all that type of stuff, bringing the dead, conjuring the dead, speaking to the dead, all these things that Torah forbid. So many of our females are interested in these types of practices. When your ancestors die, let them die. They're gone. If in the next world they're able to help you, it will be because the Most High allows it to be. You don't give any glory to them. That glory goes to the Most High. If the Most High allow them to do anything for you in this life, that glory goes to the Most High, not your ancestors. But so many of us have gotten stuck on ancestral worship that we build altars in our home for the ancestors, offerings where we put offerings upon the plate for our ancestors. These two things are evil and wicked, and they should not be done by any creative fearing Israelite today. Asa was strong enough to get past all these traditions that his forefathers taught him. He was able to break that mold and shake that chain. And Asa became a man of the Most High in truth and righteousness, separating himself from that evil. Not many of us were able to do that. We still hold on to a lot of these principles, superstitions, witchcraft practices. A lot of us still hold on to them. You know, don't walk around a pole. Superstition. If you trust in the Most High, you can walk around on, in between, and over the pole. But you have to have it in your mind that you know you are a servant of the Creator and nothing can touch you. You know, I played for you guys a while ago a documentary about this lady who was practicing witchcraft. And I played it for you all and I let you all watch it. And she was an open practicer of witchcraft. She would put spells on people for money. People would give her KSF to put curses on people. And this lady said out of her mouth, I've never met her. She said this out of her mouth. She said she could not curse the people who really served the Creator. Not those fakers and pretenders, but people who really gave their best to the power that they served. You follow me? She's talking about every one of us, those who walk in their truth before the Most High. She's talking about those who don't worship the Most High with half their heart, but yet give the Most High all of their heart. The Most High, he said that he will curse those who curse you, and he will bless those who bless you. So if you sit here today and you bless me and all that I'm doing, then you too shall be blessed. If I bless you in all that you're doing, then I too shall be blessed, as long as you're walking in the ways of the Most High. You follow me? She openly admitted that. She said, you can't curse everybody. She said, you can try, but you can't. Now, usually what that means is, from my knowledge, if you try to curse somebody and it's not successful, that curse got to go somewhere. Where do you think it's going to go? But on you. Because once you open that door and you let it out into the universe, it's going to go somewhere, and you're usually the closest one there for it to attack. And that's usually what happens. You can't curse everybody. She openly admits that. All right. So another thing I want to bring up about this point, Asa, his mother name was Makkah. And he put out his mother for being queen mother because she had made an abominable image for Asherah. His mother was practicing idolatry. And when he recognized that his mother was practicing idolatry, he set her down and gave her a back seat because his mother was up in the front for all the other women to look at and admire and want to be like. Like my Nashim is up in the front here with me. And they should be an example of righteousness. You see what I'm saying? Asa, he realized his mother was an example of wickedness. So he had to remove his mother from the equation and move her from the plate because she wasn't worthy. She would have kept the people in sin. I have so much respect for Asa, because do you know how hard it is for a person to separate from their parents, especially being a female and her mother, because most females imitate the ways of their mothers. So it'd be very difficult for them to break away. But Asa, he realized that his mother was wicked, and he set her down from being the queen mother. Take your seat over there. Get out the sight of the people and stop your abominable practices. How many of you have that type of strength today to separate yourself from your friend, your cousin, your aunts, your uncles, your mother, your father, even your boyfriend and girlfriend? I say boyfriend and girlfriend because a lot of us got boyfriends and girlfriends. We playing like we married, but we not married. We have no responsibility or commitment to each other for real, for real. We do what we want to do. Y'all know that. Stop playing and pretending to be married. If you're going to be married, you should have a certificate of marriage. That's one thing you should have, a certificate of marriage. And this guy, this man should be providing for your needs, and you should be fulfilling his needs in his life to the best of your ability. And you should all both be worshiping the Most High. Other than that, you're playing marriage. You're pretending to be marriage. You're boyfriend and girlfriend, like the American mind state of people have it today. You're only boyfriend and girlfriend. If he's separated from you, you might hurt with a couple dollars, but what do you truly lose? The house is yours anyway, or the apartment is yours anyway. He up inside your house. Matter of fact, if you even got a house, because a lot of y'all, you ain't got nothing. This ain't nobody that's here. This is for the other people that's coming to listen to the lesson. A lot of y'all sleeping in cars because the guy you trusted in wasn't much of a guy worthy of marriage, but yet he called himself your husband. And he still today calls himself your husband, but he's not providing you. He give you plenty of babies. He'll run up in you and get you a whole lot of that semen up inside your vagina, but he ain't going to be providing for you in the manner that he's supposed to, because he's not a man and y'all not married and he doesn't care. And he'll go back and forth with marriage. Yeah, I'm married to you today. I ain't married to you tomorrow. I'm married to you today. I ain't married to you tomorrow. Based on how he feels or what he wants out of the situation is going to determine whether he calls you Isha or sis. There's a difference. You got to stop with these fake marriages, and you got to make a man prove himself. Matter of fact, you got to make a male prove himself, because a real man already knows how to go to the table and say, hey, this is what I offer. This is what I present. And let me tell you something, sisters. This is a misnomer, but I got to make this clear. I got to make this point clear to you. Don't never let somebody call you a gold digger because you want a man with money. Don't never, ever let somebody call you a gold digger because you want a man that got a couple dollars. You better want a man that got a couple dollars so he can help you in the whole process of changing your life to be the best version of yourself that you can possibly be. Money ain't everything, but guess what? It means a whole lot. Yes, it does. You can get so much more accomplished in life with some queso than without it. Matter of fact, being without it will make you miserable inside because you can't do the things to maintain your life. I'm being straight with you. Everybody can't live like the prophet Elijah did, because Elijah was super, super strong. But even in the situation with the prophet Elijah, the Most High gave him somewhere to take him to provide resources. And he didn't come empty-handed. He didn't take advantage of nobody. We're going to read all that today. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, sis, or Nasheen. Do not allow anybody to make you feel bad because you require your husband to have money or wealth or some type of stability. Because first of all, to begin, when he marry you, he should be placing you into a house that you can call home. If it's an apartment, if it's a room, it doesn't matter. But it has to be something that you can call home. Can't be a car, or it shouldn't be a car. It shouldn't be a bus. Unless the bus has been converted to be a house. It's a different story. But he should place you in a place that he has provided for you. He doesn't have to live with you, but he should place you in a place that he himself have said, here, this is for you. Now, if you already got your own place and you marry that man and he ain't got his own place, then you going backwards. You should always want somebody who has more than you, greater than you, or better than you, or all of the above, you being a woman. You should never want a man that you're settling for just because. You should want somebody that can help you to get out of the situations that you're in. And if you already got wealth, And you don't need no man for his money. That's cool. That's cool, because there are a lot of sisters out here that's getting it, getting it, getting it, getting it. Then what you do need him for is his blessings in your life. You having wealth have to be able to move your wealth out of the way and submit yourself to the authority and the will of your husband, even if you're the breadwinner. So he has to come with some things. He has to have some wisdom, some knowledge, some understanding, the ability to do things, the ability to lead and to govern. He has to be, because if he's not, why are you with him? I'm going to leave that conversation alone, and I'm going to leave it alone for a little bit. So sisters, be careful who you marry. There's a whole lot of traps out here for you, and they're waiting for you. And most of them come by way of a broke dude who look good, or he got something going on that you like, but it ain't bringing enough to the table so he can supply your needs and provide your food and put a roof over your head. Then you don't need that. That's just more aggravation and more trouble for you in your life. Let that go. Let it go. And Asa cut down her images and burned it at the brook of Kidron. Now let me point this out to you. Asa didn't just break them down. He took them and burnt them up. Fire is a purifier. He burnt them up. And that's what we must do. The Most High tells us when we come into a city and we take over the city, all the places of worship that was dedicated to deities, we are to break them down, destroy them, burn them up, except for places that was dedicated to the Most High. But all the places that was dedicated to deities, we're to break them down, destroy them. You don't go into the place that was worshipped to decorated to a deity. You don't go into that place and set up shop to worship the Most High in that place. Like, for example, you can't buy a church from Christians and then dedicate that church to the Most High. The Most High said you can't do that. But if you buy a synagogue, then you're at home, you're cool. But if you buy a church, because they practice idolatry in that church, you can't set up shop to glorify and to worship the Creator in that place. And if you have done so, I would advise you to get up out of there and run and go find another place. Now, if that church was originally a synagogue before it was a church and the original structure was a synagogue, then you can rededicate that place back to the Most High. It's all about the spiritual essence or the spiritual presence in its conception. If it was built as a church to practice idolatry, then it has that essence with it. It was built as a synagogue or a house of worship to worship the Most High, and it has that essence with it. Some of you who are my Facebook friends, you'll see where we have this big building on my page right now that we're demolishing. That's our synagogue. We own that. Brought and paid for, no debt. We're gutting it out, and we're going to rebuild it up to beautify it once again, to make it greater than its original glory. That's what we're doing. And what we're going to do with it, we don't know, because we're building down Georgia. So if anybody here within the sound of my voice, you want a synagogue to worship the Most High in, you're in the city of Philadelphia, and you just want a place of worship that's a beautiful place, and you got a congregation and you're ready for something on that nature, hit me up and let me know. And we can help you out. We can get you right up in there, because we just building it. We know we don't have no intentions on being here, but we have to restore it to its original glory and or better. And we will dedicate back to the Most High what already belongs to the Most High. That place was built as a synagogue from its conception in the 1950s. We've owned it now for a little over 15 years, I think, maybe like 15 years. We brought it 2007, almost 20 years we brought it. Yeah, so that's like 17, 18 years we've owned it. And it's dedicated to the Most High. But what we going to do with it? We either going to sell it, rent it, and let some Israelites have it. One way or another, we're going to do something with it. And if there are any Israelite congregations in the city of Philadelphia, or someone that's close to the city of Philadelphia that's willing to travel to run and operate the synagogue, Look me up, let me know. And if family, you hear this, if you know anybody that's in that position, then have them contact me and we can talk and we can arrange for the Most High's duties to be taking place in that place once again, because that's what I would really prefer. That's what I would really prefer. All right. That this building would always be a house of worship for the Most High's people. And it doesn't have to be me. I don't have to be the one who does it. But it has to be somebody that's really about the Creator's business, else I won't release it to them for no amount of money. Not in a rent form. Now, if you buy it, you want to buy the building, you do what you want with the building after that. You can do what you want. If you buy it, you spend all that money for it, you got the right to do whatever you want, because all we're going to be doing is building another one in Georgia, retransferring that essence over to another property. May the Most High be praised. But that's how we move, family. That's how we move, because the Most High's anointing is upon us, and we're grateful and we're appreciative of it. So let's move forward. But the high places were not taken away. Nevertheless, the heart of Asa was wholly true to the Most High all of his days. Now, if somebody wrote something about you today, would they be able to say that same thing about you? That your heart was wholly toward the Most High? Or are you still backsliding and sneaking around and doing little things that you choose to do to satisfy your own desire? Which one is that, family? His heart, the heart of Asa, was wholly true to the Most High all of his days. And he brought into the house of the Most High the sacred gifts of his father and his own sacred gifts, silver and gold and vessels. Now, the funny thing about this, now, Asa was a man that was pleasing in the sight of the Creator. But yet at his death, he's going to die of a sickness, of a disease, infestation, I believe it's of the feet. Now, you would have to wonder why. If this man is standing so right in the eyesight of the Creator, why did the Most High allow him to meet a death such as that? There's an indicator here, and I'm going to pull that indicator out. Verse 14, but the high places were not taken away. Some of the temples that they had to worship these idols in, Asa didn't take those temples away. He didn't destroy those temples. He allowed the people the ability to still practice idolatry, although he changed the idolatrous principles by tearing down all the statues and images and everything else. Asa still had something to answer to, but not only did he do that, but he did a few other things that we're going to read about today. Now, would these things be worthy of him dying the death that he died? I don't know. But you got to remember, the Most High was merciful to him for many years. Asa is going to remain king for 41 years. That's a long time for a man to be in power. He remained king for 41 years, and I'm sure he had a lot of blessings coming in his way. So let's watch what happens, what takes place. Now, this part here is the part that I'm trying to bring out. And there was war between Asa and Baasha. Now, Baasha is another figure that you're about to meet a little bit later on. But this chapter is just going to jump to the story of Baasha, and then it's going to go back to where Baasha comes from later. But as of right now, just watch how this story goes. And there was war between Asa and Baasha, king of Israel, all their days. Baasha, king of Israel, went up against Judah and built Ramah, that he might permit no one to go out of or come in to Asa, king of Judah. So Baasha had the same ideal that Jeroboam had. He's not Jeroboam's relative. Now, what he did was he had the same ideal. He didn't want nobody going over to Judah, because if they went to Judah, they might not return back to, what is that, Tisla or Ramah. They might not return back to those places. So therefore, he set up all these places and had people worship there. They couldn't even go to Asa. He made it forbidden for people to go to Asa. Let's watch. Then Asa took all the silver. Now, this is what I'm talking about. This is the second thing that in my opinion, that Asa did to cause the Most High's anger to be kindled against him. Now, he's going to do this thing. He's going to be successful at this thing. So the Most High blessed him. But at the same time, it doesn't relieve him of what he did against the Creator. Watch what he did. Then Asa took all the silver and the gold that was left in the treasures of the house of the Most High and the treasures of the king's house and gave them into the hands of his servants. Now, when first reading this, you would think that wouldn't be a problem because he's enriching the people. And the Most High is about taking what he has to help the people. But he didn't give it into the hands of the people for the people. He gave it to the hands of his servants so his servants can take it and deliver it to another man. So he gave the precious sacred things that belong to the Most High unto flesh and blood. And that's where Israel commits a lot of their sin today. What we do is we give the reverence, the glory, the praise that belongs to the Creator, and we give it to somebody who we say has lived on this earth, in this life. And we give the Most High's glory to that individual. No one gets the Most High's glory. And if you give anyone the Most High's glory, the Most High will hold you accountable for that. And a lot of times when you've been living in sin for so long, or you've been living under that curse for so long, that curse becomes a regular part of your life where it's no longer bringing you suffering and pain, but you are suffering. You just don't feel it because you're accustomed to it. You have grown acclimated to it, but it is a curse from the Most High. A lot of us give, every time we make prayer, we got to thank the Creator, and then we got to thank Christ, or we have to thank a deity after that, or someone or something. In that same breath, we thank the Most High, but we think of somebody else as well. And that's not the way this goes. For when reverence is due to the Most High, is due to the Most High alone. At least you could take a breath before you acknowledge someone else. But no, we say it out of the same breath, the same rhythm, as if that individual is the Creator, just a different name for the Most High. And it's not. We know it's not. So why are we doing it? Asa took and gave all the sacred things, the gold, the silver. It was cool when he did it with the king's house. You could do whatever you want to do in the king's house. But anything you dedicate to the Most High, it should never be used for another purpose again. You don't get to give and take back. Once you dedicate to the Most High, then that's where that thing is, to the service of the Creator. On our land, we have a principle. And that principle is anything in our temple, it has to stay there. If we take it out of the temple, the only place we can take it is the grounds right around the temple where we're still worshiping the Almighty. But we cannot take things out of the temple and use it for other purposes. We cannot and we will not. That's not what we do. We keep those things set apart for the service of the Most High. And if you don't, then that means you're not really about the Most High as you're supposed to be. May the Most High be praised. Anything that you have of your own that you dedicate to the Creator, you should never, ever, ever use it for another purpose. It should only be used for the purpose of the Most High, either on his holy days to give him glory and praise, or somewhere in that area. But you can't take a chair out of the temple and take it, loan it to your sister so she can use it at a baby shower or a party. You can't do things like that. You know, when I was in New York, I remember in New York, we had a building in New York that was dedicated to the Creator, a temple, green and patching. And in the daytime, on the Shabbat, we were worshiping the Most High. And at night or on Yom Rishon, we having a party in there with shake your booty, shake your booty, ho, shake your booty, shake your booty, in the same place that we worship the Most High. And that's wickedness. That's something that we should never do. For something you dedicate to the Creator should only be dedicated to the Most High and the Most High alone. You shouldn't have any other practice in this place except the worship of the Most High. You can't give something to the Most High and then take it back. Even the law tells you that in the book of Deuteronomy. If you dedicate a house to the Most High and you now decide, well, I want that house back, you had to pay a price to get that house back. You had to pay a fee. And the Levite determined how much that thing will cost you to get it back. You can't do that. If you dedicate a child to the Most High and then one day say, well, I need that child back, you had to pay a price to get that child excluded from the service of the Creator. It doesn't matter. Whatever you have by way of service to the Most High that you dedicate strictly for the Most High service, don't never take it back from the Most High again. Because if you take it back, the Most High shall hold you accountable. Your brother said Indian giver, right? That's right. So whatever you give to the Most High, let it remain with the Most High. Yep. The house of the Most High, the treasures. Now what Asa did, then Asa took all the silvers of the gold that were left to the treasures of the house of the Most High and the treasures of the king's house and gave them into the hands of his servants. And King Asa sent them to Ben-Hadad, the son of Tabrimon, the son of Hezion, king of Syria. He took all the sacred treasures, or many of the sacred treasures, and many of the gold that was in the house of the king. Really, what was in the house of the kings is one thing. That's his. He could do whatever he wanted to do with it. But the gold and the silver and all those things that was dedicated to the Most High, it was supposed to stay with the Most High. He gave it to the king Ben-Hadad. And this is the reason why he gave it to King Ben-Hadad, who lived in Damascus, saying, let there be a covenant between me and you, as there was between my father and your father. Behold, I am sending to you a present of silver and gold that I took from the house of the Most High, and now I'm giving it to you. He says, go break your covenant with Baasa, king of Israel, that he may withdraw from me. And Ben-Hadad listened to King Asa and sent the commanders of his armies against the cities of Israel and conquered Ijon, Dan, Abel-Bel-Maacah, and all Chinneroth, with all the lands of Naphtali. So Asa, I want y'all to pay close attention to this part too, because this is key. Ben-Hadad had a covenant with Baasa. Baasa was the king of Israel. Him and Ben-Hadad had a covenant agreement. They gave their word that this is what they would do. And both of them was being bound by that covenant and living up to that covenant. So Asa said, you know what? I know what is making Baasha so strong, which he was right. He tested the loyalty of Ben-Hadad with wealth, with money, and Ben-Hadad went for it. So I understand why Asa is doing what he's doing, but it's something that should have never been done. He took the gold and the treasures from the Most High's house to give to Ben-Hadad so that Ben-Hadad would change from serving Baasa and turn against Baasa and defeat him. Strategically, it was great. Strategically. But because he took from what belonged to the Creator and gave it to a mortal man, that's the problem. And to me, those two reasons that I mentioned is the reason why he's going to die the death that he died. Let me finish. Another problem that I have with this is that he took the covenant between these two men. It wasn't Asa's part, because Asa only did what he was supposed to do in that reference to try to save his people. But by Benadad proved to be an unloyal man to his own word that he gave to Baasa. Baasa would have never imagined that Benadad would have turned against him for a couple dollars, because he could have gave him a couple dollars. But how many people you know today, family, that dollar is the supreme agenda that they have in life? How many people do you know? Because we know a lot. We do. A lot of people are motivated by the dollar. If a better opportunity comes up here, over here, then I'm moving over there. And I'm going to leave you behind because I got an opportunity to make some money over here. And that's wicked. Then that meant that you had no loyalty in you from the beginning. You was only pretending. Always be a man and a woman of your word. When you give your word to somebody, do your very best to keep your word no matter what. If by chance you cannot keep your word, then you reach out to that person that you agreed and you made that covenant with, and you ask them for forgiveness and you ask them for a pardon. But do not take it upon yourself to just say, nah, I ain't doing that. And do not take it upon yourself to think that it's okay to just not keep your word to the people you gave your word to. We had at our school people sign a covenant that they would teach at our school. Nobody said, yeah, I will teach as long as this don't happen. But several of those people didn't keep their covenant. But you signed the covenant. You gave your word before the Almighty by sending that covenant back that you would work and you would teach at the school. When school opened up, them people wasn't there. They didn't do it. That is unrighteous. You don't give your word and not fulfill what you said. Even if you got, let's just hypothetically say there was a situation that came about. Not that it happened, but let's say it did. Then what's needed and necessary is for you to explain your situation, and then after you complete your contract that you agreed upon, separate yourself away. Meaning, well, Prince, you know I won't be back next year, right? Why? Because I can't do this no more. Well, you just agreed, you just signed a contract saying you was going to be here for this year. So yes, I'm going to give you that year, Prince, because I gave you my word. But after that, I can no longer do this. That's how men handle their business. Men don't get emotional in their panties and say, I know what I said, but but I'm mad or I'm upset or you hurt my feelings and I'm going to back out of this. That's not manly. That's not how men do. Men fulfill their word and then they'll move off if they have to. That's how men move. Or men would ask you to relieve them of that position and not just tell you, well, I ain't coming back. You can't get this from me because I know what I said that I'm going to do it in writing. You got it written in writing saying I'm going to do it. That's a contract. That's legally binding before the Almighty. But then you don't fulfill it. So you're a liar. You're wicked. There's no righteousness there. Something needs to be done. Now, by way of a woman, if that happened with a woman and her husband had told her to do it, her husband lives in that sin, not her. Sister, you're forgiven if you're obeying what your husband has commanded of you. But your husband has to pay the price for that wickedness. And believe me, he would. And if you're a man and you have done something of that nature, then you're accountable for your own sin. And you will pay the price for that. And if you ain't got a husband, also you are responsible for what you've done. Because you don't give your word to your brothers and sisters and then go back on your word and violate the covenant that you just made, that you just entered into. That's the whole reason why we give people covenants. Because you're agreeing to do this, and we know exactly what you're agreeing to, and that covenant is bound before the Creator. Going to move on. Just don't give anyone your word and then go back on your word, because the Most High will get you for that every time. You think your life is hard right now. Watch your life tomorrow. Oh, it's going to get worse. Believe me, it's going to get worse. And it's going to come to a point where you actually think that you're doing good. Oh, I'm doing all right now. I'm getting better. But I promise you, the bridge is all going to collapse. And the Most High is going to bring down his wrath in a way. And you're going to think about this conversation that Prince had with you and told you about the wickedness that you did. You got to pay that price for what the decision was that you made. It's not that simple. And a lot of us think that it is, but it's not. The Creator is going to hold us accountable for our shortcomings when we give our word and then violate our words. That's why I say, don't give nobody your word. Be slow on giving your word. But if you do give your word, fulfill it to the best of your ability. And if you cannot fulfill it, you make it right by asking that person to forgive you and relieve you of that responsibility. Not you quitting and saying, I can't, I'm not, and I won't. But just simply asking, hey, listen, bro, I know I promised you I would do this, but I'm asking that you forgive me because this and this and this and this. So will you forgive me and relieve me of that duty? And if that brother say no, you got to fulfill it, then you fulfill it. If that sister says no, you got to fulfill it, then you fulfill it. Be a man or a woman of your word, no matter how hard it is for you, no matter how difficult it is for you, keep your word. That's a part of the reason why we are where we are today, because very few people honor their own covenant that they make with another brother or sister. Very few. I had brothers who said to me, I'm here with you for the rest of my life. Well, they still alive and they ain't here with me. So I don't know what to say. May the Most High judge between us. I'm going to continue to do what I have to do, no matter who's here and who's not. And if you still one of those people in the background watching and seeking and trying to find out, the best way you can do it is to get firsthand knowledge. Come down, let me show you around. Let me take you on a ride and journey through on our gator that we just got fixed. We take them rides through all the woods and through the jungle and over the swamp and the creeks and all that stuff, so we can show you around. Because our life is an open book. May the Most High be praised. Verse 21. And when Baasha heard of it, when he heard of it, he stopped building Ramah, and he lived in Tirzah. Then King Asa made a proclamation to all Judah. None was exempt, that they carried away the stones of Ramah and its timber with which Baasha had been building. And with them, King Asa built Geba of Benjamin and Mitzpah. Now the rest of the acts of Asa, all his might and all that he did, and the cities that he built, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the Kings of Yehudah? Now watch this. But in his old age, he was diseased in his feet, and it killed him. He had a fabulous life, but he made a few mistakes in his life that scriptures did not show us, where he asked the Creator for forgiveness. And he had a price to pay for those things. And all he had to simply do was go to the Most High and ask for forgiveness. But I don't think at that time that he even realized that what he did was evil by giving away the sacred things that belong to the Most High unto a nobody, flesh and blood. But in his old age, he was diseased in his feet, and Asa slept with his fathers and was buried with his fathers in the city of David, his father, and Jehoshaphat, his son, reigned in his place. Now, Asa had a son whose name was Jehoshaphat. Nadab, the son of Jehoram, now Jeroboam had died. His son Nadab takes over. All right. So watch how this goes, because this is going to introduce how Baasa became into the kingship. Nadab, the son of Jeroboam, now we went back in history again, began to reign over Israel, Yisrael, the second year of King Asa, king of Judah. So Asa that we just read about, when he became king in his second year, Jeroboam's son Nadab began to rule. And he reigned over Yisrael 2 years. He did what was evil in the sight of the Most High, and walked in the ways of his father and his sin, which he made Yisrael to sin. Did you notice that how the fathers would sin and then teach their children to sin, who would in turn teach their children to sin? And every once in a while, one of those children would get up enough righteousness to turn back to the ways of the Most High. This story goes on and on and on. So is the story of our life today. We have been taught how to worship the Most High from sinners. How can you learn to worship the Most High from sinners? And as Nasi liked to teach, to be a sinner and to sin are two different things. So when I say that we are learning how to worship the Most High from sinners, we are actually learning how to worship the Most High from people who live in sin and practice sinful actions. Not somebody that made a mistake in sin, but people who actually live there and find that to be the most comfortable place. We have to stop that. When we know that something is unrighteous, we have to teach it as so. We have to share with the earth that this is an unrighteous practice. Has nothing to do with the Creator. So throughout history, as we're reading about a lot of fathers who taught their children how to be sinful and wicked before the Most High. And we today are living in the midst of people who have learned unrighteous behavior and then call it worshiping and serving and praising the Creator. And we have to get away from that. So now here we go. Baasa, the son of Ahiah of the house of Issachar, conspired against him. And Baasa struck him down, and Gibbeth, which belonged to the Philistines, for Nadab and all Yisrael was laying siege to Gibbeth. So Baasa killed him the 3rd year of Asa, king of Judah, and reigned in his place. And that's how Baasa became king in Israel. He usurped the throne from the son of Jehoshaphat's son. He killed him and took over the throne. As I was saying earlier, most of the people in Israel, most of the kings barely got to hand down their kingdom to their children after them. 1 or 2 of them maybe. And then after that, their children, if they did do it, would get killed off and knocked off and destroyed. And a lot of times it was the people right in the midst of them that they felt the most comfortable with that killed them. Just like Baasa. Baasa just went and killed the rightful king, Ahiah. That's not his name. What was his name? What was his name, family? What was his name? Nadab. That was his name. Nadab. Baasa just went in and killed Nadab, who was in the lineage of the man who was in charge before that. That's what happens. Asa, king of Judah, and reigned in his place. And as soon as he was king, he killed all the house of Jeroboam. Jeroboam's children was all killed by Baasa because he didn't want. Nadab was a descendant of Jeroboam, but Baasa didn't want anyone alive. So he killed Nadab and the rest of his brothers and sisters. And Baasa was so treacherous that he killed all their friends as well. He wasn't leaving one stone unturned. He didn't just kill the royal seed, he killed all the friends of the royal seed. And as soon as he was king, he killed all the house of Jeroboam. He left to the house of Jeroboam not one that breatheth until he had destroyed it, according to the word that he had spoken by his servant Ahiah the Shilonite. It was for the sins of Jeroboam that he sinned, and that he made Israel to sin, and because of the anger in which he provoked the Most High, the Elohim of Israel. Now the rest of the acts of Nadab and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the Kings of Israel? And there was war between Asa and Baasa, king of Israel, all their days. And how did he end that war? Asa ended that war by taking the treasures from the Creator and the king's house and giving it to Benadad, so Benadad can go to war against Baasa and destroy Baasa. And that's exactly what happened. I mean, I respect the wisdom that Asa had, but the fact that he gave of the Most High's sacred relics to a commoner, that's a problem, and that's a price that he has to pay for. In the 3rd year of Asa, king of Yehudah, Baasa, the son of Ahiah, began to reign over all Israel at Tirzah. Now, I got to point out Tirzah. I mentioned Tirzah earlier with Ramah. Tirzah, at this particular time, was the capital of Israel. You know how the United States has Washington, D.C. as our capital? And then little states have, like Pennsylvania, got Harrisburg as their capital. I don't know what state you're in, but every state has a capital to that state in one of those towns. Okay? Tirzah was the capital of Israel in the northern kingdom. Tirzah was his capital. And he reigned 24 years. Baasa reigned 24 years. He did what was evil in the sight of the Most High, and walked in the ways of Jeroboam, and in his sin which he made Israel to sin. And the word of the Most High came to Jehu, the son of Hanani. And the word of the Most High came to Jehu. Now, Jehu is a prophet. He was the son of Hanani. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Hanani was a priest against Baasha. Now, the prophet is going to prophesy against the king of Israel, Baasa. And this is what he had to say. He says, since I exalted you out of the dust and made you leader over my people, Israel, and you have walked in the ways of Jeroboam and have made my people Israel to sin, provoking me to anger with their sins, behold, I will utterly sweep away Baasa and his house, and I will make your house like the house of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat. What is the Most High saying here? The Most High is saying to Baasa, I'll put you in position. I put you in position to remove a filthy people, but you have become filthy just like those people, if not greater. Therefore, the same curse that I gave to them, I'm going to give to you. All of your house will be destroyed and removed. All of them. Can you imagine how Baasa was feeling at this time? It says, anyone belonging to Baasa who died in the cities, the dogs shall eat. And anyone who dies in the fields, the birds of the heavens shall eat. Now, the rest of the acts of Baasa and what he did and his might, are they not written in the Chronicles, the books of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? And Baasa slept with his fathers and was buried in Tirzah, the capital. And Elah, his son, reigned in his place. Now, you see how they just had that king gave his throne to his son, and Jeroboam gave his throne to his son, and he tried to give it to his son, but it only lasts, 7 days, I think it was, before Baasa came in and killed him. He didn't last long, and Baasa killed him and took over. Now Baasa is being killed. And Elon, his son, took over in his place. Moreover, the word of the Most High came to the prophet Jehu, the son of Hanani, against Baasa and his house, both because of all the evils that he did in the sight of the Most High, provoking him to anger with the works of his hands, in being like the house of Jeroboam, and also because he destroyed it. In the 6th year of Asa, king of Judah, Elah, the son of Baasa, began to reign over Yisrael in Tirzah, and he reigned 2 years. But his servant Zimri, commander of half his chariots, conspired against him. Now his servant Zimri, now this is what I want to put in order so you all follow me. I want to give it to you actually so you can all see it. Zimri was a servant to the king. And what he did was he conspired against the king, who was of Baasa seed, to destroy them. But Zimri didn't notice that Baasa's army had a faithful man named Omri, who was a general. Now, Zimri kills, what is his name? What's his name? Tell me his name. Somebody tell me his name. Anybody remember his name? What was the king's son's name of the house of Baasa? Nadab? Nadab was his name. Yeah, Nabat. Nadab, I thought it was. Nabat was the son of...
No, Eli.
Oh, we want Eli? Wait a minute, though. I want to go through the...
Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
Let me go. You know, you might be right. Let me see. And the word of the Most High came to Jehu Hananiah. Okay, Baasa saying, I'm going to kill Baasa. Very good. He killed Baasa. It's so many names in here, and this is why I forget. The house of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat. That's Jeroboam's father's name. And Baasa died in the cities. Right. Now, the rest of the acts of Baasa, right? And then there were Chronicles, King, and Baasa slept with his father. Eli, his son. That's his name.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Now, Eli took over from his father, Baasa.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Eli had generals, and one of his generals' name was Omri. Okay? Omri was a great general, and we're going to read all about him in a minute. Omri wasn't no joke. But Omri was away when Zimri came in and executed Eli. And that's what we're about to read right now. Verse 9. Omri was away when Zimri came in to execute Eli. Now watch this. But his servant Zimri, commanded of half his chariots, conspired against him when he was in Tirzah, drinking himself drunk in the house of Arzai, who was over the household of Tirzah. Tirzah was the nation, that capital. So Eli was getting drunk, and Zimri killed him. He fell upon him while he was getting drunk because he was close to him, because he was one of his military men. Zimri came in and struck him down and killed him in the 27th year of Asa, king of Judah. He didn't realize that Omri was away, but he knew he wanted the throne. So he killed Eli and took over the kingdom, but for a very short time. Now, but watch how it goes, because he about to die too. and reigned in his place. When he began to reign, as soon as he had seated himself on his throne, he struck down all the house of Baasa. He did not leave him a single male of his relatives or his friends alive. The reason why is because Baasa was worse than Jeroboam. He followed in the sins of Jeroboam. So all of his sins was wiped out, as the Most High said. He did not leave him a single male of his relatives or his friends, killed their friends as well. Thus Zimri destroyed all the house of Baasa, according to the word of the Most High, which he spake against Baasa by Jehu the prophet. For all the sins of Baasa and the sins of Eli his sons, which they sinned and which they made Yisrael to sin, provoked the Most High of Yisrael to anger with their idols. Now, the rest of the acts of Eli and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the Kings of Israel? Yes. In the 27th year of Asa, king of Yehuda, Zimri reigned 7 days. He reigned 7 days. 7 days. Now, he reigned 7 days until Omri returned. When Omri returned, Omri going to kill Zimri. And then another man's going to take up in Zimri's stead, I believe it's his son, and then half the kingdom is going to be split again, the kingdom of Israel. Some of the children of Israel are going to go with his son, and then some of the children of Israel is going to go with Omri. But watch what happens. This is very important in history. This is what a lot of people don't teach. But you must know your history, know who you are, know where you're from, because history is destined to repeat itself. And this is exactly what we got here today, repeating itself over and over and over. Israel hating Israel. Israel at war with Israel. Israel don't want you being with another Israelite place. Right now, my family going to see another community because that's the way it should be. We should be able to travel, but we have to travel together to go visit other communities. Not no one individual packing up going to see another community, but the people together, communal, going to see another community. That's the way it should be. In the 27th year of Asa, king of Yehuda, Zimri reigned 7 days in Tirzah. Now the troops were encamped against Gibeah, which belonged to the Philistines, and the troops were encamped. As the troops were encamped, they heard it. Zimri has conspired, and he has killed the king. Therefore, all Yisrael made Omri, the commander of the army, king over Yisrael. All the people had decided that Omri is going to be our king. Omri is going to be the king over Israel. And Omri means something like sheaf of grain on my sheaf. It's also can mean pupil of the Most High. All depends on how they have it. But Omri was a bad dude. And we're going to have to read a little bit about Omri in a little bit. Not now, and just in a second. Ain't going to be too long, but we're going to read about Omri. Because I must let you know, Omri was a powerful man. He was somebody that went down in history. And every Israelite should know his name. But I know a lot of us don't. But we should, because he was a powerful man. And he was a crafty man. But we're going to get into that in a second. Therefore, all Yisrael made Omri the commander of the army, king over Yisrael, that day in the camp. So Omri went up from Gibbethon, and all Yisrael with him, and they besieged Tirzah. And when Zimri saw that the city was taken, he went into the citadel of the king's house and burnt the king's house over him. So he went in and committed suicide. He went into the king's house and burnt it all down while he was inside the building, rather than to succumb to Omri and the children of Israel killing him. Because of his sins that he committed, doing evil in the sight of the Most High, walking in the ways of Jeroboam, and for his sin which he committed, making Israel to sin. Now the rest of the acts of Zimri and the conspiracy that he made, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? Now you would think that after he died, it's over with him. The children of Israel, they made a king. So you would think that that king Omri that they made was going to be supreme ruler. But no, the children of Israel didn't like that. They had another man that they wanted to be king. And so these two people are going to go to war. But Omri, as I told you, was a military genius. Then the people of Israel were divided into two parts. Half followed Tibni, the son of Ginath, to make him king, and half followed Omri. But the people who followed Omri overcame the people who followed Tibni, the son of Gibnah. So Tibni died, and Omri became king. Do you see how they say that? They said there was a conspiracy. I mean, they said there was a problem. Some of the people sided with Tibni. Some of the people decided with Omri. And then all of a sudden they say, and Tibni died. How he died? He just didn't fall dead. Omri killed him. Omri went in, surplanted, and took over the kingdom because he was a military genius. This is deep. Watch this. He was like a Hannibal type genius type stuff. In the first year of Asa, king of Judah, Omri began to reign over Israel in the 30th year of Asa. And he reigned for 12 years. 6 years he reigned in Tirzah. He brought the heel of Samaria from Shemir for 2 talents of silver, and he fortified the heel and called the name of the city that he built Samaria, after the name of Shemer, the owner of the heel. Now let me explain to you what just happened. Has anybody heard of Samaria? Samaria is where Israel lived. Well, Samaria got its name. That's even in the New Testament, Samaria. That name is just famous for where Israelites are. The land got its name from its previous owner, but Omri named it Samaria. Omri bought the land. He was the ruler who bought the land from a man and took possession of it and gave it its name. This name goes out throughout history from this day forward, Samaria. And the people who lived there were called Samaritans. You remember the story in the New Testament with the lady by the well, the Samaritan by the well, who was talking to JC? That's what they're talking about, Samaritan. But that lady was a convert who after Tiglath-Pileser went in and took the Israelites out, she was one of the people who lived in the land. So she wasn't an Israelite. According to that story, all these things I'm saying is factual. I don't know about the history, but I'm just telling you what it says, what the history says. So all the people are gathered now under the leadership of Omri. And Omri was a powerful man, very powerful man. And we're going to read up a little bit about Omri just to give us a little bit of understanding of how powerful of a man Omri was. Okay? I got the wrong thing. I'm sharing the wrong thing. Stop sharing that. Let me bring it up. All right. Let's read a little bit about Omri. Just so I can give you a little bit of history, because I don't want to leave you not knowing. I got to give you some history about Omri, so you'll know who Omri was. Okay? This is the history that we're going to read about the man named Omri. Now, I don't know if you all can see that, but I don't think I can make the letters any bigger. So you all have to try to follow along with me. Omri is a man that's worthy of mention because he was so sharp, he was so intelligent, he was an Israelite. And let's see a little bit about what happened with Omri. Omri, Akkadian, all right, 9th century, was according to the Hebrew Bible the 6th king of Israel, the northern kingdom. He was a successful military campaigner who extended the northern kingdom of Israel. He was famous for expanding the kingdom. Other monarchs from the house of Omri are Ahab. We're about to read about the king Ahab in a few. Ahab, who married Jezebel. That's Omri's son. And we're going to read about that. Jezebel was a Sidonian. She was a pagan, but Ahab married her. But watch, let's read on. Azariah, Joram, and Athaliah. Do we all remember Athaliah? Athaliah was the daughter of Ahab and Jezebel, who married an Israelite king. And I believe it was Joram, I believe it was. Don't hold me on that, but I believe it was Joram. I think that's who it was that he married. And when the husband died, she took over as queen and killed people so she could take over as queen. And she reigned as queen or / king in Judah for a period of time. So somebody in the kingship lineage of David married one of Omri's children through Ahab and Jezebel's lineage, and then she died. All right, then yeah, they killed her. But let me finish. King Zimri, like his predecessor, King Zimri, who ruled for only 7 days, Omri is the second king mentioned in the Bible without a statement of his tribal origin. So we don't know what tribe Omri came from, but there are several indicators that they utilize to say that he may be from this tribe or this tribe. And that's what we're about to read today. And one possibility, though unproven, is that he was of the tribe of Issachar, which could be true. And they're going to state the reasons why later. And if they don't state it here in my readings, I'll go back and explain it. Nothing is said in scripture about the lineage of Omri. His name may be Amorite or Arabic or Hebrew in origin. Omri is accredited with the construction of Samaria, which is the capital city of the northern kingdom, and established it as his capital. Although the Bible is silent about other actions taken during his reign, he is described as doing more evil than all the kings who preceded him. An alternative modern hypothesis maintains that as founder of the house of Omri, an Israelite royal house, his kingdom formed the first state in the land of Israel, and that the kingdom of Judah only achieved statehood much later. Extra biblical sources such as the Mishah Stele of the Black Obelisk of the Shalmaneser III, Tiglath-Pileser's great-grandson, also mention his name. However, in the case of the Black Obelisk, the reference is to be dynastic name for Omri rather than Omri himself. Many scholars consider Omri the first truly historical figure in the Bible, though this is debated. Omri was so powerful as a man that he had other kingdoms, other nations writing about him in their history. That's how powerful he was. The name Omri itself is puzzling to scholars. Its etymology is uncertain. The theories have proposed the origin in several Semitic languages. In the Hebrew Bible, the name Omri appears 3 times outside of referring to the king. First, to denote a son of Becher. The second, of Benjamin's 10 sons. So that's why they say he might be out of the tribe of Benjamin. But let's read on. Second, to denote a descendant of Perez, son of Judah. and finally to denote a prince of the tribe of Issachar. And that's why they believe that he was from the tribe of Issachar, because they have a history of someone being named Omri out of the tribe of Issachar that was a prince. Seemingly suggests an Israelite origin for the name. Likewise, that Jezreel was the site of Omri's estate. His estate has been taken by some scholars in indicating that Omri had called the area home, which may imply he was assigned to the tribe of Issachar. But this remains unproven. If Omri, and by extension his name, was indeed all of Israelite provenances, a number of Hebrew etymologies have been proposed for Omri, including a hyperchorism of the unattested personal name Amariah, servant of Yah, and derivation from the verb amar, which is amar, meaning to bind or to gather. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave that where it is, and you can always read up on Omri for yourself. It's a very interesting read, a very impactful read. And I would applaud you to strengthen yourself with this understanding, especially if you have any intentions or any desires to become a spiritual leader in the future. If you could see where the Most High is guiding your life, and that's one of the places where he's taking your life, then you should really understand who Omri is, because he plays a significant role in the development of the nation of Israel. He was Ahab's father. Ahab was the one that they call the husband of the one that they call Jezebel. And everybody know who Jezebel was. Okay? Everybody know what a Jezebel is. Everybody know who Jezebel is. Everybody know who Jezebel. You might not know who she was. She was a Sidonian, but everybody call other women Jezebels, today. But I don't know. Let's move on. All right. Omri did what was evil in the sight of the Most High, and did more evil than those who were before him. For he walked in all the ways of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, and in the sins that he made Israel to sin, provoking the Most High, the Elohim of Israel, to anger by his idols. Now the rest of the acts of Omri that he did, and the might that he showed, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the Kings of Israel? And Omri slept with his fathers and was buried in Samaria, and Ahab, his son, reigned in his place. Now, while Ahab is reigning, there's going to be another king that's going to be in Israel named Ahaz. You're going to have an Ahab and an Ahaz. Ahaz was a king in Judah. Ahab was a king in Israel. Two different people, two different kings. And they reigned at two different times, if I'm not mistaken. First Kings chapter 16, verse 29. In the 38 years of Asa, king of Yehudah, Ahab, the son of Omri, began to reign over Israel. And Ahab, the son of Omri, reigned over Israel in Samaria 22 years. And Ahab, the son of Omri, did evil in the sight of the Most High, more than all who were before him. And as if it had been a light thing for him to walk in the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, he took for his wife Jezebel, the daughter of Ethbaal. Now let's think for a minute. Ethbaal. Baal is the name of a deity. And if this is saying Ishbaal, which we don't know, it's saying man of Baal, or man of that deity. And Ethbaal was king of the Sidonians. That was his name, Ethbaal, which is so close to Ishbaal. Let me see what it says in Hebrew. Ethbaal, could be Ishbaal. King of the Sidonians, and went and served Baal and worshipped him. Ahab, who was Omri's son, married to Jezebel, but yet served Baal and worshipped him. He erected an altar for Baal in the house of Baal, which he built in Samaria. And Ahab made an Ashereth. He's worshiping her as well, a plant, a deity. Ahab did more to provoke the Most High, Ha Elohim of Israel, to anger than the kings of Israel who were before him. In his days, Hael of Bethel built Jericho. He laid his foundation at the cost of Abiram, his firstborn, and set up his gates as the cost of his youngest son, Serug, according to the word of the Most High, which he spake by Yahashua, the son of Nun. Now Elijah, the Tishbite of Gilead, in Gilead, said to Ahab, as the Most High Elohim of Israel lives, before whom I stand, there shall be neither dew nor rain these years, except by my word. He got up there and proclaimed that he was a prophet of the Most High. And he said, it will be no rain except if I say it's going to be rain. Do you know the kind of power it takes to do that? Do you know the kind of confidence it takes to do that? Let me tell you something about Eliyahu. Eliyahu, the whole reason, that's my favorite prophet through the whole scriptures. But he is the reason why I named this chapter, Can a Poor Man / Woman Serve the Creator? Because Elijah, his name Eliyahu, was poor. He was a poor man. He ain't had much of nothing. Matter of fact, he lived wherever he went. He just walked the streets like a homeless man. He lived wherever he went, wherever the Most High sent him or wherever he ended up, that's where he went. He had not a house or home, nowhere. But yet he had plenty of houses and plenty of homes. We're going to read about it. Watch this. When you talk about can a poor man serve the Creator, then you have to look at that example through the prophet Elijah, Eliyahu, and see what that's talking about. And the word, 1 Kings chapter 17, verse 2. And the word of the Most High came to him. It says to him, to Eliyahu, depart from here and turn east and hide yourself by the brook Cheroth. So he wanted him to go and live out in the wilderness by the river and hide himself, which is east of the Jordan. Now, the Most High told him all these things, but the Most High had a plan for the life of him, this poor man. Hold on a second, please. The Most High had a plan for him. This man had not a house or a home, no KSF in his pocket. Matter of fact, he was so poor, all he had was a mantle around him and a robe across his private parts. That's how poor he was. That's how poor he was. Now watch this. The Most High gave him a command and said, go over here by the river, Cheroth, and stay there, Cherith, which is east of the Jordan. It says, you should drink from the brook as I have commanded the ravens to feed you. This man was so poor, he didn't even have any food. But the Creator commanded the ravens to bring him food. Now, what is a raven? A raven is a scavenger bird. Ravens will go and eat dead things. But these ravens was commanded to feed Elijah. Now, these ravens wasn't dead, so whatever they brought him, it was cool, as long as it wasn't something dead. You follow me? These ravens fed him by the water. Now, I want y'all to think about this for a minute, because Elijah was one of the poorest men in the scriptures, but he was the greatest prophet in the scriptures, and he was one of the richest men in the scriptures. Remember what I told you about riches and wealth? Riches and wealth doesn't always be determined by the amount of Kesef money that you have in your pocket. Elijah ate every day. He slept where he chose to sleep. He had clothes on his back. He had water to drink. He had basically everything he needed, basically. And he needed some shelter. He about to get that. Watch this is amazing. He was one of the poorest men in the world, in the prophetic world of this time, but yet the Most High provided all of his needs. What am I saying, family? I'm saying you who think you're suffering, you who think you're broke, think you've gone through something, put your trust in the Creator and watch how he supplies your needs. Watch how he opens the doors and open the windows so all your blessings just start flushing in on your life. Watch it. You, the young girl that's in college, trying to serve the Creator while you're in college, keep up the faith. Stay loyal to this King and watch he will provide all your needs. You, the mother of 3 and 4, who's struggling trying to keep your children listening to this video right now, tuned in to Prince while he's teaching, and you're trying to teach your children to return back to the Most High, so you got them sitting down, young men, young women, sitting around the television while you're watching Prince teach. Keep the faith, because the Most High will show you he got your back. You can barely feed your children, but you got the videos on so you can hear the word of the Most High come through your screen and penetrate the ears of your children and saturate itself within their subconsciousness. That's power. That's wealth. That's riches. Your children will be blessed as you will also be blessed. You watch what the Father does for Elijah, who didn't have anything. He didn't have half of what the most poorest person right now has. He didn't have half of that. And watch what happens. You talk about a miracle. The Most High is the miracle maker. He's the miracle maker. There is none like him. And when the Most High creates a miracle for you in your life, all he really wants you to do is share with somebody else that's less fortunate than you. And if you don't do that, you will soon lose the miracle that the Most High blessed you with in your life. I promise you. He says, you shall drink from the brook, and I have commanded the ravens, scavenger birds, to feed you. The birds are going to bring him his food every day. So he went and did according to the words of the Most High. Do y'all hear this? Let this register in your mind for a minute. Because you say you're a servant of the Most High. You say you're righteous before the Creator. But Elijah, Eliyahu, he proved that he's righteous before the Creator. And what am I getting at? If the Most High told you to do that, you wouldn't do it. If the Most High told you to live down by the river and eat from the birds, you wouldn't believe it was possible. You would say that that's somebody else trying to tell you to do that. But guess what, family? The Most High didn't tell you to do it. He made you do it. And you might not be living down by the river, but your life is one that is suffering right now because the Most High, your power, he commanded for it to be. But he didn't cause you to suffer so that you will be hurting and in pain. He caused you to suffer so that you will learn to trust in him. Turn in the direction of him and let him work his miracles and his wonders in your life. Elijah, he commanded of Elijah, and Elijah obeyed. You haven't gotten to that level yet. Because the simple things that he commanded you to do, you did the opposite, and that's why you're in the condition you're in today. But there's still hope because he is most merciful. He is most merciful. which means even in your ignorance of disrespecting and rebelling against him, he's still going to give you an opportunity to transform your life. And he's going to do that with the mistakes that you already made. This king is awesome. He's awesome. We have to understand that. Watch what he did with Elisha. So he went and did according to the words of the Most High, because he's faithful, because he obeys the Most High. You too must learn to obey the Creator. He went and lived by the brook Cherith that is in the east of the Jordan. Now, he did all this because he had a reason and a purpose for Eliyahu to do this. Eliyahu didn't know. He didn't explain to Eliyahu what he was preparing him for. All he did was told this man, go be poor and live like a vagabond. There's a word that they have for this. They call it pauper. A pauper is a poor man who doesn't own or have anything. So he told him to go live like a pauper. And he did according to the word of the Most High. He went and he lived by the brook Cherith that is east of the Jordan. And the ravens did what the Most High commanded them to do. And they brought him bread and meat in the morning, and bread and meat in the evening, and he drank from the rock. Damn. He drank from the brook. Wow. Do you understand? This man was homeless, but he was completely at peace. He didn't have a need or a care in the world. All his needs was provided. And when he got in his mind, I want to go live in a house and a bed and get a cooked meal, he didn't have a wife, he didn't have a house, he didn't have a bed. Watch what the Most High does for him, family. Can a poor man or a poor woman serve the Creator? That all depends on the type of mindset that they have. If your mind ain't right, then the answer is no. And what I mean by that is, your mindset that ain't right, you being poor, you're going to go out and do all types of things to try to gain some riches. You will compromise the laws of the Creator to be able to take care of yourself. If your mind is right, you will comfortably accept what the Most High has done for you, the position that he's placed you in, like Dawid, and say, you know what? This is the result of the sins that I've committed. You will comfortably accept that and just keep on doing what you're doing to better yourself in righteousness with righteous parameters based around what you do. And the Most High will give you the windows and the doors of a delight of your spirit. And he will open those windows and doors and bring down blessings upon you. You have to be tested. You have to go through the trials and the troublesome times before the Most High gives you what he wants to give to you. And you got to be purified in your mind. You got to be right. Because if you still got that wickedness that got you in the situation that you in, think about this for a minute, sisters. You got 3, 4, 5 children, and you still fucking. You still having sex with all these dudes, and ain't none of them your husband. But you call yourself righteous. You show up to the Shabbat class every Shabbat and say Shabbat Shalom. Why? Who are you fooling? Nobody but yourself. Because the Most High sees it. The Most High knows what you're doing. And for a lot of y'all brothers walking around out here talking about you righteous and you on the right path and you screwing every girl that gives you the opportunity to sex her. You are wicked. There's no righteousness in you. See, Eliyahu didn't have that issue. He didn't have that problem. His mind was fully committed to the Most High. Fully. That meant that he couldn't be enticed by sex. He couldn't be enticed by money. He couldn't be enticed by a job to work on the Shabbat. He could not be enticed. Just like you shouldn't be enticed. So you talk that talk. Let me see you walk that walk. You know what's needed and required of you to serve this king, to do it. It's not a whole lot of room for confusion. Can a poor man or woman serve the Creator? Absolutely, with the right mindset. Absolutely. Absolutely. But we got to be willing to give the Most High the best of us. Not a lot of us are, and most of us are not. We're not ready to give the Most High the best of us. You got 8 and 9 children, 7, 8, 9, 10 children. You got them all lined up around the television while you watching the service of teachings of the Most High, in hopes that it will saturate and penetrate into the minds of your children so that they cannot make the mistakes that you made while growing up. And that's the beautiful thing. A woman like that, a single mother like that, the Most High will bless you for your efforts. And it's no longer, once they get of age, it's no longer your responsibility. You're not being held accountable for the way that they do whatever it is that they do at that time, because you gave them what they needed. And if that child becomes an adult, at one point in their lives, they're going to highly consider returning back to the teachings that you gave them. Raise up a child in the way in which they should go. And then in the end, they should return back to it. They shall never forget. Do your job, sisters and brothers. Put it up, wrap it up, zip it up, and keep it zipped up until you get a wife. Stop destroying the lives of these young ladies who are, a lot of these women are really serious about trying to serve the Creator. And they're really celibate and don't want to give it up until they get married, until they met you. And you came in the spirit of the adversary, the spirit of the devil. You're going to convince them to go against the covenant that they made to be celibate until they were married. So you pretend to marry them. But you're just pretending. Yeah, come on, sis, I got you. You're going to be my wife. The Most High going to bring a wrath of judgment upon you. It's going to rip you up. Don't play with this king. And that woman who gave herself to you in hopes and prayers that you were the one to help relieve her of her sin, of her burdens, of her troubles, and make her life better, you played with her. He's going to take her from you and give her to somebody better than you. That's how the Most High do. And the people who got common spirits like you, they're going to get all angry and aroused and upset. None of that matters, because the Most High is king. He's in charge. He sees the innocence of these women, these young ladies who are really serious. They made that mistake, but they're changing now. They're not trying to walk in that direction anymore. But here you go with your fine looking self. Couple dollars in your pocket because you just got your income tax. Really, you broke, but you got your income tax. So you got a couple dollars in your pocket. You fine looking dude, you one of them pretty boys. Here she is, a beautiful young lady dedicated to her service to the Most High. And you beguiled her and you tricked her. You never had any intentions on doing right by her. You only wanted what she had that she wasn't giving up. You don't even know that it's not you, but the spirit that governs you that's attracting you to her. Because that energy sees the energy that she's putting out in the universe, so it draws you to her, so you can devour her, so that she is not found acceptable in the eyes of the Creator. And so the story goes. And so the story goes. A young lady who was preserving herself for the Most High, you slipped up in there. You found a way to allow the adversary to use you to destroy that covenant that she had with the Creator. And now she's sitting back 4 and 5 children later, 3 and 4 children later, by all these different men. Still in her heart want to be right before the Creator, but she feels so used and abused. She can't get it back together again. How's she going to get back right? You're going from women to women to women to women, female to female to female to female, and you're destroying and impregnating their lives, every one of them, and not claiming none of them. You claiming why you with them. Yeah, you my wife. But when you leave them, you don't give them a bill of divorce. You just keep it moving. You just keep it moving. And when she call and asks you for a bill of divorce, you get angry and frustrated and act like you righteous. I ain't got nothing to do with you. That ain't right. That ain't how the Most High has written it and subscribed it to be. But that's how you living. Most High gonna catch up to you, bro. You can't do that to the daughters of Zion. The Father will rip you a good one. And he would allow the whole world to see it when he rips it. How we get on that subject? Let's keep moving. But he gave them bread to eat and water to drink from the brook. And after a while, the brook dried up. Now watch this. That means that when the Most High is supplying for you in your life, the way that he was supplying for you, you can no longer depend on. The Most High will bring women and men into your life to help you get what you need to survive if you trust in him. And that has nothing to do with how much money you got in your pocket. It has everything to do with the way you perceive things to be. If you dedicate your existence to this king will provide for you. Sure, he's going to test you along the way to make sure that you're really right with him, but he will provide for you. People will come from nowhere that they don't even know, and they will be doing things for you to make sure you're straight. I remember one day this young lady, this man, didn't sleeping in their car, didn't have nowhere to sleep. And they came and applied for this apartment. They had a job, but didn't have nowhere to live. Well, they didn't qualify because they didn't make enough money. But the sister said that they were sleeping in the car, and I could prove it to you. So I looked in the back of the car. All their stuff was in the back of the car, so I had to give them a place. What made me do that? The Most High made me do that. Through his blessings upon my life, I had to bless somebody else. So I gave them a place that they really couldn't do. You know what I mean? They couldn't qualify, but I made it happen. And they've been pretty good tenants from all. They've been there over a year now, and they've been pretty, I don't know if the girl's still there, but the guy's still there. And they're pretty good tenants to the day. Pretty good. But the Creator will make people come into your life to test you, to see where you're at in all of this. And a lot of times when you're on point, he'll bring people in your life to help advance your journey and your calling. This is deep, man. The Most High is deep. And after a while, the brook dried up because there was no rain in the land. Remember, he said it wasn't going to rain till he called. He could have said, all right, rain, come on, rain, it's time to rain now, to satisfy himself. But that wasn't the Most High's plan. He had to do what the Most High had for him to do. And the Most High said, it's not time. That famine had to sit in the land for a longer duration of time. But I got something for you over here. See how the Most High works? You obey his voice, he will provide for you. Don't obey the European's voice or the oppressor's voice, because the oppressors say, I need you to come in on Saturday at 7 o'clock in the morning when the sun rises. And you say, well, I need my job. I got to feed my kids. Let me go and work for the oppressor 7 o'clock in the morning. You tell him, no, I can't. I don't work on the Shabbat. Tell him no. And watch how the Most High will take him and move him out of your way, where he will no longer be a problem, and provide for you, either through that job or a different way of work or different means of your support. Because he did it for Eliyahu. We're about to read it right now. He will do the same thing for you. No matter what your situation is, this king is king indeed, and he's worthy of all praise. And after a while, the brook dried up because there was no rain in the land. Eliyahu said, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Father, show me what I am going to do. And he obeyed the Most High's voice. And watch what happened. 1 Kings chapter 17, verse 8. Then the word of the Most High came to him. Arise, go to Zarephath, which belongs to Sidon, and dwell there. Behold, I have commanded a widow there to feed you. I don't know if y'all see what I see, but I'm going to break it down. He says, I have commanded a widow there to feed you, but this widow is poor. My wife was talking about this situation earlier today. This widow is poor. She don't have much. Matter of fact, she almost ain't got nothing. But she has what Eliyahu has, and Eliyahu has what she has. See how the Most High bring people into your life to make it work? You just got to be loyal to the king. Watch what she had. What she had was a house. What she had was some items, but she didn't have no money. She didn't have no kesef. She was so bad off that she was to the point where she was ready to die. Her and her son, who was her responsibility, she's ready to take his life and take her life by eating poison and just lay down and die. That's how bad it was in her life. But this woman was a woman who was devoted to the Most High. She was suffering. The Most High gave her a redeemer, a savior, as a Moshiach. Elijah was that to her. He gave her a savior right when she was ready to die, just like he can do for you. But the extremes don't have to be that extreme. Watch what takes place. He says, behold, I have commanded a widow there to feed you. When the Most High does what the Most High is going to do for you, you ain't got to ask nobody nothing. The Most High will make it happen. So he arose and went to Zarephath, but Eliyahu gonna test her. And when he came to the gate of the city, behold, a widow was sitting there gathering sticks. Why is she gathering sticks? Let's let the story tell us. And he called to her and said, this is his test. Bring me a little water in a vessel that I may drink. He had to test her spirit. He had to know who she was. He had to make certain that this woman was ready to receive what the Most High had for her. Watch this. You too will be tested in your life. Excuse me. If your mindset ain't right, you're going to fail that test. And then you'll be wondering why my life is suffering and why my life is thus and thus and thus. And your life is going to be thus because you failed the calling that the Most High had for you in your life. When you were tested by the Almighty, you failed that test. And that's why your life is thus and thus. But that too can change. Had that woman been nasty, like a lot of our people are, had that woman been not willing to share, like a lot of our women are, and Hungry hit something on the head right now, if that woman wouldn't have obeyed the voice of that man, like so many of our women are, did that rub you the wrong way? It was supposed to, because it was testing you to see who you are as a woman. A lot of women have a problem with men telling them what to do. The Most High said that he shall rule over you. That means that he's supposed to tell you what to do. This woman understood that. She didn't know him from a can of beans. She didn't know who he was, but guess what? When he asked of her, she gave it to him. Watch what happens. Bring me a little water in the vessel that I may drink. And she was going to bring it. As she was going to bring it, he called her again and said, bring me a morsel of bread. Wait a minute. Didn't you just tell me to get the water? Wait a minute. You can't keep bossing me. Give me some time. And that's what we do. And that's what creates the problem. She didn't complain one time. She did as she was commanded to do. And as she was going to bring it, he called to her and said, bring me a morsel of bread in your hand. And she said, as the Most High, your Elohim lives, I have nothing baked, only a handful of flour in a jar and a little oil in a jug. He was hungry. He said, bring me some bread. She said, as the Most High live, I'm being honest with you. In other words, she said, I don't have anything. I can't give you anything to eat. I can get you the water, but I can't get you no food. She said, all I got is a handful of flour in a jar and a little oil in a jug. She was poor. Can a poor person, can a poor man or a poor woman serve the Creator? Let's see. She says, and now I am gathering a couple of sticks. Now watch this. I am gathering a couple of sticks that I might go in and prepare it for myself and my son, that we may eat it and die. She was out in the field trying to find something that her and her son could eat and die. Poison to herself, poison to her son. She had gave up on life, just as many of you today are at your ends and you don't know what to do and where to turn or how to live. A lot of people, when they get to that point, they walk away from the Most High and they start living like the world. That's not what the Most High wishes for you. I had a brother one time, Brother Dawee. He's here in the room. I know he is. He just don't say much. He says to me one day, he says, Prince, I'm not having no success in this way of life. He says, I have more success when I live like everybody else. And I gave him a whole spiel in how the Most High tests us. He's still here to the day. He's still worshiping the Most High as he is. He's not perfect. None of us are. But he's still here striving to stand right before the Creator. And this is real in the life of a lot of us. We go through terrible times in our lives. Remember, I told you, I don't know too many men that are super wealthy or even wealthy or got money that never went and lost all their money and been broke. It even happened to me. It even happened to me. You be broke. There's certain things you won't do when you're broke, but you remain in that right state of mind and you can get all your wealth back again. It's a condition. It's a mindset. That's where we're going. When the Most High tests you, it's about your mindset. It's about you having the proper conditioning to resist temptation, to resist the desires of pleasure when you know that the Father has for you not to be pleased in these areas. You have to be strong enough to resist. And if you're strong enough to resist, the reward is 1,000 times better. 1,000 times better. She says, and now I am gathering a couple of sticks that I may go in and prepare it for my son and my son, for myself and my son, that we may eat it and die. And Eliyahu said to her, do not fear. The man of the Most High says to her, do not fear. Go and do as you have said, but I got something else for you to do first. But first, make me a little cake of it and bring it to me. And afterwards, make something for yourself and for your son. For thus saith the Most High, Yohei Elohei Yisrael, the jar of flour should not be spent, and the jug of oil should not be empty until the day that the Most High sends rain upon the earth. What does that mean? That means that the Creator is saying hard times is going to be over right now. As I stand, I got your back. Through Eliyahu, the Most High blessed the young lady and her family. And he also, I know a lot of you probably didn't peep this, but he also provided a place for Eliyahu to reside and to eat and to drink. Remember, the brook dried up where the lady had all that stuff that he needed. And in exchange for people doing for the people of the Most High bring blessings to you. Because she was willing to be an active servant of Eliyahu, the Most High blessed her and her family. See, a lot of us don't see like that. A lot of us don't see how the Most High works in real time for us because we're so selfish. We're not giving. We don't want to help nobody. We don't want to see nobody with something that we think that we should have. That's why you got a lot of haters out here, because that's what they really want. They really want what you got. So therefore they hate on you so you don't grow and get bigger and better. So they try to tear you down. There's a lot of haters. And a lot of them are sitting in this room right now in the background listening to these messages. And they know they haters. They know they haters. But they can't stop hating. And the reason why they can't stop hating because they won't change their mindset. They think they're righteous, but they're righteous haters. You have to change your mindset. And if you see something going in the direction of up, people putting in the work, people growing, people building, the best thing you can do is be on that team. And whatever skills and talents you have, donate that skill and talent to that team and watch it as it goes up. Because for you to be in the background, trying to tear it down, means that you're working against the Creator. And the Most High don't like that. He might let you slide for a little while afterwards, but he's going to catch up to you. And retribution is coming in your direction. Believe me, it's coming, if it's not already here. Thus saith the Most High, the Elohe Yisrael, the jar of flour shall not be spent, and the jug of oil shall not be empty until the day that the Most High sends rain upon the earth. It was an even exchange. Eliyahu got what he needed, and the woman got what she needed. If she wasn't in the right mindset, the Most High wouldn't have had mercy on her. But because she was in the right mindset, purifying herself, really trying to be and give glory to the Creator, the Most High sent her a redeemer. I've been a redeemer to a lot of people. Still am a redeemer to a lot of people. But I do it because the Most High has ordained me to do this. Has nothing to do with whether you like me or not. It doesn't even whether you agree with who I said and who I am and what my mission is. Whether you agree with it or not has nothing to do with my purpose in this life. That's between you and the Creator, not me. That's between you and the Father. I'm going to do what the Creator's sanctioned me to do. But you have to do what he sanctioned you to do and get out of that hating state. That's what you must do. Let's keep moving. And she went and did as Eliyahu said. And she and he, watch this, and she and he and her household ate for many days. This is deep, man. Eliyahu stayed there for a minute. Why do we point out the fact that this woman was a widow? Eliyahu ain't had no wife. He came in, he did what he had to do, and she did what she had to do. It was a perfect match. The Most High ain't no joke. I bet you never thought about it like that, did you? I know. It's okay. That's why I'm here. The jar of flour was not spent, neither did the jug of oil become empty, according to the word of the Most High that he spake by Eliyahu the prophet. Sometimes, family, you just need to tie yourself to the right people in life, and the Most High will cause your increase to increase substantially. Sometimes, family, you just got to find a man of the Most High and attach yourself to that man in any way possible, and the Most High will cause your increase to multiply. Sometimes, brothers, you got to find the right sister that's really about the Most High business to help, to protect, to provide for. And the Most High will cause you to have everything you need that you wasn't able to give to yourself. This king is awesome, but you have to be able to see both sides of the coin. We both benefit from this mutual agreement. This is deep. This is deep. But it'll go right over a lot of people's heads. A lot of people would just think that, oh, he came in and gave her some food and stuff so she could drink and she could eat. It was so much more to that. The lesson was so much greater. After this, the son of the woman, the mistress of the house, and watch this power that the Most High has. After this, the son of the woman, the mistress of the house, became ill. And his illness was so severe that there was no breath left in him. He died. And she said to Eliyahu, what have you against me? She already in her mind, it's the mindset of our people. She knew that this man was a man of the Most High. When her son died, she asked, what do you have against me? As she was speaking to the Creator, because this man represented the Creator. She thought that her son's death was a punishment because something that she did. So what did she do? She went and challenged him. She said, what have I not done that I was supposed to do? And what am I doing that I'm not supposed to be doing? She challenged him. Obviously, this was a test for her. Maybe she had some doubt in her mind about who he was. Maybe she wasn't so sure. Because, a lot of times after a man of the Most High comes into your life and you be living under those blessings for so long, you start to think that you got some power and might of your own. And you don't even contribute it to you being a part of the man of the Most High in his life. You don't even contribute to that. You begin to think, oh, I got this. I did this. I'm the one. You start thinking like that. I'm in charge. I'm running this. You start feeling like that. So maybe she thought something like that was taking place. Who knows? Don't make that mistake, family. When you get a man in the Most High in your life, all those blessings that come into your life is a direct result of the man of the Most High that you got in your life. Direct result. Believe me, it's a fact. And she said to Eliyahu, what have you against me, O man of Elohim? With a question mark. Have you come to me to bring my son to remembrance and cause the death of my son? And he said to her, I'll show you what I came to you for. See, if you got a man in position of leadership over your life, and he not showing you that he's a man of the Most High and why he's in your life through his actions, not through his mouth, through his words, because we got a lot of smooth talkers. They'll talk, and puff, 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 and drink, drink, drink. Move them out the way. If he's not showing you who he is through his actions, then you don't need to be with him. Ask him for a bill of divorce so he can give it to you. So the Most High can bring you a righteous man. She asked him, why are you here? To take the life of my son? He said right to her, give me your son. I'm going to show you who I am and why I'm here. And he took him in her arm, from her arms, and carried him up into the upper chamber where he lodged. See, that's where he slept. The Most High gave him a bed. The Most High gave him a roof over his head. And that's where he was chilling. He took the baby from the woman and took him up to where he slept. The most holy place in the house, where the righteous man lays his head and prays to the Most High in that place. And laid him upon his own bed. And he cried to the Most High. What did he do? He cried to the Most High. He had a conversation. He talked. He pleaded, to the Creator. And that's one of the key things that a lot of us who are suffering leave out of the equation. We only cry to the Most High for what we want. Elijah didn't care what happened with that boy. He only doing what he doing because the lady requested who you are, to show her who he was. He cried to the Most High, O Most High, my Elohim, have you brought calamity even upon the widow with whom I sojourn by killing her son? Then he stretched himself upon the child 3 times and cried to the Most High, O Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, my Elohim, let this child's life come in unto him again. And the Most High listened to the voice of Eliyahu. Why did the Most High listen? Because Eliyahu was a faithful servant of the Most High. He obeyed the Most High even at the sake of being broke and poor and destitute. He obeyed the voice of the Creator. 99.9% of us, if we were rich or we had some wealth, and the Most High said, I need you to leave all that alone and come over here and do this, and that required us to get dirty for any undetermined amount of time and be poor for most of us wouldn't do it. Because the Most High said to you not to work on the Shabbat, and you determined to work on the Shabbat so you don't be poor. You understand what I'm saying to your family? He says, honor my Shabbat day. Matter of fact, he says, guard, which means watch it carefully. My Shabbat day, that you don't violate it. But you don't want to be poor. Your excuse is, well, I'm in the land of my captivity, so therefore I gotta, when you this is what the Christians use all the time. When your ox is in the ditch, you gotta do what you gotta do to get your ox out the ditch, even if it's on a Shabbat day. That's what the Christian use. Eliyahu would have never went for that. Eliyahu would honor the Shabbat because the Most High said do so. Even if it meant he didn't eat on that day. If he had to fast that entire day, what's wrong with fasting a whole day? More of us need to fast a whole day, fat as we are, as out of shape as we are, as unhealthy as we are. More of us need to fast for a whole day. But because it's not in our spirit to give the Most High the best of us, we would rather give in to our own pleasures. And when the Shabbat day come around, we don't even tell the Europeans or the oppressors that we can't work because we're afraid what they're going to say. And we're not afraid of what the Most High is going to do. So if that's the case, then who's really your power? Is it the Most High or is it your oppressor? I'll put it in terminology which you can understand. If that's the case, who's really your God? The one you serve is the one you really obey. And you can't part-time serve the Most High and then give somebody else superiority over him. And that's what you do every time you go to work on the Shabbat day. That's exactly what you do. And the Most High listened to the voice of Eliyahu, and the life of the child came in unto him again, and he revived. And Eliyahu took the child and brought him down from the upper chamber into the house and delivered him to his mother. And Eliyahu said, see, your son lives. And the woman said to Eliyahu, now I know that you are a man of Ha Elohim, and that the word of Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh in your mouth is truth. Amen. May the Most High be praised. Torah Rabbah. We're going to stop our lesson right there, family. We're going to stop our lesson right there. We're going to take questions, comments at this time. Question and comments, anyone. We're going to stop our lesson right there, and we're going to turn to the family. Does anyone have any questions? Anyone have any comments? And if you posted a question in a room while I was teaching, please just pull it back up because I missed a lot of things. I didn't get to look on the sideline and see what was being said. Not too often. This is a servant of servants who got me in my feelings thinking of the Creator's mercies upon us all. Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. The Most High's mercy endures forever. Baruch Ha Elohim, great lesson at Prince Kaz. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Toda Rabbah. Mm-hmm. So let's see. May the Most High be praised. Shalom, Bati. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you. May the Most High be with you. All right. Anybody else? Any other comments, questions, comments? Anyone? Any questions or comments? Anyone? Any questions or comments? Anyone? Let me know. All right. Nobody got anything that they want to say? Well, there is a slight delay for those who come in late. So let me see if they got a little bit. Ain Katir, how's everything with you, Ain? Was the lesson okay? Any comments? Nothing like having barely nothing and you have to feed your children, your babies. This story was always giving me chills because she was at her end and the Creator sent her grace and mercy and his servant to show her. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right. Any absolutely profound lesson. So much to being a servant, and it goes way beyond the physical and tangible. It truly is a spiritual service of integrity, humility, patience, and kindness. There's nothing greater than being so poor that the Most High makes something out of nothing, and we get to see firsthand. May the Most High be praised. Very good. Very heartfelt presentation. May the Most High be praised. Torah, Torah, Torah for the lesson ish. All right. May the Most High be praised. If she going to kill her son anyway, then why was she upset? Bati, that's a good way to look at it. If she was going to kill her son anyway, why was she so upset? Oh, boy. I guess because she got to see what it was like to live with her son in a different lifestyle, in a different way. Awesome. That's what we call bring the scriptures to life. Love it. May the Most High be praised, sis. Shalom, shalom. Are there any other comments or questions, anyone? Does anyone have any questions or any comments? I guess I've done my job for today. I pray that you don't leave here the same person that you was before you tuned in. I pray that the Most High allows his essence to work within you to help elevate you and teach you how to serve him. And that after today's lesson, you allow the message to seep into your loins and you become a different individual, greater than you were before you heard the lesson. She was at wit end. She didn't want to do it. She was desperate, and something we make a choice. And sometimes we make a choice of emotions. The Creator wanted her to feel that her actions would have felt like. May the Most High be praised. All right. Could the story of Conan been a knockoff of Samson? It could have been. It could have been because it's very close. I lived the widow of Zephyr's life more than once in my lifetime. I lived the widow of Zarephath's life more than once in my lifetime. And I guess the Creator gave you your prophet. Or I ain't gonna say prophet, I'm gonna say your Redeemer, your Moshiach, your Savior. I guess the Creator gave you the one to bring you up out of those conditions and help you in the rest of your life to be a better individual. He was from Samaria too. Oh, really? Didn't know that. Getting a lesson concerning all the kings that we learned thus far is always a pleasure. Getting history. I wanted to make a chart, and you still can. There's nothing stopping you. Thank you for sharing this story with us, Prince. May the Most High be praised always. Always. That's what we do. That's what we're here to do. Help to save and redeem our people from the iniquities of their minds, because that's what's holding us back from getting closer to the Creator. Our mindset. Our mindset. Can you explain once again why you felt like she was going to kill herself? I didn't feel like she was. Scripture actually said she was. Let me pull that verse for you in a second, sis. Because why would she be eating? All right, let me try to explain to you what the scripture said. It actually said that she was going to kill herself, her and her son. She said she couldn't find anything she didn't have anything except some flour. And let me see, I'm going to find that part for you. I believe it's around the 1st of 18. Okay, this is where it starts. He says, bring me a little water in a vessel that I may drink. And as she was going to bring it, he called her again, saying, bring me a morsel of bread in your hand. So he asked her to bring back some bread in all of this. When she came back, she said, I ain't got no bread. And as the Most High lives, I will have nothing baking, only a handful of flour. Here's the part, sis, please pay attention. Only a handful of flour in a jar and a little oil in a jug. And now I am gathering a couple of sticks that I may go in and prepare it for myself and my son, that we may eat it and die. So she was actually going to allow her and her son to be poisoned by the food. She was ready to just get to that place, to do that and allow the food to kill them, because her life was just that miserable. But the Most High sent her a Redeemer. The Most High sent his messenger unto her to preserve her life, to change her mindset. And it worked. And she lived. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. Anyone desiring to spend the holy days with us, please give us a call or email. We welcome you all to reach out. Shalom. That's my announcement, Abba. Okay. Email, you got to put the email address in here so whoever wants to reach out to you can contact you. That was going to be her last meal before they died from the famine. Absolutely. She was looking for sticks, plants for poison. Absolutely. That's what she was looking for. Fact shifts, she was gathering poisonous herbs as well to add to the meal. All right. Judy Thorpe says, Toda, it's never a problem, sis. That's what we're here for. That's our purpose. If you have any other questions, you can ask them now, because we're here and you have our attention. And it doesn't have to be on this lesson. It could be about any lesson pertaining to this way of life or just the regular life. And that invitation goes out to anyone. If anyone has any questions at this time pertaining to anything, not just about the lesson of today. If you have any questions, ask your questions and we'll address them. I didn't think it was poison. Eliyahu asked her to make her some cakes from the same flour. That's cool. And he did. But she told you what her intentions were. Her intentions was to poison her and her son. All right. This is the email address where you can email us at. You can email us there, and we'll be able to put you in touch with whoever you need to talk to so that you can participate in the holy days, the up and coming holy days. I believe the first day is the 24th of September this month. The first day of the 24th of September this month, the first day is Yom Teruach. It comes in the 29th, the 23rd at sunset, unless the sunset comes in the day before, but I don't believe it is. So the first holy day is Yom Teruach, then the Day of Atonement, and then Shavuot, Feast of Weeks, Feast of Booths. And then that's coming next. So if anybody wishes to come and to be a part of us and walk with us as we keep the Most High's laws and keeping his holy days, you're welcome to be a part of what it is that we're doing. And again, the only thing we ask for is a donation. There are no feast fees. Whatever you're able to give, feel free to give it. We don't put a demand or an amount on what it is that you are able to pay, and we welcome all. And if you don't have anything to bring, you don't have any KSAP, then what you can do is volunteer your time, help out, help serve the food, help keep the place clean, pick up the trash after we're done, or whatever you got to do. But if you want to make it, make it. If you want to come, come. And for those of you who don't have car fare, you can start walking right now. And that way you'll be there by the time the holy day come around. Reach out to us if you have any issues, any problems, or anything you need some help with, some support. Reach out to us because that's the purpose why we're here. May the Most High be praised. We don't see herbs in the scriptures. Herbs are not a part of the scripture. She was just conjecturing. That's all. She needed the sticks for the fire. Very well. Absolutely. I pray we see some of you on the land for Sukkot. May the Most High be praised. Love y'all. Oh, ain't that nice? Oh, thank you very much. We appreciate it. It's very hard to get somebody to say that to you today, especially when they don't know you. So we got to build that relationship so we can fully understand how to serve each other, sis. Love on the car fare. Love on the car fare. May the Most High be praised. Sister says she love us. She love all of y'all. Ain't that a beautiful thing? May the Most High be praised. It's nice. Thank you, sis. Are any questions or comments, family? Any questions or comments? So all these Israelites in this room, 2,000 people, and nobody has any questions or comments. I tell you what, since we got so many people here, how about everybody go and hit the like button and then hit the share button and share it to your social media? How about that? Can y'all do that for me? She said, ready for next week's lesson. May the Most High be praised. All right, what time you come on normally? We come on at 11 o'clock every Shabbat. If you subscribe, it'll send you a notification every time we come on. Hit the share like button, and then hit the subscribe button. And when you subscribe, every time we go live, it'll send you a notification before we go live so that you could be there when we open up. And also, we gave you the email so you can tag us in that email and send us an email to let us know a little bit about yourself so we can, take this relationship a lot further. And Maisha says, sending love to you as well, sis. May the Most High be praised. Love and light. Absolutely. Love and light. So are there any other questions or concerns, family? Like I said, the questions could be about anything. I hate to close the class with so many people still sitting here. I hate to close the class down at this time. So, family, come on now. Let's get it right. Are there any questions? Anything. It could be about anything that you want to know about. It could be something in your regular life. It ain't got to necessarily be about today's lesson. It could be something about your regular life, something about your children. It could be anything. All right. May the Most High be praised. So what you'll do is you'll get notifications. I think we're Facebook friends, though. I sent you that invitation on Messenger today, I believe. And well, you can always stay in contact that way as well. You can, see a lot of the posts that we share. We have a page called Butyland at Temple Kifarim. Now that's wisdom. Most won't give bill. They hold you on for years, but there's ways to get rid of that. There's ways to get, if a man is holding you hostage in a marriage and he's not doing his part, you can bring him before the leadership, and there's a way that you can have that resolved. So we can handle that. I think Asa had a foot infection, so he would stop walking to the places of idolatry that weren't knocked down and burnt. May the Most High be praised. They know they don't want you, but they do. They just don't want nobody else to have you. But there's always ways, sis. There's always ways. The Most High looks out for his daughters. The Most High love y'all. He give y'all special courtesy, and many times, you just got to know how to do what you got to do, and we know how to do it. So if you have that issue, reach out to us, and we'll help you get free and clear and possibly find you a new husband, because that's what we do. I tell you, sometimes, when you got a jewel, men know what they got, but males, when you got a jewel and you're playing with her in her life, a lot of times the Most High will remove you out of her life and give her somebody better than you. You got to know. Most High ain't no joke. We usually start our feast about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, but it depends on what day of the week it falls. And I believe it's on a Wednesday. I'm not sure. I think it's on a Wednesday. So it'll probably be around 1 o'clock. The feast days. But, you can get all the particulars up in the room. What state do you live, sis? Judy Thorpe, what state you live? Okay, great. We're in Georgia as well. So you can get there rather quickly. You might just have to drive a couple hours to get there, or depending on where you're at. But yes, we usually start around 1 o'clock. But here we go. Reach out to the email, make some contact with Maisha, and she'll give you all the particulars, and she'll let you know what needs to be done. Will there be a time where you can go through the Tehillim or Proverbs? You want to do that right now? What proverb would you like? What Psalm or Proverbs would you like to go through? Tell me where you want to go through, sis, and we can do it. Where you want to go, we can get right to it. Anytime, sure. Anytime. We can do it right now. I'm one of those ones, man. I don't believe in procrastinating. If it's something in your spirit, we need to get to it, then we'll get to it. Proverbs 5. Let's go there. All right. Proverbs 5. You ready to rock and roll? And then Proverbs 13. Y'all ready to rock and roll? You say, Prince, I thought you was getting ready to leave. Man, I'm here to serve the people. And then Psalms 73. All right, let's rock and roll. Proverbs 5 first. My son, be attentive. May the Most High guide my mind, my spirit, my body, my language, and my speech as I approach unto you, his people. May the Most High be praised. My son, be attentive to my wisdom. Chakma, my wisdom. Incline your ear to my understanding. Bena, that you may keep discretion and your lips may guard knowledge. For the lips of a forbidden woman drip honey, and her speech is smoother than oil. But in the end, she is bitter as wormwood, sharp as a two-edged sword. What that's talking about? I mean, a lot of that is self-explanatory. And what it's really saying is, what I know and understand is that a man's test is usually by way of a woman. To see if a man is worthy, to see if a man has matured, to see if a man has conquered himself, his inner self. His test usually comes by way of a woman and then by way of greed. Most males cannot defeat the challenge of a female coming on to him sexually. It could be an ugly chick. He'll do it with his face balled up, but he'll still do it for a lot of people. She could be fat, out of shape, big breastises, big everything, thighs that big. And a lot of times that male will still hit it because they haven't mastered themselves as of yet. The adversarial energies that the Creator has allowed to rule this earth, they understand that. And usually when they want to bring a man down, look throughout history. If you don't believe me, look through history. They will use a female to bring them down. Look what Shannon Sharp just did just recently. It was a female who knocked Shannon Sharp off of his horse. Shannon Sharp got up and said all that stuff about Kyrie Irving, all that negative stuff about Kyrie Irving because he would say he was Hebrew and he wasn't standing for the Jewish people. Shannon Sharp said all that negative stuff, but not one black person did anything to Shannon Sharp to remove him from his position or to remove him from his status of fame. But the moment that he slept with that white girl and got in trouble with that white girl, he lost everything that he had. Well, I don't know about what he lost, but he gave a whole lot of money up and lost his job, which was a lot of pay for him every year. We don't have that kind of power today. But the point is, dealing with the subject, a lot of powerful people lose their power and their might by messing with the wrong women. Now, if Shannon Sharp lived by the Torah, that wouldn't have happened to him. That situation that took place with him would not have happened. It wouldn't have happened. It's always bitterness, and it leads to death or destruction, goes down to the grave. She does not ponder the path of life. Her ways wander, and she does not know it. And now, O sons, listen to me and do not depart from the words of my mouth. Keep your ways far from her and do not go near the door of her house. A lot of males think that they're strong enough to fight off a provocative woman, but they're only fooling themselves. It's best that you avoid the situation completely as opposed to sitting there and being entertained and thinking when she get to a certain point, you can stop her. Don't go that way, because once nature kicks in, nature has a way of overpowering your natural thoughts. You can walk this way all your day as long as you're not being tested and that be your natural thought, you'll be good. But once you kick in and open that doorway, the adversary has a way to come in that will overpower your natural thoughts, and you will fall victim. So if you give her the opportunity to entice you, then it's going to happen. You're going to get enticed. So this is the punishment of giving into that. Watch what he says. Do not go near the door of her house, lest you give your honor to others. And you gave your honor to her and your years to the merciless. Let strangers take their fill of your strength. Never give your strength to a woman. And what is your strength in this place right here? When you say what you ain't going to do and then don't do it. Because if you do against what you said you're not going to do, you just gave her your strength. She can control you. Let strangers take their fill of your strength and your labors. Go to the house of the foreigner. And at the end of your life, you groan when your flesh and your body are consumed. You caught a disease, you caught a venereal disease, and that's what happens. And it takes you to the end of your life. It will kill you. It will put you in the grave. And you say, how I hated discipline, and my heart despised reproof. Discipline is of the extreme importance. We spoke about that earlier today. It's all about the mindset. You can't hate discipline. You got to be in love with Musa. You got to be in love with Musa. It's got to discipline. It's got to be a part of you. You got to desire it. And my heart despised reproof, correction, tokat. I did not listen to the voice of my teachers or incline my ear to my instructions, to my instructors. So that meant that everything that I taught on today, you just turned your back on it and did what you wanted to do. And then you went out there, you slept with these women, and you caught that thing, and it killed you. It burned you down to the grave because you were infected. Didn't have to be that way if you had to listen to your teachers, your instructor. I am at the brink of utterly ruins in the assembly of the congregation. Drink water from your own cistern. That means get your own wife. Get your or nashim, wives. Drink water from your own cistern, flowing water from your own well. Should your springs be scattered abroad, streams of water in the streets? Absolutely not. Let them be for yourself alone and not for strangers with you. You know, venereal diseases come from people having sex with multiple people. But if she's your own woman, she shouldn't be bringing no disease because she ain't sleeping with nobody. And if you know, like I know, you'll get her tested before you marry her and lay down and have intercourse with her. Notice how I said that. Marry her first and then lay down and have intercourse with her. You would get her tested. Her blood would get tested first before any of that took place. Let your fountains be blessed and rejoice in the wife of your youth. A lovely deer, a graceful doe, let her breasts fill you at all times in delight. Be intoxicated always in her love. It's okay for a woman to love you, but you don't fall in love with a woman. It is absolutely imperative for a woman to love her husband, but the husband must not fall in love with the woman. What you talking about, Prince? What are you talking about? He ain't supposed to love me. Maybe I need to get that lesson too. You ain't hear nothing about him loving her, did you? Why should you be intoxicated, my son, with a forbidden woman and embrace the bosoms of an adulteress? For a man's ways are before the eyes of the Most High. That's why you should never love a woman or fall in love with a woman. I ain't gonna say love a woman. I'm gonna say fall in love with a woman. Because when you fall in love, you fall for anything, usually you end up getting hurt. So don't fall for nothing. But when you fall in love with a woman, that means that she has control over you. She has possession over your will and your do's and your don'ts. That's what falling in love means. And a woman, it's okay for a woman to fall in love with a righteous man. But no man shall fall in love with a woman, ever. Even a righteous woman, ever. That's right. Absolutely right. Look what she said. I got that love thing from the last class. May the Most High be praised. For a man's ways are before the eyes of the Most High, and he ponders all his paths. The iniquity of the wicked ensnares him, and he is held fast in the cords of his sin. He dies for lack of what? Lack of discipline. Musar, the lack of discipline. And because of his great folly, he is led astray because of his wicked doings. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. So there you go. Proverbs 13. Let's go to Proverbs 13. Let's see what it's talking about. Y'all ready? Let's rock like this. A wise son hears his father's instruction, a wise son. But a scoffer does not listen to his father's instruction. A wise son will listen and carefully consider the instructions of his father. But a scoffer, he ain't going to listen. A good-for-nothing son, he ain't going to listen. And he going to do what he want to do, and it's always end up falling and backfiring in his face. And then he going to come back to his, hey, Abba, can you help me? No, it's too late, man. I ain't helping you. But you know, because the Abba's merciful, the Abba's going to always try to help him in some kind of way, but he ain't going to give him his direct wish. From the fruit of his mouth, a man eat what is good, but the desire of the treacherous is for violence. Whoever guards his mouth preserves his life. He who opens wide his lips comes to ruins. So one way you can look at that is don't always tell everybody everything about you. Don't always tell everybody everything that you're doing. And don't be so fast to just open your mouth and start telling your business. Because there's a lot of haters out here, a lot of schemers, and a lot of people that want to see your demise. They might not tell you up front, but that's exactly what it's about. A lot of people will act like they're in love with you, act like they're your friends, act like they're your brothers and your sisters, and all they want to do is sleep with your man, and not sleep with your man as a sister wife, but sleep with your man as a deceptive way, and that's not good. He who opens wide his lips comes to ruins. The soul of the sluggard craves and getteth nothing. Don't be a sluggard. Always be a go-getter to get out and get what you need. While the soul of the diligent is richly supplied. Remember what I said to y'all earlier? It's about a mindset. It's about how you see things. It's about being consistent, being persistent, being disciplined. All those things are needed and necessary. The righteous hates falsehoods, but the wicked bring shame and disgrace. Righteousness guard him whose ways is blameless, but sin overthrows the wicked. One pretends to be rich, yet has nothing. You know what that means? That's talking about the average black folk today. We pretend to be rich. How do we pretend to be rich, but we ain't got nothing? We get expensive cars, we get expensive shoes, we get expensive handbags, we go get our hair and nails done and our toes done. We go get all these things. We get expensive clothes. We want to wear Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Prada. We want to do all these things. And that's what makes a black man or a black woman feel like they got it going on. But that's not good. Because you're really broke. You really ain't got nothing. You really don't have much of value. Now, let me give you a test right. That right there speaks volumes to my ears. Let me tell you something. Let's look at this for a minute, family. And I want you to carefully consider this. And we just go talk about riches as far as physical possessions. If you pass the age of 40 and you're a man and you ain't got a house, you need to reevaluate your situation. You need to talk to somebody and take some lessons from somebody who's actually doing these things and has what you need to teach you how to really stand up and be a man about it. And don't be past 40 with a wife and children and ain't got your own home. Something wrong with that equation. But this is what I want to say. Creator forbid, if you died today, if you passed away today, what do you have to leave behind for your children? Do you have any physical possessions that can help, that you can leave behind to help their lives be a little bit better than what it was when you left them? If you passed away, could they sell your house? Could they move in your house and remove themselves from the burden of having to pay rent? Or can they sell your house and get the money from the sale of your house to enhance their lives? You know, you got to ask yourself these types of questions. But you walking around with Gucci and Prada and Louis, you know, you're walking around with, and you're the best of the best, so people think you're wealthy. I know this one brother, he walks around with Rolex watches on his wrist that don't work. And they probably knock off Rolexes. He wears Rolexes on his wrist, but they don't work. They only write twice a day, you know, just to look good. He buys a lot of expensive cars, but all the expensive cars that he buys, all use old beat up cars just to look good. He put these expensive cars in his driveway and in his alleyway, but they don't even run half the time. They just sitting there to look good as if he's wealthy. And he's good at putting up the image of being wealthy. But how wealthy is he really? He spent a lot of money on bad things. You know, we got to be careful about this, family. We got to stop looking the part and more so being the part. I heard some ancient wisdom when I was a young buck, and I never forgot it. And that ancient wisdom that I heard was that rich people look broke and broke people look rich. Rich people look poor and poor people look like they're rich. I heard that many years ago when I was a buck, and I've always tried to keep myself in a humble state. Always. So may the Most High be praised. Stop trying to look rich when you know you don't have it. Look like the rich man by being broke, looking rich, looking broke. You know what I mean? I got shoes upstairs in my closet that I had for about 5-10 years. Matter of fact, I got a couple pair of shoes that I had over 15-20 years and still got them. They look good. You know, still got them. Clothes in my closet. My wife, boy, you need to get rid of some of this stuff. You got more clothes than you need. Clothes I don't even wear. They're 15-20 years old. Matter of fact, I had on a shirt yesterday. Anybody watch that video on my YouTube page? I had on that red shirt with the stripes in it, right? Dress shirt. And that shirt is so old that it ripped right here in the seam where you iron it, is ripped all the way up my arm. My daughter said, "What's wrong with your shirt?" The only thing I can think of, the shirt must be dry rotted, and I didn't know it because it's so old. I just pulled it out, ironed it up, put it on with some slacks, and went to work. And through the course of the day, I realized my shirt was ripped all the way up the arm. It's so old. Listen, we ain't got nobody to impress. The only thing we need to do is impress the Most High. Man gonna always look down on you and find a way to hurt you if you are into impressing man. Don't worry about impressing man. Worry about impressing the Father. That's it. One pretends to be rich, yet has nothing. Another pretends to be poor, yet has great wealth. See what I mean? See what I mean? Oh, they telling the secrets. Don't always accept people for what they look like, because a lot of times them people can be the wealthiest of the wealthy, but we tend to flock to those that we think got some wealth. And the ones who don't want no imitation of fake people around them will always give the appearance of being broke. They will drive the worst of cars. They will have on the bummiest of clothes. Although maybe not the bummiest, but worn down, beat up, used. They be walking. Sometimes their shoes is talking. You know, it's just the way it is. The ransom of a man's life is his wealth, but a poor man hears no threats. Now, the ransoms of a man's life is his wealth. That means that what was your life worth to you? What have you achieved in all the years that you've been on this planet? What have you achieved? What can you leave behind for your children to come after you? It's your wealth. But a poor man hear no threats. The light of the righteous rejoices, but the lamp of the wicked will be put out. By insolence comes nothing but strife, but with those who take advice is wisdom. You thinking that you know everything is going to bring you nothing but hard times. But you should always seek counsel from others to see if they can help you do what it is that you need to do in life. Wealth gains hastily will dwindle, but whoever gathers little by little will increase it. There's a lot of people who want things immediately, expeditiously, immediately. They want it right away. They don't want to work for it. They want to go rob, go steal, go sell something for it. That wealth speedily leaves. And then the bad part about it is, I know this because I used to be out there in that life. I used to live that life. And we did a lot of things to get money quickly. And I noticed during that time that as quick as you get it is as quick as it's spent. You didn't invest it. We didn't take that money, that dirty money, and invest it into positive things. We spent that money quickly on cars and diamonds and jewelry and vacations and looking good and, sporting that life. And it goes quickly. But when you gain wealth slowly, you appreciate it that much more and you're more careful about what you do with it. But whoever gathers little by little will increase it. Hope defers make the heart sick. Hope deferred make the heart sick. Keep waiting, you get sick. But a desire fulfilled is a tree of life. You work hard to have your desires fulfilled. You put your time and your energy into it. It will keep you youthful and you will appreciate it so much more. Whoever despises the word brings destruction on himself. Whoever despises hearing the words of the Most High brings destruction on himself. Soon he will be destroyed, because if you don't have the word as a guiding light in your life, you're able to do anything that you want in life. And if you're doing anything that you want in life, you'll end up seeing more troubles and difficulties coming your way because you open yourself up for opportunity. When you live by this law, you close yourself out from opportunity because you're only in certain places. You only live in a certain way. But when you have not that law to hold you bound and you could do anything and go anywhere you want, you open yourself up to more opportunity to meet destruction and calamity. But he who reveres the commandments will be rewarded. The teachings of the wise is a fountain of youth, a fountain of life, that one may turn away from the snares of death. So listen to those who have more wisdom than you, and you'll know them by the words that they teach. Listen to those who have done what it is that you're attempting to do. If you on a corner hanging out with your buddy and y'all say to each other, let's go get rich, y'all can't help each other get rich. Somebody that's already achieved it going to have to help y'all to get what y'all desire because they've already achieved it and they can give you the way. So you have to talk to people who have already experienced what it is that you're trying to experience so that they can help you. Good sense wins favor, but the ways of the treacherous is their ruins. Every prudent, the treacherous will destroy themselves. Every prudent man acts with knowledge, but a fool flaunts his folly. Every prudent man acting with knowledge means that he carefully weighs everything before he does it. He thinks and he considers everything before he just moves out. But there's a lot of people who don't. There's a lot of people who make their decisions off of their emotions, and that will destroy you almost every time. A wicked messenger falls into trouble, but a faithful envoy brings healing. Stop running your mouth talking about people. So quick to tell what happened to somebody else. Somebody might punch you in the face for it. Poverty and disgrace comes to him who ignores instructions. If you don't listen, that man. Let me go back to that one again. Poverty and disgrace comes to him who ignores instructions. I remember some guys that I know who used to laugh at me and tease me when I was younger because I was vegan and because I lived this life of a Hebrew. And one of them was a doctor. These were supposed to have been friends of mine. And one of the two brothers, and one of them was supposed to have been a doctor. And when I leave, they used to crack jokes about me and tease me because I was vegan and I just wouldn't eat like they ate. And I kept the Torah and I lived a different lifestyle than them. And as we got older, they kept going back and forth to the doctors, having heart attacks, kidney failure, stroke, getting stuff put in their shoulders, getting stuff put in their legs, their arms. They were older than me. But as they got older, I got older as well. And I didn't surpass their age many times now that they were back in those days. And as they got older, sicknesses and illnesses would come on them, heart attack, stroke, all types of pains, suffering, all that type of stuff. So one day, maybe about 4 years ago, the doctor friend calls me up. Him and his brother's sitting there and they're talking. He says, Kaz, he asked me questions about my diet, what I eat, and how I live, my lifestyle. He says, you might not have known this, but we used to make fun of you back then. We used to laugh at you, how you used to eat and, how you used to live and how you wouldn't do certain things. We used to make fun of you. We used to tease you and laugh at you. And I said, oh, really? He said, yeah, but I'm calling you now today to let you know that we're doing like you did back then. We started to change our diet and we want to live a better life, than what we're living right now. He admitted that. I don't think he's walking in the ways of the Most High. I don't believe that. But when I see him now, he moves real slow. He's real skinny. They, shrunk down a whole lot. They my buddies. They my mans. Love them to death. But they chose not to live this lifestyle. So one day I called one of the buddies up for his son's information to talk to his son. His son is maybe about 10 years younger than me. So me and the son on the phone, busting it up. And the son started telling me he worshiped the Most High. He lived according to the Torah. He couldn't have made my day no better through that conversation. We was talking about money stuff. We got off the money stuff. He started talking about how he Israelite serving the Creator. And it all came from you, Kaz, that they used to tease and talk about. See, they didn't get the message, but their son did. Their son heard the words. Their son watched how that man was living. Their son watched the profit of being like that in his life, how it benefited him. And the son gravitated. And the son is wealthy. He doing very good. Lives down in Florida. He getting it. And we're going to soon take a venture together and try to work together on some projects, knowing that he's Hebrew or he's practicing his lifestyle. That's even better, And he's a good dude. So they didn't heed to the instructions. And they paid a horrible price for not heeding to it. But the son listened. The young boy, he listened. He was a child at that time. He was a teenager, but he was listening. He heard. And he made the proper adjustments to better his life. I remember we used to argue about being vegan. He said, just because you're vegan don't mean you're healthy. And he was right, because there's a lot of people who don't eat meat, who eat a lot of vegan substitutes, and they don't eat fruit and vegetables, and it messes them up. So he was right. And I believe he's vegan now. But we got a lot of talking to do. It's just This proverb brought that out of me. Poverty and disgrace comes to him who ignores instructions. Not only poverty, not only disgrace, well, the disgrace came from the fact that people look at them now and say, damn, I wouldn't want to be like that. Now, they still got some wealth, but from what I'm hearing, it's kind of like getting shaky. But I don't even want to touch on their wealth because I didn't talk to them about it, so I don't know. But whoever heeds reproof is honored. That means take advice from people who have been where you're trying to go. If you're trying to climb Mount Everest, then you should interview and talk to other people who have climbed before. Even if it wasn't Mount Everest, who have climbed, you should learn from them how to do it before you just go out thinking that you already got it down pat. A desire fulfilled is sweet to the soul, but to turn away from evil is an abomination to fools. People hate that you try to tell them about the deity they serve, they think you evil. They'll think you the devil. They'll think you wicked. And you show them through the book that they're practicing idolatry, they will walk away from you. They will befriend you. They will find excuses not to have to commune with you. And then get their wife to stop working with you. Be surprised as how wicked people are. And they justify their actions any way they can. Whoever walks with the wise become wise, but the companions of fools will suffer harm. Whoever walks with the wise becomes wise. Show me who your friends are, and I'll tell you who you are. And I think Solomon, said it. Somebody said, who said that? If you hang around fools, if you hang around 4 fools, you'll be the 5th one. Somebody wise said that, and I believe it. That's why Prince be by himself, all by myself. If I could find somebody wise and intelligent and getting it where I feel like I can benefit from that, then I'll be in their company. But other than that, me and my Nashim and my Yellow Deem, that's how we move. You know, the brotherhood is strong. I do respect the brotherhood, but I'm not around the brotherhood that often, you know? So got to walk solo until that time comes. Whoever walks with the wise becomes wise, but the companion of fools will suffer fools. You know what they say about the birds of the feather? They flock together. And a lot of women will say, I'm not a harlot, but you're hanging out with harlots. So therefore, you have the mind of a harlot. If you're not a harlot, stop hanging around with harlots because you will be mistaken as a harlot. Disaster pursues sinners, but the righteous are rewarded with good. And we all know what that means. A good man leaves an inheritance to his children. And I just got finished asking y'all, if you creator forbid, but if you was taken away today, what assets do you leave behind for your children that will better their lives and increase their lives to make it better for them? They could sell it. They could move into it. They could rent it out, however it is. That is the purpose of us today. We are supposed to be here to make the lives of our children better. They didn't ask to be here. We made them be here. And now we got males out here denying these children. That ain't mine. And you guilty. You know you guilty. That ain't mine. I ain't taking care of another man's child. It's your child. Go get the blood test. Get it proven to you. You must leave an inheritance for your children. And a lot of reasons why they deny those children, it's not because the woman wasn't his woman, but because he wanted to be a bum. He doesn't want responsibility. He doesn't want to deal with the things that he has to deal with because now his lifestyle got to change. So it's easier for him to say, that ain't mine. I don't know nothing about that. And if he know it's his, she know it's his, he might just walk away anyway. Say, I ain't got nothing to do with that. You always telling me, you do your own thing. I'm out. I'm gone. You got to be careful with these guys. That's why everything got to be done in righteousness. When you find somebody that you're interested in, give them your father's number or your coverings number. Let them screen that individual to see if that individual is worthy of you. Because you are a righteous woman and you deserve the best. A good man leaves an inheritance to his children. his children's children. So that means he leaves something behind that 2, 3 generations after him will still reap the benefit off of it. So you ask yourself, what are you leaving behind for your seed? And you're a grown man. How old are you? 56, 57, 58, 59, 60 even. And if you get creative forbid, you taking away right now, what are you leaving behind for your children besides bills and hard times and heartache? Because you built nothing in your life. And that's not good. That's not wise. But there are so many of us that are just like that today, that has nothing to leave behind for the children to come after us. Nothing. But when somebody of righteousness and virtue try to tell you or help you or work with you, you don't want to hear it. But you'll trust the heathens, and you'll give the heathens the best of you, but you will not trust your brother. You will not build with your brother. You won't work with your brother. And that's not right. If you got a brother that's walking in the way of truth, of righteousness, and he got some sense, and he's willing to work with you, work with him to build that empire. And then y'all will have something to leave behind for your children's children's children for 100 generations to come. But the sinner's wealth is laid up for the righteous. That means we're going to get to enjoy all the benefit of what they have. The fallow grounds of the poor would yield much fruit, but it is swept away through injustice. Whoever spares the rod hateth his son, but he who loves him is diligent to discipline him. Now, when you discipline him, that's that Musar again, all over the scriptures. When you discipline him, that don't mean you have to abuse him. But if you the kind of father that just lets your son do whatever he wants to do, and you act like he ain't did nothing wrong, something's wrong with you. That's unrighteous. The righteous man has enough to satisfy his appetite, but the belly of the wicked suffers want. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. Did I read what you told me to read? 13, yes. All right, Psalm 73. All right, let's see what Psalm 73 has to say. Hey, Sister Lost But Found, would you like to come in and do some of this reading? That's the first time Wormwood present in the Proverbs than in the Book of Lamentation. All right, but that is so better. Reminds me of Dalla Dalala. You want to come in and read some of this Lost But Found? All right, let me send you the link. Let me send you the link so you can come in and do some of this reading, because you giving it up right now. All right, there you go. That's the link. Once you get on the screen, you let me know. I'll see you once you come on the screen. You don't have to let nobody see if you don't want to be seen. Or if you want to be seen and you ain't got no problem with it, you let people see you. But some people don't want to be seen. But if you want to be seen, you can turn your camera on. That's fine. Psalms 30, because I've been reading all day. All day. Elohim is my strength and portion forever. So I'm going to give her a few minutes to come in. All right. May the Most High be praised. Here we go. Here we go. Add you to the stage. Go ahead. They can hear you. Do you got a scripture there with you?
Yeah, I'm getting it right now.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. Let me see if I can share this back to the screen again like we had it before.
Okay, so Tehillim 73, a psalm of Asaph. Elu is truly good to Yasharal. to those whose heart is clean. But as for me, my feet had almost stumbled. My steps had nearly slipped. For I was envious of the boasters when I saw the peace of the wicked. For death has no pangs for them, and their strength is firm. They are not in trouble as other men, and they are not plagued like other men. So pride is their necklace. The garment of violence covers them. Their eyes bulge from fatness. Their heart overflows with imaginations. They mock and speak in the evil of oppression. They speak loftily. They have put their mouth against the Shamayim, or the heavens, and their tongue walks through the earth. Therefore, his people return here, and waters filled are drained by them. And they have said, how can all know? And is there knowledge in the Most High? See, these are the wicked, and always at ease. They have amassed wealth. Indeed, in vain have I cleansed my heart and washed my hands in innocence. For I am plagued all day long, and my reproof is every morning. If I had said, let me speak thus, see, I would have deceived a generation of your children. Yet, when I tried to understand this, it was labor to my eyes, until I went into the Mikdash of I perceived their end. Indeed, you put them in slippery places. You make them fall to ruins. How suddenly they are ruined, completely swept away through destructions. Yahuwah, when you awake, you despise their image, as one does a dream after waking. For my heart was in ferment, and I was pierced in my kidneys. I was stupid and ignorant. I was like a beast toward you. Yet I am always with you. You took hold of my right hand. You led me by your counsel, and afterward received me unto esteem. Whom do I have in the Shamayim? And I have desired no one besides you on earth.
Say that part again.
Verse 25.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Whom do I have in the Shamayim? And I have desired no one besides you on earth.
Mm.
My flesh and my heart shall waste away. Alua is the rock of my heart and my portion forever. For look, those who are far from you perish. You shall cut off all those who go whoring away from you. But as for me, it is good to be near Alua. I have made my refuge and the mighty Creator, Yahuwah, to declare all your works. Selah.
Break it down for us now.
Which part?
Whatever part you want. This was your chapter. It was a very good one.
Uh,
What do you think you read the
I
right
think it
saying?
ties into the proverbs you were just reading about having the discipline and the part about leaving a legacy and how the wicked, they do so many things and we think they get away with it. The first time I read this one, I was led to read this one. I was going through some turmoil at my job, and um, it was right after I think I had made the decision that how I grew up and what we learned about going to church every Sunday. I was being led away from that, and this was part of the journey. This psalm right here, and I was like, well, if I make this decision, how I'm gonna finish school, because most of my classes were during the week, but then we had tests and everything that we had to study for. I was like, if I take a day off, that's not a Sunday. How I'm gonna catch up with schoolwork? What's gonna happen on my job? And literally, like I just know Yah was tugging at me to prove Himself to me. so I wouldn't go back in fear if anything else would come up in the future. And I did go through some things at my job, but it got to the point where they understood I wasn't going to budge, and they didn't have anybody that worked like me. So I'm still here, and they they need to keep they stay out of the lane when it comes to the Shabbats that I have to take. Um, but uh, the part uh, where Asaph is speaking about how he looks on to everybody else who looks like they're just making it, they're thriving, everything's going well for them, even if they're not walking this walk. That's chasing after the world's wealth. And Asaph clearly said that his feet had almost stumbled in verse 2, and his steps had nearly slipped, because he had gotten to the point where he was envious of people that were boasting that life. And he speaks his mind going down that they don't look like they have anything to worry about. They always have stuff at their disposal. But what set them apart was that verse 6, it said pride is their necklace. They're boasting because people like us, we're jealous of them. We shouldn't be envious or covetous of anybody else just because their life looks good on the outside. But like you were saying earlier, the poor people, the wealthy people act like they're poor, but if we're looking at their wealth, we're going to think that we're always poor because we're measuring ourselves with another person and not their heart. And then explained down, he explained down verse 17. He says, until I went into the Mikdash of Elua, he perceived their end. So once he finished speaking his mind about what was going on around him, it wasn't until he got into the presence of the Most High when Yah had to show him for himself what's going to happen to these people and how he can't put himself and them in the same bucket. And he says, indeed you put them in slippery places. You make them fall into ruins, and how suddenly they are ruined. So the whole facade of them being boastful and walking around with everything, looking like they had everything together, is going to come to their utter destruction. And I believe Shalomo said the same thing in Ecclesiastes. Like, you can have all this stuff. Today it's here and tomorrow it's gone. There's a season for everything. It's not going to last forever. So right now, in this dispensation that we're in, there's a lot of stuff that's going on. And people are losing their jobs. People are losing some of their life savings with retirement and everything. It's just like, oh my goodness, what's going to happen? But uh, he says, again, where's the verse? He said, verse 25, whom do I have in the Shamayim, or in the heavens? And I have desired no one besides you on earth. My flesh and my heart shall waste away or fail. But Alua is the rock of my heart and my portion forever. If he is our stronghold and our strong tower, nothing, whether it comes or goes, he's the one that remains constant. Like, if Yah wasn't where he was, there would be no consistency in anything. But because he said he's our rock and our provider, and we shall not be greatly moved if we're tied to him, then what we're going through right now is just, it's temporary. There's always something else that he wants us to get through or go through or get over. And that the last thing I want to hear is that, just like Yasharel back then, they were so easily to give their heart to somebody else. And they went a whoring. And Asaph clearly said, you will cut off all those who go a whoring away from you. I don't want to be in that position anymore.
That's right.
We've seen centuries of it. Like, it's not our place. We don't belong there anymore.
That's right.
So, but as for me, it is good to be near to Alua. I have made my refuge in the Master Yahuwah to declare all your works. And I believe if he gives us the breath to wake up and even to fall asleep back on our beds to start over the next day, some part of the day we have to declare something that he did in our lives. And it's not just only on Shabbat. We're walking and living testimonies of his grace and his grandeur. And like, there's not another one of you on this earth. So whatever he's giving you, if he says give an offering, you give it right back to him, because he knows what he's invested inside of us. We're walking investments. Let's put it that way. So if a man does not leave anything for his children, what did he do with the time that he had? He was an investment to give investments to make more of what he was. So I just think whether it's a man or a woman, we have been invested in from before we knew what life was. And what the Most High is just asking for all of us is to give him back, give him a return on his investment, basically.
How did you hear about our page, this channel?
Princess.
Because you've been here several times, and that's good. It's a blessing. You can keep coming. And you contribute a lot, and we're grateful. Most High be praised.
Yeah.
But you just spoke some words of wisdom. And as long as you're living all these things that you spoke on today, then I know the Most High going to show you great favor. Great favor. Great favor. Because you're truly blessed by the Most High in your mind. And if you live these things out in your lifestyle, it's going to show through. I pray that the Most High continues to be with you. He continues to guide you. Is there anything else you would like to say? Any questions you want to ask or any comments you want to make?
I don't think I have any questions for now, but I just pray everyone has a week full of barakah upon them and their family, and that we just pray that the Most High puts us in the right place at the right time.
Well, I want to tell you that I think you broke that chapter down perfectly. I do. I couldn't have did a better job myself. You broke it down perfectly. And that shows me that that chapter means something to you personally. And that's good. That's good. May the Most High be with you and your family, all right?
Yes, you as well.
All right. Shalom, shalom.
Shalom to y'all.
All right. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. She broke that down from beginning to end. And she gave us all perfect understanding and explained it. I mean, you know how many people is sitting in the audience right now that's going through that word about what somebody else appears to have above them, but yet they're doing it a different way. And matter of fact, I even spoke about it earlier when I spoke about the brother who had called me up talking about the world, the ways of the world seems to be giving him better return or a better life and more fun. This brother was really looking for a wife. He was really looking for a wife, but yet he was having a hard time finding a wife because he's so disciplined in living this way of life. And when you're living in this way of life, it's hard to find a wife because most of the women that you're introduced to, they're out in those streets. So if he went to the streets, and it'd be even easier for him to find a wife because the rules and regulations of being an Israelite and serving the Most High would not apply. So he's still here. So I assume that he's been diligent and diligently being patient on waiting on the Most High. But the ways of the world look so much brighter and easier and pleasurable than the ways of the Most High, you know, but it's not worth it. It's definitely not worth it. And a lot of this is because the earth has been given into the hands of the wicked. And a lot of us don't understand that. That's Job 9:24. The earth has been given into the hands of the wicked. The Most High gave them dominion, right? This is their heaven right now. And they're enjoying it. This is their heaven. But in a little while, the heaven is going to come to an end. And you can see that right now. You can see it dwindling right now. Roles are changing in the earth right as we speak. More and more of those people who oppressed us are now living in and enjoying that poverty themselves. I don't know if they're enjoying it, but they starting to experience it. They're experiencing that poverty. The roles are turning. More and more homeless people on the streets, and they're not looking like us. A lot more of them is being killed. They're not looking like us. A lot of them, as their scientists and professors have put out, are not having babies. So by the year 2030, they're predicting that these people are going to almost be extinct because they're not here. They're not doing these things. But, these are the wicked. But that sister right there dropped some beautiful jewels. May the Most High be praised, and thank you. The right timing was perfect for the lesson that you just presented to us. And we're so grateful that we got to experience that and witness it. But there are a lot of people out here that are weak in their spirit and look at all that the wicked have and say, I need some for me. And will walk away from the Most High just to have a little glimpse of what it is that the wicked people are experiencing. May the Most High be praised. Let me ask you a question now. How many of the people got to see the opening of the video today? Did anybody get to see the opening of the video today? We'd like to get you to share your thoughts on what you thought. Nobody got to see the video, the opening of the video today? The class? So that means that nobody was here at 11 o'clock when we opened up. So what you would have to do in order for you to see the video, you got to leave once we close out the class and then go back and watch the video again, and it'll open up. And then you get to see the opening and how we open up now for class. Great blessed information shared, quite a deep dive into the Old Testament righteous wisdom. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. All right. Are there any questions, anyone? Are there any questions, any comments? Any questions, any comments, anyone? No? All right, there's no more questions. Let me see, let me make sure. Missed it, you dozed off. But go back and watch the recording, and then you can catch it. Then you can catch it. All right. If there's any other questions or comments, family, now is the time we can ask those questions and have those comments. If not, we'll close it out. And we got 2,100 people in the room, so there should be some questions or comments or something going on. Like I said, we can put the link over here. You can come in the room and ask your questions. You can come into the room and ask your questions, or you can type your questions on the sideline. Just like that sister just did. Lost but Found did an excellent presentation. I couldn't have did it better myself. May the Most High be praised. Any other questions or comments, family? Y'all making me feel like I'm begging, and y'all know I don't like to beg. I don't believe you should try to make anybody do anything that they don't want to do. All right, so before we close it out, can we go get some likes and shares and comments, family? I mean, likes and shares and some subscribes. Looks like we got 16 likes, 15 likes, and we got 2,100 people in the room. Come on now, that's sad. Come on, family. Let's get it up. Let's get it up. Yeah, what's going to have to be replayed is once we leave the room, once we close the video out, then you go back to the video and push play, and when the video come on, the new way we start our classes will come on. We used to start our classes with the countdown from 30 down to 1, but now we found this great brother named Zah, and he taking care of us now, so we good now. We're doing it more on a professional level like it's supposed to be. How Israel's supposed to move, especially Prince in Israel, always supposed to move with precision and accuracy and quality and skills. So with that little countdown, I was moving half-heartedly. I wasn't giving it all I got. It wasn't that. I just couldn't find the right people to do what I couldn't do. Now I got somebody that can do what I couldn't do, and they doing it. So I'm grateful. May the Most High be praised. All right. So if there's no other questions, no other comments, we're going to close out class. But what I do want to mention before we close out is that we just completed, well, tomorrow we will complete our first day of our fast. Tomorrow night, we will complete the first week of our fast. We've been fasting from foods a certain way. Like with me, myself, I don't do anything but liquid. So I've been on a liquid diet. I've been on a liquid diet all week. And my Nasheen has been on a raw food diet all week. And it's very exciting. Very exciting. And we was asking some of the family would come and join us on this fast as well, you know, to bring some cleansing to your mind, your soul, and your body as well. And Sister Ornette, she said she was fasting with us. And I don't know who else is fasting with us. I think Aim Katir said she was fasting with us. But it's a journey, family. And it's something that's needed for us to do. My wife, she had wanted for us to do this because it was coming on upon the holy days, the holy season. And it brings about change in the holy seasons. So she wanted to see some change within us all spiritually to increase us to another level. I myself, I wanted to give back to the Most High for all the things that he has done for us, enduring for us, and will do for us in the very near future. And I'm thankful and grateful for what the Most High has been doing. He's been doing some powerful things, bringing some powerful additions into our lives. A lot of the things that we've been striving for, he's bringing into fruition now. My wife says, I feel like I've been on this fast for a month already, and it's only been 1 week. Yeah, my body just now getting used to it. And for that, I am grateful. May the Most High praise. He says, what's the fast for? Yeah, that's the thing that I was just explaining. My portion, I'm dedicating all this to the Most High for the blessings that he's brought to us and bringing to us in this very near week, month, years to come. And there's a whole lot of things that I don't talk about that the Most High has been doing for us. I just rather show you than tell you, you know. I'd rather show you, have the proof and the evidence and the results of all the years of labor and suffering and sacrificing. I'd rather show you what the Most High has blessed us with than to sit back and, oh, we're going to do this and we doing that and we want to do this and this is how it's going to be. No, I learned to just stop that. I learned to just get out there and get the work done. Get the work done. Who it's for, they're going to hear it. Just like with my teachings, my teachings ain't meant for everybody. A lot of people are not going to like my teachings because they're going to become envious. They're going to become jealous, hatred, jealousy, all that type of stuff going to build up inside them. It's going to be things I say that they don't like. So it is what it is. It don't matter. That only means that my lessons, my teachings, my spirit is not for them. So they could just tune out. Don't matter. Maybe they're not ready to receive what the Most High has for them. But, you know, it's just like with everything else. You put the word out, those who have a kindred spirit, they will hear the call and they will move accordingly. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. It's definitely refreshing to eat purposeful, light, and clean. Preparing fresh fruit and veggies daily. I'm enjoying it so much. My head feels clearer already, and I feel full of energy and light. May the Most High be praised. See, they eating like I eat all the time. They eating like I eat all the time. And now I'm eating like somebody else eats all the time. All praise to the Most High. And that adjustment for me, just a liquid diet, is hard. It ain't hard like it would be if I already wasn't disciplined in my diet. Because if it was just a straight person off the street, they'd probably be going through it right now, having withdrawals and relapse and everything else. But that's not what it is for me. You know, I'm grateful that the Most High has extended this opportunity to allow me to be able to fast in the manner that I'm doing. Clarity of mind, body, and spirit is enhanced on a fast. That's right. That's exactly what it is. And I just want to always be in a position to help others. That's just me. I always want to be in a position where I'm able to help others. That's what brings me joy in life. If I'm not able to help somebody else, what's the purpose? You know, that's my purpose in life, to help, to heal, to bring healings, to deliver all that I'm able to deliver, to guide, to instruct, which all leads back to help. And that's who I am. And I'm so, so very grateful and thankful. All right. Are there any more questions or comments, family? Are there any more questions or comments? If there's no more questions or comments, we're going to end it out. We don't have to go nowhere. The sun is still up. The sun is still shining here. I'm in Philadelphia right now. The sun is still shining. And we don't have to go nowhere because the Shabbat ain't over. But if we don't go nowhere, what do y'all like to do? I'm leaving it in y'all hands. Y'all got something y'all want to read? Y'all got somewhere y'all want to go? Y'all got some questions y'all want to ask? If not, we could just close it out. Let me get ready for prayer because ain't nobody saying nothing. Let me get ready to close it out in prayer. All right. All righty. We're going to close it out, family. I'm going to make prayer. Let me go get the lights so we can close out in prayer. Most High, great King, Master of all creation, we humble ourselves before you, Abi, and we ask for permission to approach unto your throne. Father, thank you for all that you do for us. Thank you for being merciful unto us, for we are full of sin and iniquity, and righteousness is very difficult to find within us. But there are many of us, Father, who are striving to be perfected before you at your hand, chiseled and shaped and molded to be the perfect servants of yours. It is in our essence, our soul, and our hearts to be right before you, Father. Only if we can make it in our every effort to do so and achieve what we desire in our souls. Please help us. Be that guiding light within us that empower us to do for greatness and righteousness. Look upon your children, O great King, and have mercy upon them. For they all strive and seek to do what is right, pleasing, and acceptable to you, but it's very difficult for them to make it past that step. Push them in the right direction. Build them, shape them, guide them, Father, that they may see the way and see the light that you are preparing for them. that they may find comfort and rest in your bosoms, knowing that you are the provider and the giver of life and sustainer of it the same. Help them, Father, to acknowledge who you are in your fullness. Please forgive them of their sins and their iniquities. Please guide them, Father, and don't lose trust in them. Don't give up on them. And patiently await for them to return to you, those who have walked away and been led astray. Give them too the opportunity to return to you with a full force and a mighty hand, to once again give unto you the best of them. For you are great and you are mighty, and your name shall be proclaimed throughout all creation. We are grateful for the beautiful Shabbat day that you have allowed us to be blessed with this day. The assembly of the mighty people that you have brought in our congregation at this time, we are grateful for, Father. Help us to work for your people, to serve your people as we serve you. Help us to live a life of fulfillment, knowing that the truth of living in life is to serve each other. All praise, all glory, all honor belongs unto thee, our Master, our King, and our Savior. We ask of thee, Father, that you will protect my family, my Mishpachah, as they travel to the Unity Shabbat and the wedding today, and bring them home safely once again to Georgia. Unto thee, our power, our King, our Master. Unto thee, we humble ourselves, and we all say, Toda Abi, Abi, Toda Rabbah. Thank you, Father, for hearing our prayers. All right, family. All right, family. May the Most High be praised. We're going to end our class now unless someone has something else that they would like to say. We're going to end our class now unless somebody has something else that they would like to say that we didn't give them the opportunity to say. All right, we're going to close it out. May the Most High be with you all. Shabbat Shalom Lekim. Shabbat Shalom Lekim, and thanks for coming out. If you get a chance, family, go back and watch the video from its beginning and get some of the information that you may have missed. It'll be a pleasure. Shalom, Shalom Lekim.